So Donkey Kong is an icon in the world of gaming. While I like Bowser a lot, Donkey Kong was Mario's original villain back in the day. Yeah, the arcade games were wild. Mario wasn't saving a princess, he was just trying to save his girlfriend, Pauline, from Donkey Kong. Originally supposed to be a Popeye the Sailor game, Nintendo's big breakout into the gaming market didn't actually get licensed to use Popeye. This is probably the most important event in gaming history, as now characters like Mario and Donkey Kong are hitting the scene. Could you just imagine Popeye being the face of gaming? Oh jeez. Anyway, Nintendo was eventually sued by Warner Brothers as Donkey Kong and King Kong were very similar. Like, really similar. Luckily, Jack Kirby, yes, the very loyal Kirby was named after, was there to save the day. Meanwhile, Donkey Kong was so popular in the arcades that he spawned a sequel or two. And spawned is the key word for the second game. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about the infamous, the missing, Donkey Kong Jr. Instead of playing as Mario, he's the bad guy this time around. I suppose I could have named this Sauron Takes on Mario, but that would only account for one game. Regardless, DK Jr. is indeed in the sequel. I actually played the Game & Watch version of this game when I was a kid. Not sure how I gained access to it. I was younger. I think 5 at the time. Anyway. This is my first memory of Donkey Kong Jr. Honestly, I rarely played this game growing up. Hell, I think I played Donkey Kong Jr. Math more. You know, Donkey Kong Jr. Math is the edutainment game that released on the NES. But I played it more on Animal Crossing, you know, the first release to come to the US. Neat. Then there's the most obscure Donkey Kong game, Donkey Kong 3. Most people probably didn't even know this game existed unless, you know, Nintendo keeps reminding people every so often. My first run-in with this game was actually a Smash Bros. Melee trophy of Stanley here. Eventually I tried the NES version thanks to my Switch. This is also how I ended up playing the arcade versions of these as well. You can get all the arcade versions of these games on the Switch for a bit of a smaller price. Naturally, the arcade versions are considered the best versions for most of these games. But the NES ports are still better than some ports. Donkey Kong and many of the other arcade games that we're talking about today have been made and ported to many different consoles, due to the NES not really being a thing at the time of the arcade releases. As such, there are some Atari and Commodore style ports for many of the consoles that predate the NES, so that's fun. Most of them were pretty bad though. Hell, I hear Atari made the Commodore versions purposely bad, as Atari had the rights to all the home console versions in 1983. Regardless, one can't ignore the impact Donkey Kong has had on the arcade scene since the 80s. So I can't ignore the games either, now can I? We have to look at these games before I can get to the rest of the month of Donkey Kong. Marathon of Donkey Kong. So let's do it. Let's take on, well, Donkey Kong. So in the original arcade version of Donkey Kong kidnaps Mario's girlfriend. Yep, Mario decides to go save her. So a couple of details. The gorilla is named Donkey Kong, obviously. But what's weird is that he's Mario's pet? Yeah, it's implied Mario actually owns the gorilla. Also, Mario doesn't quite have his name yet, as Miyamoto had yet to meet Mario Segel, to my knowledge. So he's known as Jumpman here in this game. Anyway, Mario has to save Pauline from his own pet gorilla. Eventually, he does defeat Donkey Kong and save the girl after about 4 levels. Donkey Kong plays as an older platformer, with Mario being able to jump across platforms. However, Mario isn't as athletic as he will be in Super Mario Bros. Mario also can't, you know, drop too much vertically when it comes to his jumps, or he'll end up falling to his death. If you take any type of damage, you die in this game. Mario has no endurance at all. If he takes one hit, he dies. Done. You jump too soon to the barrel and die. You hit a spring, you die. You eat pie, you die. You drop too far, you die. You get the point? Okay. There is a hammer power-up that you can get, but it doesn't last very long and you can't jump while using it, so it only exists to really boost your score. There are 4 levels in the game. 25 meters is the first stage, with Mario climbing up girders and jumping over barrels to get to Donkey Kong. There's a fire guy here too, thanks to an old oil drum, but he isn't much of a threat unless you're playing on harder difficulties. The second stage, 50 meters, which mysteriously is the most cut stage in any of the ports, has evil pies. Ooh. They're going to be dropping into a burning oil drum for some reason too, by the way. Are they poisonous? Maybe they're cement? I'm not sure. You dodge them on the conveyor belts and jump up to meet Kong once again. The third stage, also known as 75 meters, is the hardest on your first run, in my opinion. The stage they decided to put in Smash Brothers as well. There's a lot of platforms, possible falls, and nasty springs that are very difficult to dodge as they're really, really fast moving. After 75 meters, you reach 100 meters, the final level. You dodge fire dudes and jump over pegs holding all the steel girders together. Once you remove all the pegs, the boss fight is done, and Donkey Kong lands on his head after all of that. He's defeated. Then the cycle repeats on harder difficulties. The point of an older arcade game is to simply build the biggest score you can, but beating levels is a good way to build up score. Jumping and destroying barrels, as well as collecting items of Pauline's that she just kind of dropped, also helps this out. Overall, Donkey Kong is a fun time if you got time to kill. Once you get used to the gameplay, it's fun to burn through Donkey Kong and get that high score. So in Donkey Kong Jr., you actually play as Donkey Kong's son, who's also named Donkey Kong. He's the future protagonist of the country games, to be honest. Yeah, the original Donkey Kong becomes Cranky Kong. Anyway, Mario has recaptured Donkey Kong and is taking him away. DK Jr. sets out to save his dad from the vicious Mario, who's using a bunch of other animals to defeat the poor child. Regardless, eventually DK Jr. does save his old man through a lot of pain and effort. Yep, I don't like this game, to be honest. This game is difficult in kind of the wrong ways. Like Mario, Jr. here is really heavy when it comes to his jumps, and when it comes to grabbing vines, the controls are a bit finicky. He jumps slowly unless grabbing onto two different vines. The way it works is basically when you're holding onto two different vines, you have more threats coming at you, but you're moving faster. When you're holding onto one vine, you're slower, but you're safer anyway. Now that being said, Junior can slide down vines pretty fast, but that's a good way to fall off the shorter vines and die. Also, much like Mario, Junior's endurance really sucks. He has just as much fall damage potential, and he can only take one hit before death. This isn't the bad part, though. No, it's one of the stages. And believe it or not, I actually like all but one of the stages. The first stage, Vines, is pretty standard, getting you used to climbing and dodging baddies. There's some RNG, though, patterns you can't possibly predict that can come and wreck your day. This did happen in the first game, too. However, in the first game, there were ways around the RNG of barrels sliding down ladders, and in Vines, there are also escape routes. However, the second level, Jump Board, is an absolute pain in the ass. The platforming is very narrow, and Mario sends out deadly birds. These things have a pattern, but they don't always follow it, and since DK Jr. is slow, he has the shittiest time dodging these assholes. What's worse, they drop eggs at certain points, making them hard to dodge even when you aren't anywhere nearby. The RNG factor is frustrating and literally, in my opinion, makes this the hardest stage in the game. The closer to the birds you climb, the harder it gets. The third stage, Mario's Hideout, is also incredibly hard, but I find it less frustrating and fairer overall. You have to dodge sparks and some tricky timing, but once you get to the top, you end up getting to the last level, which is shockingly easy. The chain level is just you dodging birds and crocs while pushing up key blocks on chains. The thing is, there's plenty of room to maneuver. Yeah, due to the sheer amount of chains, you have tons of room to maneuver around and dodge things. Eventually, with enough time and patience, you will save DK. It's actually kind of impressive how open-ended that whole thing is, But by the time you get there, you're easily skilled enough to just beat the final level. Overall, the game is far harder than the last one. But while the game is a lot more unforgiving, I still say Donkey Kong Jr. is still a fun time. Yeah, it's rough, and yeah, I don't like it as much as the other two, but it's not terrible by any means. And now for Donkey Kong 3. Yep, this is a game. Donkey Kong broke into a greenhouse, and the owner, Stanley, just wants DK out of there. That's it. There isn't really any ending here either. Unlike the other games, there isn't much of an ending. Once you remove DK, he ends up in another room. You win the stage by clearing him out. He does happen to piss off a few bug hives nearby, and these bugs will kill Stanley very quickly. Ironic, since you're supposed to be keeping him off your plants. Yeah, Stanley himself is way more vulnerable than any of his plants from what I can tell. Overall, though, his weapon is fitting. He has bug spray. You can take out the bugs with his weapon in what is essentially a platforming shooter game, yeah. You blast bugs away to defend yourself. Your real target is the big ape up top. You can't move on unless you blast him enough times up the ass. I guess poison up the butt isn't very pleasant. Regardless, that's how you end the level and start again. The level platforms get bigger until the cycle restarts. It's an arcade like more than the other ones at this point, which... yeah, there isn't really a true ending overall. You just keep playing the game and it just kind of gets harder. It's fun, but not as grandiose as the other two. Still a fun time though. So yeah, Donkey Kong's overall arcade appearances was mostly as a villain, and once as a damsel in distress. Huh, interesting history. I think if you have to play one of these games, Donkey Kong, you know, the original, is your best bet here. DK Jr. and DK3 aren't quite as fun in my opinion. DK Jr. is just too challenging and a quarter goblin, while DK3 is just for that high score and not really much else. Still challenging and can be fun in shorter bursts. Donkey Kong, though, there's a beginning and an end to the experience, or it continues on like an arcade game of old. It's a special blend of challenging and fun that I just think works overall. Any of these games are fun time though, at least for a little bit. Just avoid some of the other versions. The NES versions are fine, but the arcade versions are king, unless there's a remake on the Game Boy I haven't played or something. Oh boy. Actually, that's more of its own beast in a lot of senses, so next time we meet, I'll be reviewing the supposed remake of Donkey Kong on the Game Boy. I hope you guys don't mind black and white though. Regardless, that's all I have to discuss for this video. As always, like, subscribe, comment, hit the live bell button for absolute perfect notification process. It'll come up on your phone, your computer, everything. Follow my content, help my channel out as always. Take care, my minions. Bye-bye. Donkey Kong 94. So I've always wondered about this game. I've never played it growing up. I never had an original Game Boy, despite the Game Boy and I premiering in the same year. Haha! Regardless, I did see this game previewed in an older Nintendo Power, which confused me, as I never played this Mario game before. Regardless, I didn't really hear about this game until a YouTuber or two talked about this game, reminding me that it was a thing and not just some fever dream that I saw pictures of. However, I wasn't planning on giving this game its own video. Originally, I was going to kind of review this when I played Mario vs. Donkey Kong. But a lot of people talked about this game when talking about the arcade games. I'll admit, I was curious, and this game was a game that I eventually wanted to play. Actually, many people probably associate this game more with the SNES than the Game Boy, since it was advertised heavily with the Super Game Boy game. The Super Game Boy was an SNES cartridge that allowed you to play Game Boy games on your SNES and TV. Often gave you extra colors and some borders and such. However, I'm playing this on the 3DS. Yeah, I don't have a Super Game Boy cartridge or even an SNES to play it on. As of yet. Regardless, I think the game works perfectly fine in black and white. This game is one of the many classics that I missed out on when growing up. And like I said, a lot of people talk about this with the arcade games. I decided to do the same, but then something occurred to me. This was a long game for a Game Boy game. Hell, it's one of the longer games in general for the 90s. This is also not just a version of Donkey Kong, the arcade game. This is a remake plus a full-blown sequel. So with that, and the length of the canon appearance of DK Jr. in the lore, nah, forget it. This is going to get its own video. This is also the main reason that this is now a Donkey Kong marathon instead of a month of, like it was supposed to be. So let's do it. Let's take on Donkey Kong! Round 2. So the game starts out, and Donkey kidnaps Pauline just like before. You move through the original levels of Donkey Kong like you would, and you rescue her. Except Donkey Kong decides 4 levels just aren't enough for a 1994 game, and grabs her again, taking off. This is where things get interesting. You see many cutscenes of Mario chasing Donkey through various places, including on a ship, on a plane. There are cutscenes showing this on a Game Boy game. That's actually kind of interesting. Eventually, Donkey Kong Jr. gets into the mix and starts really messing with you. And eventually, you have to trap him towards the end of the game. When you eventually get to the final area, which is a giant tower, you defeat Donkey Kong and send him flying into a bunch of poisonous mushrooms. Oops. Unlike what DK Jr. has been throwing at you, these ones aren't poisonous, but super mushrooms. Donkey naturally turns into a giant, which is referenced in Smash Bros. Constantly. You defeat him again and get Pauline off the tower to a nearby clearing, which turns out this is all in the Mushroom Kingdom. Wait, you're telling me this is how Mario ends up in the Mushroom Kingdom for the first time? Wow, that's a lot to take in. Wow. Some canon world building, huh? Yeah, Mario even turns to Super Mario for the first time here. That's pretty awesome, all things considered. And all things considered, this scene looks amazing. Pauline dons her more iconic look in this game. I actually thought that was in honor of Mario vs. Donkey Kong, but nope, it actually started here. Given she looks really small in the game, and Mario isn't much bigger, but Donkey Kong looks great even in-game. He's expressive and often moons the camera. Donkey Kong Jr. looks great too. And so does the enemies and items, though I thought Pauline's hat was an enemy for like the longest time, looking at the photographs from the magazine I mentioned earlier. Regardless, this game can look really great for a Game Boy game, and I played it in black and white. As stated earlier, this game does have some color options. If you play it in the Super Game Boy or Game Boy Color, the color palette increases pretty well. I didn't have those options for this, but they're there. The different areas all have different themes in the levels and backgrounds too, making all the levels look pretty unique in their respective worlds. That's awesome. The music is probably the weaker part of this review. It's still good, don't get me wrong, and it works all things considered, but none of the tracks stand out to me either. The soundtrack isn't as jumpy as Mario Land. Hell, some of these tunes almost sound creepy at first, but overall it does work for the game. Still, this game looks really good all things considered, and it's an 8-bit Game Boy game that made Donkey Kong look far more expressive than the NES ever did. Also, this game teaches you how to play very well. The cutscenes that play every so often in between worlds will actually teach you how to do certain moves, and teach you about moves that you're going to need relatively soon. That's really, really cool. Now, if you're thinking, wait, Sauron, why does this game need a way to teach you new moves? And yeah, you'd think this wouldn't be too complicated. There's only 2 buttons, right? Nope, Mario is actually incredibly versatile in this game. Mario can jump over obstacles, use hammers like a weapon or invincibility power-up, and he can climb ladders. That's no big deal. However, Mario can also swim, pick up certain enemies and items from like Mario Bros. 2, and can jump from a crouched position. This lets him do a handstand and jump even higher or block barrels coming from above. He can snap to the opposite direction and jump just like in Mario 64. Actually, this game predates Mario 64, so that game got the move from here. He can climb vines like Donkey Kong Jr. He can use ropes to swing like in Sunshine. He can use blocks to build ladders and platforms for a limited amount of time. He can throw hammers up to catch them on the next platform, making them more versatile too. Mario has a ton of moves to help solve puzzles and platform his way to Donkey Kong in an effort to save Pauline. Or he can pick up and throw keys around a lot. So in this particular game, there are 3 basic types of levels: puzzle levels, Donkey Kong levels, and boss fights. Puzzle levels are the most common. There are a few that gave me shit too. One I had to look up a guide because I was lost on it, but most of them are pretty decent. Outside of a time or two, the timing or platforming placement was picky. Most of the levels were actually really fun to figure out. Not easy, but fun and rewarding. There are a few times solving the puzzles to beat the level filled me with a aha moment, and that's really cool, figuring out how to, work the puzzles. The point of these is that there's a locked door and a big-ass key nearby. Your job is to move the key to the door and get out of the level. The key can be thrown and dropped, but it can't leave Mario's hand for too long or it will respawn back to its original placement. You will carry the key or throw it into nearby platforms to move it to the door very quickly to get out of the level. The Donkey Kong stages are the ones that pop up that are very similar to and continuations of the original Donkey Kong levels. Sure, the first 4 levels are ripped straight out of Donkey Kong, but there's a lot that feels similar to those levels, but with new designs and challenges. These are so fun! They normally pop out every 4th level that isn't a boss fight, but the entire last world is full of these. 2 of them even replicate Donkey Kong Jr. levels, but, playing as Mario trapping Donkey Kong Jr. This is where the game feels like a proper sequel. You are dodging enemies or barrels to confront Donkey Kong up front, though be careful about getting too awfully close. Now, the boss fights, they're okay. What you do is you normally work your way up to Donkey Kong and throw something at him. You throw an enemy or a barrel a couple of times, and there you go. These are piss easy, and even the final fight isn't too awfully special. Until Donkey Kong grows huge. Then things get overly challenging, but it's still pretty fun. Now, yes, some of the levels are pretty hard, but that's what lives are for. There's often a really obviously placed extra life when you enter a new or very challenging level. And unfortunately, that's pretty much the only reason to explore, too. You can find Pauline's hat, purse, and parasol in every level. Get them for extra points. If you collect them all, you get a minigame to gain lives. I maxed out at 99 at one point in the game. It's pretty easy to manipulate. But outside of that and boosting high scores for even more lives, there's really nothing more to do in the game besides, the main game. Overall, this game is amazing. One of the true gems the Game Boy library has to offer. And every puzzle or platforming fan should play this. There are very few minor flaws in level design and charm, but the story is fun and the visuals are great. The music's okay and the levels are mostly really, really fun. The gameplay has a lot going for it just with 2 buttons. The only major issue here is that there's not really much to do outside the main game. But, realistically, this game has over 100 levels, right? Still, a harder mode or a level select would have been really fun. At least, you don't have one of the things you have to look up for online. Regardless, this game is amazing. A true 9 out of 10. If you are in the market for a brain tester or a good puzzle platformer, try this out. You can get it on the 3DS eShop for now, but be quick. Outside of that, pirate life for me. Speaking of pirates, Donkey Kong Country Trilogy is up next. Like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell for live updates, and take care, my minions, as we continue this Donkey Kong marathon. It's no secret that the Super Nintendo is easily my favorite console of all time. While I did start out with the NES, I have far more nostalgia for the SNES by far. That's because I only had the NES for a short time and I was super young then. The only memory of it that I have is Dr. Mario, Super Mario Bros. 3, and Kirby's Adventure. Meanwhile, the SNES had such a robust library. I love Super Mario World, Mario Kart, Mario RPG, and Goof Troop. But after expanding my horizons, I've also added Kirby Superstar, Final Fantasy VI, Link to the Past, and Super Metroid to the list. So much to explore, too! But my favorite trilogy on the console, by far, has to be the 2D platformers Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. And out of all 3 of these, one of these is my favorite 2D platformer of all time. Yeah, move aside, Mario. Your rival Donkey Kong is now starting his own gaming series, and he is outperforming you pretty well this time around. Donkey Kong Country started as a concept of compressing 3D models into 2D sprites, a process Rare, a British company, brought to the table at Nintendo. They weren't the first company to try this, but they found a process that made fantastic visuals out of models, and they wanted to work with a bigger company on the idea. Nintendo bought most of Rare's stocks at the time, making them a second-party company, and let them use Donkey Kong, a character not really doing much at the time. They originally wanted to use DK and DK Jr. in this game, but made DK Jr. look more like a chimp. Nintendo didn't want them doing this, however. They told Rare to make the chimp his own original character, or to change him back into DK Jr. In the end, Diddy Kong was born as DK's best bud, and this DK was originally DK Jr. The pieces were in play to make a platformer unlike anything else, with rare sense of charm and hidden secrets, and Donkey's face on the cover. So let's see if their first attempt is worth playing today. The villains are a bunch of crocs named the Kremlings, along with their leader. So let's do this. Let's take on King K. Rool. So the gaming manual that, came with the game has the story this time around. Yeah, I read the manual a lot. Anyway, DK is lazy and sends Diddy to protect his treasure. And by treasure, I mean a hoard of never-spoiling, extra life-giving bananas. Diddy, however, is defeated by the Kremlings and stuffed into a barrel. Donkey wakes up, finds his hoard is missing, and goes on the hunt, finding Diddy in a trail of bananas leading to trouble. Eventually, Donkey and Diddy fight some giant animals and a bunch of Kremlings until they reach a ship owned by King K. Rool. They soon take him out. The end. This story is pretty simple, but that isn't where the writing shines. No, when it comes to the writing, I like the other Kongs, personally. Funky and Candy will talk to you a bit before you use their service. But it's Cranky who's pretty funny, though. Talking about the good old 8-bit days of gaming and claiming his son isn't really up to snuff with all these newfangled graphics. Hell, Cranky makes fun of you for reading the manual. He's an ass, but I kinda love it. He'd probably make fun of me for the way I pronounce King K. Rool, too, because I know it's supposed to be pronounced King Cruel, but I don't know why I just like King K. Rool better. Just personal preference. But yeah, this is actually pretty decent writing for an SNES platform, if I'm going to be honest. When talking about the other Kongs, though, the movements are also very lively. And Donkey and Diddy also have a lot of personality in their movements as well. They ooze with the animation. Oh, love the personality here. Whether they're defeated, celebrating, losing, ducking, riding an animal buddy, these guys are always fun to look at. The enemies look fantastic too, if I'm going to be honest. I love the sprite quality in this game. The background elements even shine, and the level themes are all really decent. Forest, jungle, the ruins, the treetops, mines, all neat. Then you have the music. The opening theme is a fantastic start to the game just to pick a save file. This game's soundtrack clearly was going hard right off the bat. It continues to be great with Minecart Madness, Forest Frenzy, Treetop Rock, Funky's Theme, Fear Factory, and then there's the 3 best tracks in the game. DK's Island Swing is amazing use of drum-like sounds and is a great track, with fun beats and some suspense in the music. Aquatic Ambience is one of the most beautiful underwater tracks, competing heavily with Dire Dire Docks from Super Mario 64. And Gangplank Galleon, which sounds like a tense sea shanty, while you defend against King K. Rool himself. Believe it or not, even if you hated platformers, I bet you'd actually really like this soundtrack. So going back to the game, this game actually plays like many different platformers. You can jump, your momentum changes, your jump height, you can jump on baddies' heads. There are some enemies you can't jump on, but you do have a rolling attack to deal with certain foes or bowl over a string of foes while gaining speed. Donkey himself is naturally stronger. He can topple foes that give Diddy some trouble. Diddy is faster and can jump higher. You can switch between the Kongs if you have them both. If you do have both Diddy and Donkey, the one you're playing counts as an extra hit. For example, if you play as Diddy and then take a hit, Diddy yeets out of the program and you switch to Donkey Kong. Obviously, DK barrels will have your fallen friends inside, and basically you gain a new hit. Yay! However, if you already have your buddy, they're just regular barrels then, which you can throw and defeat baddies as well for a long-distance attack. Awesome! Now for the animal buddies. Around certain stages you may find a crate with an animal inside. You can find these animals and ride them similar to Yoshi from Super Mario World. Rambi, the rhino, charges through most enemies and can step on zingers, something the Kongs can't do. He can also blow open secret doors. And Guard is a swordfish that acts a lot like Rambi, but underwater, with better swimming controls, and is actually incredibly useful since the Kongs aren't as good underwater. Espresso is an ostrich that can glide while pressing the jump button. Not very good on the offense, but can walk over smaller hazards. Winky the Frog can jump on most enemies and jumps higher than the Kongs, but it's a bit unruly on the ground, making him slightly hard to manage. Lastly, Squawks the Parrot shows up for one level and is super small. He holds a lamp for you, and that's about it. If you take a hit on an animal buddy, they will take off, and until they run over a cliff or you actually catch them, they more or less function as another hit, which, yeah, again, is a lot like Yoshi from Super Mario World. Still, the platforming works perfectly here, and there's only a few issues with ropes being a tad bit weird. You can climb on ropes and swing from them. It's a bit awkward to get used to, but other than that, it's not bad. When talking about the levels themselves, most of them follow a similar pattern. They introduce a gimmick early in the level, and it progressively makes it harder as the level goes on. Eventually, the end of the level has the gimmick in full-blown chaos mode, as you hopefully catch a rhythm or die trying. Dang. Yeah, this along with the other Donkey Kong Country games can be rather difficult. There isn't anything that is super cheap or unfair that I find, but this game will test you later on. The animal buddies are optional in all the levels that you can find them, so the levels are designed to be able to play with them or without them. No, the level designs here are actually pretty tight, all things considered. There's the occasional level that tests nothing but reflexes though. Yeah, I'm talking the minecart levels. These are straight up reflex challenges, where you're basically speeding along in a minecart, jumping over obstacles. Some moving, some aren't. There are plenty of other challenges using a moving platform that you constantly have to tend to in different ways. There are other levels too, some in caves, some in ice or forest areas with a lot of birds, and even ruins in which you'd be dodging hamster wheels. But instead of hamsters, they have beavers in them. All things considered, the levels are mostly fantastic, with a few that can be a little annoying. The issue is actually the boss fights. Yeah, the boss fights are exceedingly simple. You fight a big beaver and eventually hit the beaver who jumps higher. You got a bird head that spits coconuts. Oh, what about one that moves slightly faster? The more original fights include an oil drum summoning enemies and a big-ass spiked bee. The bee's the only one actually putting up a decent fight, I'm not gonna lie. The final boss is super good though. It's obviously King K. Rool. He likes shooting giant cannonballs at you while throwing crowns and jumping at you. I used to think the crown was poisonous, but now I just know he just throws them super hard. Regardless, this fight is unique and tests your reflexes and placement as well. The levels are just simply fantastic, but man, the boss fights are such a letdown, especially with how good the final boss actually is. And the secrets are a bit of a letdown too. You can find them all, but it doesn't really do anything. Some of these are hard to find as well, which is just annoying. Still, I really don't see a need of getting them all. That being said, getting the secrets as you go isn't necessarily a bad idea. A lot of these are bonus rooms which will grant you extra lives and bananas, which, yeah, you secure 100 bananas, you also get an extra life. There's also secret areas that you can find with some animal buddies as well, and bonus rooms. Get 3 golden animal statues and you're transported to a bonus room. In these rooms, you play as your animal buddy and gather up a bunch of small golden statues, and the more you get, the more lives you get. You can even find secrets in these bonus rooms and double your little animal golden statue count, raking the lives in like crazy, which is totally awesome. Overall, the bonus rooms are worth getting, but I wouldn't really go out of your way to get them all by any means. Cranky will still help you out with that if you want to try it, though. And don't think for a second that the other versions of this game are much better for that. First, let's talk about the Game Boy Color version. Jeez, look at this mess. The music is fine, but the visuals are horrid. The enemies are incredibly tough to see, blending into the background, and sometimes they're just off camera. The screen resolution is tiny, so there are literally enemies off screen, and this makes the camera move sporadically, making it hard to even move around. The movement is sporadic as well. Donkey and Diddy's movements in this version is just awkward. Hell, aiming barrels is really tough. There are times when I was trying to jump on a foe, only to seem like I missed and take out the foe anyway. Even fighting the first boss was tougher than normal. All things considered, this was not fun for me. And I only played the first world. This just feels like a bootlegged NES version, but compressed to fit the Game Boy. This is playable at the end of the day, but all things considered, this is the weakest version of Donkey Kong Country in my opinion. Which is probably why every time I landed on the ground, it seemed like I was finding a hidden cache of bananas. Huh. But there is also the Game Boy Advanced version. Now, the Game Boy Advance version I actually have some history with. I did actually purchase it for my Game Boy Advance, and this version's kind of fun. A few quality of life changes like saving in between every level, as well as being able to radio funky at any time. So with that, the shops now have mini games. You can fish or dance to your heart's content for some extra lives and pictures. Oh yeah, hidden pictures. Some of the levels have hidden cameras, then they give you pictures of enemies or some of the animal buddies. These are neato, but nothing more than just another collectible. Some of the bosses are indeed different too, but I wasn't able to get footage for them this time around. Most of them are just harder and slightly more dynamic. This version plays perfectly, and the game makes the graphics engine work. The music isn't as good as the SNES version, but it still works overall. And overall, I had fun recording this. This game is actually fun, and I recall playing it perfectly fine as a kid. This may be the reason why I recall 2 bird heads instead of 1 purple one on the original Donkey Kong Country. This may not be the best version of the game. I still say the original is superior. I still enjoyed this version of the game though, and I do recommend it if given the chance. So I think the SNES version looks and sounds the best, and it easily plays the best too. But if I were to score the games, I might actually give a higher score to the Advanced version. The Advanced fixes the boss fights issue and gives you more things to do, although it still doesn't seem like it gives you a reward for getting everything. Regardless, the Advanced version is recommended at 9 out of 10. It does that much right, but a lot of what this game does right, the SNES does better. The gameplay on the Advanced version is great, but the SNES feels better. The presentation and charm are perfectly fine, but again, the SNES is slightly better. The only things the Advance is actually better at is showcasing the story rather than using a booklet for it, as well as the boss fights and more secrets. Still, I'm giving the SNES version a 9 out of 10 as well. The game is amazing no matter which version you play. Unless you only have a Game Boy Color! Ha ha ha! This version is horrid, and I'd never be able to play a lot of it overall. So I can't give it a score. I can't recommend it either. Oops. The only thing the Game Boy Color version has for it is that there were a lot of times, like I said earlier, that I'd land on the ground and get bananas randomly. It probably was to help with the difficulty. But this version is just no fun, so no. SNES and Advance? Play any way you can with these versions that you may have access to. But yeah, avoid the colored version. Still feels like a bootleg. But that's all the time I have for this video. If you liked it, please leave a like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell button. All these things do help my channel grow. Next week, if everything goes right, I'll be talking about Donkey Kong Country 2. Until then, take care, my minions. Oh, sorry. I'm actually kind of injured. I strained a muscle up in my upper chest, and if I sounded kind of funny, I do apologize. Okay, bye! So I'm pretty sure I've stated this before, but for those of you who don't know, my favorite 2D platformer of all time is indeed Donkey Kong Country 2. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the nostalgia, the pirates, or the idea that this is potentially a fantastic sequel to an already great game called Donkey Kong Country. Fundamentally, DKC 2 isn't that much different than the original DKC. You know, it uses the same system that made the original. Hell, DKC 2 is even on the same console, the SNES. Though despite the fans often claiming that DKC 2 is better than DKC 1, it was DKC 1 on the mini SNES. And since this is a favorite of mine, it might be hard to not be biased with this game specifically. But I'm gonna give it my honest best try. No game is perfect after all. Even favorite games have flaws. It's just being able to perceive them, and I do have a few issues that I can see with this game. However, are those issues severe enough for me to start lobbing off points and the ability to recommend the game? Well, there's already a tough spot recommendation. I don't think it would be wise to recommend this game to beginners. This game is considered rather challenging for 2D platformers. Maybe it would be wise to consider Mario or Kirby depending on your experience with video games before tackling this one. DKC is a similar issue, but this game, let's just say it doesn't take long for this game to start ramping up the difficulty. It isn't brutal by any means, but this game will test reflexes and hand strength for sure. So with all that out of the way, I say let's give this game a try. King K. Rool returns, but is a pirate captain this time around for some baffling reason. So let's do this. Let's take on Captain K. Rool! And yes, I'm well aware that his name is supposed to be Captain Cruel, and that you're supposed to pronounce the name like that, but I don't care. I prefer K. Rool over Cruel, and y'all can't stop me. Anyway, Donkey Kong is relaxing after the last game. He saved his bananas and is chilling by the beach. Then suddenly, pirates! Okay, King K. Rool was fought on a pirate ship of sorts, so it isn't too awfully shocking. Anyway, Donkey is kidnapped like his name was Pauline. The Creme Crew wanted the banana horde, but Diddy and his new girlfriend Dixie decided they went too far to get the banana horde back the last time. So off Diddy and Dixie go on a new adventure, sneaking aboard a ship and going past lava, a swamp, a theme park, some beehives, and a haunted forest. Eventually they find a giant-ass tower and climb it up to find DK, up at the top, only for him to be eventually flown away via airship. One last climb up a bunch of brambles and dealing with K. Rool's bird, and they board the airship. K. Rool is beating the shit out of Donkey Kong at first, but turns his attention towards you. Diddy and Dixie beat up the captain, and Donkey gets loose, uppercutting the croc out of the airship into the ocean. He is then brutally mauled by sharks. Ha ha ha. Unless you happen to get most of the secrets, in which case you open up the Lost World. The volcano in the middle of the Lost World is, this tiny island in the middle of the island that opens up. Yeah, it's confusing. Inside this weird volcano is a dark magic that keeps Creme Island afloat. And when you get there, you find that Captain K. Rool has swam to this place in safety. K. Rool once again fights the Kongs, and after taking them on one last time, he's sent flying into the energy source of the island. The Kongs escape as the island sinks. The writing is perfectly fine to motivate you to save Donkey Kong. It'd be like saving Mario. In Luigi's Mansion, of course. It isn't super original, but it does work. The writing of the Kongs work too, though you need to pay for tips this time around. The Kongs are still funny overall. Now the Kongs, once again, look great too. Hell, Diddy or Dixie celebrate at the end of every stage with either a kickin' bass stereo or a badass guitar solo. These give the Kongs plenty of personality, and in certain stages when you take out Kremlins, not only do they make sounds, they sometimes splash water in the bottom of the screen. In lava pits, you get a puff of smoke as well. This makes defeating foes more entertaining. During boss fights, the Kongs even panic in cartoon fashion. Naturally, the game also looks fantastic from the backgrounds to the foregrounds. The setting looks amazing. The level themes are fantastic too. Swamps, lava pools, and the haunted forests are normal, sure. But the roller coasters, the brambles, the ship levels, hell, even the beehives make up for it. Very creative. The levels look amazing, the animal buddies have great designs, the boss fights and enemies look fantastic, and are mostly pirate themed. And even the map screen looks great. The map screen music is also tense, along with the music in the tower levels, which are some of the harder levels in the game. The music in this game is amazing though. The mining music, the different music themes for all the boat levels, the lava pit music, the boss music, the bonus music. Oh, I love all of it. One of my favorite gaming tracks are Sticker Brush Symphony, the calming track that plays in the bramble levels that are some of the hardest in the game. My favorite track from this game though is Forest Interlude, a beautiful track playing as you climb up ghost ropes. Yeah, it's a little weird, but the song is amazing. This game is charming as all hell. From the Kremlings that look all like pirates to one of my favorite all-time OSTs, this game is incredibly charming. So the gameplay in DKC 2 is very similar to the gameplay in DKC 1. Diddy is faster, jumps higher, and moves better. But Dixie can spin with her big-ass ponytail and float slowly to the ground. Diddy feels better, but if you're having trouble with platforms, Dixie's helicopter spin is near game-breaking. A new move the Kongs have is if you have both Kongs, Diddy or Dixie can pick each other up and throw the partner to reach higher ledges. This is actually pretty fun. Be careful though, if you throw your partner into dangerous situations or throw them onto the ground, you could end up losing them. Outside of that, the animal buddies return. Rambi has a new charge-up move, and so does Unguard. These allow fast bursts of speed, and is now how you open walls and doors. Yeah, originally these guys could just break through walls, but now you have to charge up, which is kind of dumb, but the move itself is great. Squawks the Parrot is back, but instead of just holding a lamp in one level, he actually carries the Kongs and flies. This is awesome, and he has projectiles? Totally cool. However, he can be a bit unruly at high speeds, and his projectile arc makes him kind of a pain to hit. Yeah, damn. He also has a massive hitbox when he's actually carrying the Kongs. Quox is a purple parrot that shows up briefly too, but he just slowly flies you downward and eventually drops you. Neat. Squidder the Spider is here though, and possibly the best animal buddy of all time. He has a projectile that is way easier to aim than Squawks' projectile and can make platforms in mid-air. You can only make 2 platforms at a time and they have time limits, but this is still really cool. Meanwhile, Ratley kind of sucks. He's more or less a playable spring. He bounces with every movement and I'm always clenching every time I have to play as him, especially with tighter platforming. Yeah, he can charge up for a high jump and he can bounce off of zingers though, so he is useful. But that's all the animal buddies and the Kongs. Honestly, the gameplay works really well here, and even Ratley, the one that I find is to be a bit unruly, still works well enough to get you through all the levels. That being said, did you notice that I mentioned when Squawks is carrying the Kongs that his hitbox is huge, implying that there are times that you get to play as Squawks without actually carrying the Kongs? Yeah, some of the levels require you to play an animal buddy this time around. Since animal buddies pull a Yoshi and run when you get hit with them, these levels must be one hit and you're done, right? Well, no. See, they have new barrels that allow you to transform into the animal buddies, giving you 2 hits if you have both Kongs still. Also, Squawks doesn't work that way. Some of the levels you can either transform as him, making your hitbox smaller, or he carries you, making his hitbox huge. So, yeah, there's that. While this can be seen as annoying, it adds a certain layer of challenge to some levels. You aren't supposed to be speedrunning these after all. I think it's a cool idea that some of the levels are designed around the specific animal buddy, like running from King Zing as Rambi, or swimming as Ungard. These levels, while challenging, can be really fun, but naturally there's a lot of levels where you get to play as the Kongs too. These levels can be beat with either Diddy or Dixie and have plenty of variety while still feeling like a natural progression of your abilities. Some levels are a race against water or poison, while some only have one level being an auto-scroller. Actually, there are a lot of vertical levels this time around. What I mean by this is, unlike DKC1, which most of the time the levels had you moving mostly to the left or right, a lot of these levels are actually focusing on up and down. Some levels are completely horizontal though, and some levels combine both elements. Dodging things above you while climbing up can be a bit of a pain though. It doesn't happen all the time, and climbing works well enough to be fun while you dodge enemies and traverse areas. See, some of these levels actually have a lot of ropes that you gotta climb up and move to the side and all sorts of stuff like that. Some levels have some gimmicks though, like turning lava into normal water with a seal, or ghost ropes that vanish after a certain amount of time. These work perfectly fine. Actually, the hardest levels are oftentimes the bramble levels and the tower levels. Yeah, the theming will tell you a bit about what you're in for when you actually enter a level. Brambles have you traverse walls of spikes and thorns, making all the flying and jumping very dangerous. And tower levels are climbs up extremely dangerous terrain and traps. Honorable mention to the beehives too. You have to stick to walls to climb up. You have honey that you're basically stuck to. And the roller coaster levels, which are just plain fun and at one point, haunted. The boss fights are all improved here as well. Even the first boss, the Crow, is simple, but more involved than just jumping on him. You have to hit him with his actual eggs. You have a sword that shoots fire, a big clubbed Kremling, King Zing, who you fight as Squawks, and a Ghost Crow. All of these enemies also have 2 phases. Captain K. Rool's fight is also fun. He's super aggressive with you dodging all sorts of cannonballs and smoke attacks until you can actually attack him, which isn't easy at all. And you know what else isn't exactly easy? Getting everything this game has to offer. Not only are these levels and fights great, but you get things for exploration and beating the boss fights. Each boss will give you a Krem coin for beating them. You also get Krem coins for finding and completing bonus rooms and bonus barrels. Some of these are hidden well. One really gave me shit. Y'all remember that auto-scrolling level I mentioned earlier? You have to find a false wall and run down these Kremlins to find this door. You can technically see the door, but damn, this bonus room. I never found this place as a kid. Stupid bonus room, but false walls and obstacles aren't too uncommon, so I'll blame myself for that one. Most are marked with a simple banana or showcase something behind the wall to indicate that there's some way past the wall. Same with secret doors this time around. If you use an animal buddy to break a wall or door, there's normally some indication that you're supposed to do it there. Either way, you're collecting Krem coins from all of this. They're important, however, as the hardest levels in the game use them to pay while your ass out. Yeah, find 15 of them or you can't enter the Lost World, a jungle that's somehow in the island itself, and with some of the toughest levels in the game. Beat all of these levels and you end up reaching a center island which is using magic somehow. You can end it all, but this is where Rool shows back up. After fighting him again, you defeat him and send him flying into the magic center and sink the entire island for the true ending. You also get a DK coin! Oh boy. DK coins are huge coins hidden in every level. There's one per level and finding them is another experience. Normally they're floating in some hidden area. In one level, and one level alone, the DK coin is hidden in a bonus stage. Not as the final prize for the bonus stage, just some kind of off to the side bullshit for no real reason. Since this is the only DK coin that is hidden like this, if you aren't lucky enough to find it, then you'll be pulling your hair out trying to find it. See, if you get all the bonus barrels in an area, the level name now ends at an exclamation point. If you get the DK coin, it marks it with a DK coin image. I knew I missed this DK coin and never found it until much later. I hate it still. In the lost levels though, you find DK coins as prizes in bonus rooms. And the last DK coin is from beating Rool the second time. So what do you get for getting them all? Cranky claims that you're a #1 gaming hero. Basically, DK becomes a better Mario, Yoshi, and Link. Cool, I guess. Yeah, that's a lackluster reward for how out of the way these treasures are. Oh well. The only other thing, of course, is extra life balloons, banana coins, and Kong letters that allow more extra lives. The banana coins can pay for tips, tricks, or the quiz show. The quiz show allows for more extra lives if you can guess the answers correctly. Nice. Overall, while the only thing really rewarding you is Krem coins, tracking down DK coins is mostly fun experience outside of that one particular example. But if you have an urge, a need to collect more useless collectibles, the advanced version has you covered. More pictures and cameras as well as golden feathers. The feathers help boost a version of Espresso for a minigame, and there's a helicopter minigame with combat. It's just for the hell of it. It's more busy work, not really my thing, but it isn't terrible and adds to an already great game, so that's fine. The only issue with the gameplay is the added slipperiness and some of the rope issues. They're admittedly a problem in DKC 1 Advanced as well, but here it's just kind of worse. Not because the gameplay drastically changed, just DK2 has more rope levels based in general. The smaller camera doesn't bode well here either. This isn't game breaking by any means, but it still makes some levels overly annoying to complete, when the SNES version just had more buttons and better controls. There's also a new boss fight too. Yeah, on top of the tower doesn't have a boss fight. Normally you just find, DK and a Krem coin there. In the advanced version there's a brand new boss fight here. Other than that, this version is perfectly playable. It is a great recreation that only falters on visual and music, but even those are good for the Game Boy Advance era. Still, this is perfectly playable version. If for some reason you only have a Game Boy Advance, but you don't have this game, I'd recommend trying it out. Maybe one day Nintendo will actually distribute this version of the game to more people so they can enjoy the extra content. Come on, Nintendo. Look, Donkey Kong Country 2 isn't a perfect game. There are some small issues like the one hidden DK coin and controlling Ratley. Overall though, this game is damn good. The issues are smaller issues and not enough to really say that I can't recommend the game because of them. The game has decent writing and even good for the time. The visuals and sounds are fantastic, and the gameplay is absolutely great, with level design working really well. Some of the secrets do unlock things, while others are just there for a bit of fanfare. Overall, still fun though. Yeah, this game is challenging and I can't recommend it to newer gamers, but if you have some experience, I would recommend this game heavily. DKC 2 is a lot of people's favorite game of all time, and for very good reason. It is a solid 2D platformer and considered one of the best. This game is a masterpiece sitting on the SNES, a solid 10 out of 10. The advanced version is a solid remake of the game as well. It gives you more to do while lowering the sound and visual quality due to the hardware limitations. But the extra stuff isn't terrible, and the original game is still solid here. But that's all the time I have to recommend this awesome game to you guys. As always, liking the video, subscribing, and commenting really does help my channel. You can hit the bell for live updates, as I stated before. I'm ending this marathon with DKC 3, so take care, my minions. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Donkey Kong Country 3. You ever notice they try to make Kitty look all badass in ads for this game? Boy, was I disappointed. I remember getting this one for Christmas one year, and I loved it at the time. Outside of one bonus barrel, I almost 100%ed this game as a kid too. I defended this game every so often online, but as years grew on, I'm starting to see the other side of the fence for this game. See, the community is very divided for this game. Most see it as a classic SNES title, possibly even better than the other two games in the trilogy, while others see this game as an absolute mess and don't enjoy it at all, or at least not as much as the other two games in the series. Where do I stand? After this last playthrough, someplace in the middle. But let's break down this one and begin in the northern regions. Yeah, this game takes place in the northern Kremisphere. That makes absolutely no sense, but I still love it. Oh, and the Kremlins have a new boss too, so let's do this. Let's take on Khaos! Wait a minute, isn't Khaos a Sonic villain? Haha, nah, just kidding. There's a Khaos here too, though, and according to the manual, he took over after K. Rool's last defeat. He's also most likely kidnapped Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong too, so... Oops. I guess Donkey Kong just can't live down the one time he was saved by DK Jr. and he was a damsel in distress in that game. Because now Donkey Kong is a damsel in distress in almost all of his games. Jeez Louise. Dixie Kong, soon joined by her younger cousin Kiddy Kong, are out to rescue them from Khaos. They take on enemies that have no bearing on any of the plot, and that way they can fix boats. Yeah, part of the plot is finding parts for Funky's boats until you can ride one and explore more of the area. Cool. After a bit, you encounter Khaos, who's just as generic a villain as ever. Like, seriously, take a guess. Take a guess. He's a robot. He's evil. What is he trying? He's taking over the world. He's gonna take over the world. Yeah. And you eventually fight him. After destroying him, you find out that K. Rool, now going by Baron K. Roolenstein, or Krulenstein, is actually the main villain. Shocker. You take him out and find out Donkey and Diddy were in the robot. Okay. I get it. It's not bad enough that you have chaos, but now you're trying to take over Dr. Eggman's shtick too? I see how you are, buddy. He eventually escapes, though, thanks to his submarine. After doing all the secret levels and finding all the bonus barrels, you fight him and, oh. Well, the fight just ends with him stuck in a steering wheel. Huh. Oh, I get it. You need all the banana birds. They're these crazy-looking bananas with bird features that are kind of nightmare fuel, in my opinion. Hey, rescue their mom! I guess the Baron somehow did a spell sealing her off? Okay. And then she chases K. Rool down and is... Yeah, he's now in a hovercraft, and she shits an egg on him. The supporting characters help, but this writing is just bizarre, and not all that great, all things considered. After that mess, I am thankful to say that the game's presentation is just as stellar as the last two games. Possibly a step down from DKC 2 and 1, but not by much. The looks haven't been hurt too much. The game looks just as amazing as ever with the sprites and scenery. I don't think the settings are as neat as the last game. Still, the underwater levels are beautiful and the cliff waterfalls are just amazing to look at. The docks even look bright and cheery and the snow levels and trees are great. Yeah, well, it looks like a camp that you'd find in the woods, somewhat reflecting the more natural jungle areas of the first game, it does its job pretty well. The music is ominous and foreboding. Oh yeah, they changed composers for this game and it does show for sure. But overall, the music is fantastic as it is atmospheric. Something I probably wouldn't listen to outside of the game, but really wrecks the tension, especially in the tougher levels. The sprites for enemies and allies all look great too. The brother bears kind of look generic, sure, but Funky looks fantastic and Wrinkly is awesome. She can even be seen playing the N64 at one point in time with Mario 64 and some cameo tunes from that game when you go and save your game. The enemies and boss fights look great too. A lot of spectacle, including Khaos and Roolenstein, though this is his dorkiest costume yet. It's nice that the only thing ugly in this game that isn't supposed to be ugly are the banana birds. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable around these things if I'm going to be honest. Luckily, like before, there isn't really anything ugly about the gameplay. It plays very similarly to the last two games, just to let you know. Dixie has had more of a speed boost, so she plays a little bit like Diddy this time around. She still holds a barrel above her head, and she can float in the air too. So there's a lot of advantage with smaller disadvantages. Kitty, the newbie, well, I guess he kind of does look ugly too, and frankly his crying is annoying. Play-wise though, he's perfectly fine. He's basically the Donkey Kong of the group, but with an underhanded barrel toss, making him a bit more precise, somewhat similar to Diddy. He's also stronger too. The animal buddies return here as well, but some cuts had to be made, I guess, and sadly Rambi is not in this game. Ellie is, though. She's an elephant who is deathly afraid of mice and isn't as strong as Rambi, but she can pick up barrels and water with her nose, making her decent at long-range combat. Perry is, just a bird that follows your movements. Yeah, keep him around until you pick up more hidden goodies. Yay. Unguard, Squawks, and Squitter all return, thankfully, and are just as fun to play as ever. And Quawks is better this time around, too. Last game, he slowly glided downward. This game, he can actually pick up barrels and solve puzzles. He can't shoot eggs like his brother, but yeah, picking up barrels is still a decent long-range attack. So, yeah, the gameplay's all intact here. Speaking of me repeating myself constantly and puzzle solving, there's a lot of levels that are slower and more puzzle-happy compared to the previous games. Yeah, the levels here are on the slower side of the spectrum and require less platforming and more thinking in platforming. This isn't to say they won't challenge your platforming skills a time or two. No, the Saw level, for example, is a fast auto-scroller that tests your platforming like crazy. There are actually a lot of levels like this, thankfully, but some of the levels do offer a slower gimmick, which can be annoying to the pace. Not terrible, but it's a bit different take on the DKC levels, but it works in the end, I think. The boss fights are all pretty interesting as well. Again, more puzzle, less platforming. The first fight is a great look into this idea. You have to jump on barrels and then use the bugs to throw into this big barrel's mouth. You do this enough times and you can defeat him. Not too brain taxing, but more methodical than simply dodging and barreling a foe. There's another opponent which you actually play a shooting mini-game to fight an evil snowman. Although I forgot this fight actually existed from my youth. Huh. Some of the other boss fights includes fighting a large shell urchin enemy, but, bigger, and you're bouncing the smaller ones off of it with Unguard. You also have to have a boss fight with Ellie, where you fight a waterfall? Yeah, it's a waterfall. No, it's actually some creature in the waterfall where you have to use perfect aiming and hit its eyes. It's pretty decent, all things considered. And then there's the most, a giant spider. That one's a bit more platform heavy, along with Khaos and Rool, as, yeah, you use more platforming skills to fight these guys for sure, but even they take some figuring out. The levels take all more of an open mind when it comes to the term platforming, but I do think it works really well here, all things considered. Now, getting the secrets is a bit interesting as well. None of them are hidden beyond the secret doors or trick walls. They're all kind of out in the open this time around. You may have to find a hidden platform, but it's mostly things that you can see physically and should be able to find on your own. At most, you may need Kiddy Kong to be thrown up into the air and bust up the ground underneath to open a secret here or there, but these areas are still visible too. The bonus games are tougher as a result sometimes, collecting green bananas while needing to be fast and cautious. The only issue that I've had is sometimes backtracking to these bonus barrels can be a bit annoying. If you have to move upwards towards enemies, your ass may be grass. The issue is you have to be pretty close to the top of the screen to move the screen upwards. Fun when any enemies coming down will see you before you ever see them. This admittedly doesn't happen much with normal gameplay. It occurs, but not very often. However, seeking bonus barrels, this does kinda open the doorway to this. Anyway, you probably wonder what the point of the bonus barrels are, huh? Well, if you collect them, you can pay for explosions in the Lost World. The Lost World is a hidden level map that you can unlock by a secret ritual in the overworld map. Once there, you can use bonus coins to help open up these new levels. These levels are naturally the toughest in the game and are mostly pretty fun, but the final rocket stage is kind of weird. The point of this is for the final boss fight, and the final boss fight is more annoying than fun in my opinion. You defeat him to get a DK coin and then the fight just kind of ends. Huh. Okay. To get the actual ending, you need to get all the DK coins, I guess. There is one in every level guarded by a shield Kremlin. You'll have to use steel barrels and hit him from behind with it. Either bouncing the steel barrel off a wall or manipulating the barrel and having him hit him while he's facing away from it. He'll follow your every move with his shield, so the barrel has to hit him when he's facing away from it, and will always be facing towards you. Get it? Okay. So you get all the coins, including the last one from the Rool boss fight. What do you do with these? Well, a helicopter for the overworld travel is what you get. Yeah, this is where you learn about the Queen Banana Bird, which, to free her, you're going to need to find all of her kids. Alright, one last collectible to go. You can find caves and do a Simon Says kind of thing for a bird. You can also trade silver bear coins and items with the Bear Brothers, and yeah, that gets you banana birds too. Oh, but about 3 of these caves are impossible to get to unless you actually have the helicopter from getting all the DK coins. Need all the bonus barrels to get all the DK coins, and need all the DK coins to get the banana birds. Once you have all of that, you visit Wrinkly Kong, and the final scene starts playing. And it's not one that I'm very fond of. It plays out, there's the end. There's a lot of collectibles, and while the bonus barrels and DK coins are fun to collect, most of the time the hidden boss fight and the banana birds aren't super great. The Simon Says stuff is just odd and trying to get more depth in the overworld map, but it just comes off as another collectible, and the final fight ends with absolutely no fanfare. But there is one last thing I do need to cover, and it's called the Advanced Version. Ha ha ha! I didn't play much of this version growing up because it's the Game Boy Advance game that I ended up liking the least. Maybe because I never owned this version growing up, I never really got to play it until this review, but this version kinda sucks. The buttery controls and the screen crunch hurt this game more than the others, and at points the camera's just way too close to the Kongs. For a game, I'm already predicting enemy patterns before they even happen. This is frustrating. It's a shame too. There's an entirely new soundtrack and a new world to explore here. It looks interesting, and the soundtrack is pretty good if I'm going to be honest. The bears look completely different too. I actually enjoy their designs more here than before, and Wrinkly lives in ruins now for some reason. She's a type of priestess for the banana birds? I don't know, it's weird. Adding a bit for that story, and since Wrinkly isn't really needed much to save games anymore, I guess this just kind of works. The other Kongs are also very basically minigame fodder. I didn't really enjoy the ones that I played though. Cranky's Dojo and Funky's Cobra Triangle, they didn't work well for me overall. Maybe one day I'll re-look into these games and see them to completion, but while I like the other 2 advanced games, I can't really recommend this one. The screen crunch hurts it too much, and I think the reason being is because of the back and forth this game has. Yeah, the other 2 games, you either move left to right or right to left, but it doesn't happen very often where you'll swap it a lot. This game, you swap from left to right and right to left all the damn time in some of these levels. And I think that's what caused the camera to be really kind of not great overall. Look, DKC 3 is considered a classic game by many people, while the others don't really care for the game. Overall, I think the game is good. Yeah, it's worth a look into if you haven't tried it, but it isn't in line for the best platformer either. The plot is just awful, and even for a simple platformer. Some of the secrets are more busy work as well, and the final fight is anticlimactic for sure. Still, the game looks and sounds amazing. The gameplay is just as fun as ever, and the level design works well, despite being slower in certain instances. I personally don't think I can recommend this game as much as the other DKC games, but I still say it's worth a look in the end. It's still an excellent platform with challenges and hidden goodies just like the first couple of games. Sure, the overall levels take a back seat when comparing it to the first two DKC games, and the music isn't quite as good as the first two, but being as good is heavy shoes to fill. Being the lesser of a trilogy as good as DKC doesn't mean that the game is bad. Like I said, I think the game is perfectly good. While not as good as I remember it, I still give the game a solid 7 out of 10. If you have a Switch and pay for the online, I do recommend giving this game a try. The advanced version is still playable and adds a lot of content. However, the advanced version suffers the most from screen crunch compared to the other advanced games. But try it out if you're a fan of the original. Maybe you'll see something I didn't. But that's all the time I have to play Donkey Kong. It's time I set my sights elsewhere and get to, some of the other reviews I have planned for this season. The next two games I'm reviewing are Stray and Resident Evil. One is about a city wiped out by decay, and the other is Resident Evil. If you like the video, liking the video, subscribing, and commenting do help my channel, and it helps you keep track of my videos. And the bell button helps you keep up to date with my content as quickly as humanly possible. Until next time, my minions, take care. Also, sorry for doing the last, 3 reviews while having a chest injury. It hasn't been pleasant to do these, but had to do them eventually, right? Alright, bye-bye. Warning! There are massive amounts of spoilers in this particular review. This game did just come out this year earlier, so spoilers. Warning! I'm also kind of under the weather. I apologize. I'm better. I can talk again, but I'm not 100%. So there's your warning. When I first saw the original trailer for Stray, I'm not gonna lie, I was really curious. But I also didn't really understand what I was seeing was a video game. I thought it was an actual tech demo. To showcase the idea, the development team managed to mocap a cat. This, in and of itself, is a very impressive feat, considering gaining realistic movements from a cat was considered near impossible. Well, this team did it. However, it wasn't until another trailer that I spotted that I began to realize this was an actual video game beyond this new development. Yeah, the new trailer had the cat looking like it was making deliveries or something like that, with a small robot helper, and the people nearby also looked like robots. Well, that's interesting. There was clearly more of the game here than originally thought, but I was certainly more excited this time around. Then the game came out. I wanted to play it right away, but being strapped for funds, I wasn't planning on playing this game this year, yeah. Come to find out, however, PlayStation decided to give away Stray to their subscribers for free, and I do happen to be a PlayStation subscriber. So despite how busy I was with other games, I ended up getting Stray for free. I still wanted to play it right away, so after the end of Season 5 and the Donkey Kong Marathon, that's the first thing I did. So before I get into some of my other projects, I'm going to play the kitty game. So let's do this. Let's take on the Walled City! So the story of Stray can be broken down really simply. You are a cat. You fall into the Walled City away from your family. This entire game is literally about letting a cat out. All the heartbreak, the chaos, the fun, the touching moments, just to let the damn cat outside. Yeah, that checks out. But if you really look into it, there's a lot more going on here. Not only do you have the adventures of the cat itself, but there's also other characters in the story. The robot companion, B12, has a lot of character building in this game. He was a robotic companion for a scientist who wants outside too, but you learn over time that the robotic companion is actually the scientist himself, but with his memories transferred into the robot. The robot also sacrifices himself to, more or less, not only get the cat outside, but open up the walled city as well, which the city has already suffered enough. The city has all sorts of issues. The bottom level has bacteria evolved into some type of bug that eats garbage and metal called Zurks. The Zurks like to eat everything and will kill both the cat and the robots that live here in the slums. These guys are great. Momo is trying to find his friends. The slums have a lot of robots fighting for survival, mimicking humans as humans are extinct. Momo here is part of a group called the Outsiders. They believe that the outside is actually a real thing. Yeah, direct sunlight is actually thought to be a myth. This city's been closed off for a long time. Momo, however, was too afraid to travel out of the slums with his other outsider brethren. He manages to radio his friends and even help Marty, Seamus, find his father, Doc. This is a very touching reunion. All for a Zurk weapon. Meanwhile, the upper level, Midtown, has Clementine, another outsider originally from the slums who is still trying to get outside. Not only do you break into a factory for this character, but a friend of theirs betrays them. So unfortunately, both Clementine and the cat get arrested. The upper part doesn't have Zurks, but the original company who created this city is now being run by an AI. The AI doesn't want people to go outside, possibly due to some type of virus, but you do eventually break out of jail with Clementine, and she almost sacrifices herself to get you outside. That's awesome. Even the other minor characters have tons of personality, as they all have their lives and ideals. Some believe the outside is real, while others don't. And if I'm going to be honest, when you do eventually open the city up, watching the hatch open and shine sunlight down onto the city is one of my favorite parts of the game. Watching the Zurks die, watching the AI disengage, seeing Momo see real sunlight for the first time. Oh, I love this scene. Outside of this, as my fiance puts it, this is lo-fi turned into a video game. The setting is all urban, overtaken by green and infection. The setting looks so beautiful, creepy, or somber, whatever it really needs to be. Just absolutely love exploring this world just to see the cat nap. And I'm not joking about that. You can literally nap and chill with some music and setting that does indeed look like a lo-fi video playing. The music has plenty of different feelings to it. Inside the Wall plays such calming atmospheric peace, while Dead City is definitely more uneasy. The Notebooks track is a bit more my style though, energetic to get you motivated. I also like loud music, which is annoying, but I still hear a beat in there. I also like the beat in Default Club Sound, which is a bit robotic and hip-hop all at the same time. Speaking of the club, these robotic dances look crazy. You can tell the robots apart from how they look. They all dress subtly differently. They also have different hardware parts, like this dude who's just a loudspeaker. I love how charming this all is. But the best part is interacting with these robots. You can meow at most robots and see them absolutely love you. You can also cuddle some of them, which they will often react with emojis on their face screen. Seriously, the sound and sights of this game, I haven't even talked about the main character, the cat. Oh boy, the cat's movements are very lifelike. Yeah, that's kind of the point of the game, but man, playing this was just awesome to see a lifelike video game cat in action. Now that being said, while the cat's movements, while fascinating, are incredibly simple. You mostly use the X button to hold the trigger down to run and jump. Oh sure, you can meow, cuddle, and collect things, but this happens so infrequently that you may as well not have them. They are fun little abilities, not completely useless, but the point is exploring the world and puzzle solving. You don't need hundreds of these abilities to platform after all. You are introduced to different things as you progress, however. At one point you can turn on a flashlight to kill Zurks. At another point you may use your meowing to lure Zurks around. Sometimes you hide in boxes to avoid robots. Sometimes you have to socialize and talk with the robots as well as collect items for specific missions. Like I said, the gameplay is really pretty simple. Overall, it works though. There's rarely a time in which the gameplay doesn't work. I recall one situation where getting up on a countertop was somewhat annoying. Yeah, I like playing the game. Running from Zerks, moving and using platforms, overall playing as the cat is fine. Even if a lot of your abilities are just good to make the robots emote, for no particular reason. Now that being said, you mostly work with your robot friends in the safer hub areas of the game. There's still plenty to do in these areas. You interact with the robots, puzzle solve, and work your way to the next few missions. The hubs are usually bigger and exploration heavy as well. The main missions, though, are a bit different. There's plenty to do in Stray when you get right down to it, but most of these missions are based around avoiding things. You have to run and avoid Zerks to get to the first hub area, along with some platforming. You have to avoid them in puzzle solve in one mission, which gets real dicey. You get to kill them in the next few missions, which is pretty fun. Then you have killer robot AIs to deal with, which you have to use stealth, but in a different way. Nothing says fun like playing Metal Gear Kitty, am I right? These stealth platforming sections are broken up well enough with the hub areas for sure. While stealth and distraction of AI and Zerk sounds repetitive, it really isn't. The game is thankfully on the shorter side too, so nothing gets too old too quickly. The final mission, in which you use your robot companion to hack things while you destroy stuff as a cat, is also pretty fun and is thankfully less stealth, more puzzle solving. Actually, there's a fair bit of problem solving and puzzle practice that you're going to get while dealing with the enemies of this game, to spicing up some of the missions as well. Of course, if that isn't living up to expectations, you can try and find some of the secrets in the game too. There are several things you can collect. If you do side missions for NPCs, you can collect badges for your cat to wear. Most of these are little fun side quest rewards. Some of the badges you have to find in very obscure as all hell locations though. The further you go into the game, the more side quests seem to just get ditched in favor of this, and I'm not sure as to why. This makes getting the last few badges without a guide kind of annoying. It is cool to find these as they're little treasures, but it's mostly reserved for memories. Yeah, your little AI companion has his memories gone. You can find these scattered throughout the hubs and different missions. They aren't too hard to find as they glow, and you can kind of tell which missions and hubs that they're going to be in thanks to the menu layout showing them to you. This is great. For a reward, you get a new outfit. Yeah, it's an outfit vest that looks like a CD or Back to the Future hat like color for your cat's vest. You'll have to replay missions to see it though. Yeah, unfortunately there's not a New Game Plus, and you probably are going to get this towards the end of the game, so you're actually just going to have to go and replay certain missions just to see it. That kind of sucks, but the memories are also really good world building, so there's that. Overall, there are a few minor flaws in Stray. This can be seen as rough around the edges, but personally I don't think these flaws are major enough to detract from the game itself. Nominated for Game of the Year is a big honor, and I think the nomination at least is well deserved. This game accomplishes everything it sets out to do. The story is good, the secrets are fun, the gameplay is great. The only real issue is the game is on the shorter side, though I think that may be for the better. If the game was longer, I could see this getting boring, and for some reason they added a speedrun achievement to the game, built to chill, which is kind of silly. Overall though, I think the game is a masterpiece that everyone should at least try out. It isn't the biggest game, but it is an incredibly fun experience. However, that's all the time I have to talk about Stray. I'm glad I played this title, but I'm working on plenty of other games, including, but not limited to, Resident Evil. If you liked the video, hitting the like button helps show that. Subscribing and hitting the bell helps get my content a little easier, and leaving a comment always helps my channel. Take care, what? Oh, a score? Oh, a masterpiece. That's a 10 out of 10. You guys haven't really realized that yet? Huh. I thought it was pretty obvious that I had word scores as well as number. Anyway, take care, my minions. Bye-bye. Hey guys, I want to do a quick update and an apology before we started today's video. I'm sorry that it's been taking me so long to do Resident Evil. I have been working on many different things. I'm doing a big-ass writing project is what's going on here. And what I'm doing is a massive spreadsheet on about 150 characters of mine. And I'm hoping it will lead to other ideas being fully completed, documented, and ready to go for when I'm inevitably ready to make them possibly into video games. Assuming I could ever find a team who could program, because I can't program worth a crap. But I've been working on that a lot lately, and I apologize that it's been kind of interrupting my other things, like playing video games. Yeah! But I am working on Resident Evil as well as Crash Bandicoot 2, and I'm working on a couple of ideas and projects for Month of Mario, aka March. So expect at least 2 Mario-based videos then, maybe 3 if I'm lucky. If you're really lucky, 4. Ha 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 ha! But that's why I've been busy, and I apologize like this review has taken this long to come out. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is a Game Boy Advance game, and the main game to show up after Kirby 64. Actually, this game shows up after Kirby's Adventure remake, Nightmare in Dreamland, also hosted by the Game Boy Advance. This also comes after the spin-off Kirby's Air Ride. Air Ride is the last console game until Kirby's Epic Yarn, while Kirby would make a decent home on Nintendo's handheld lineup for some time. This isn't too shocking. While Kirby has had a healthy amount of console spotlight, Kirby came into existence on the Game Boy after all. However, as awesome as the Game Boy Advance was, I often neglected it for console releases, so many Game Boy Advance games I missed out on. Not only Kirby games, but Minish Cap, Mario & Luigi, Mario Kart, Sonic, and a few other series I thought of trying like Metroid or Final Fantasy. Still, this game was a Nintendo franchise that was heavily advertised, so naturally I was excited about an open-ended Kirby game. It looked really good, but the more I heard about it over the years on YouTube, the more I became kind of worried. One of the Kirby games I wanted to play the most? Yeah, a lot of people seem to not like this game as much as some of the other games, pitching it fairly low on the Kirby scale. Which doesn't necessarily mean bad, but definitely not the greatest. Kirby games are often never seen as bad, even when on the lower end of the scale comparing it to other Kirby games, so there is that. This is one of the Kirby games I was most eager to try, both excited and worried about how I'd experience this game. So let's dig in and start this up. While this was originally on the Game Boy Advance, there was a decent port on the Wii U, so let's boot that up and let's take on Dark Meta Knight! So the story begins with Meta Knight suddenly attacking Kirby. Just out of nowhere, Meta Knight is a villain, but this isn't too awfully shocking. Meta Knight is, at times, a villain to Kirby, so this can be seen as normal, but Meta Knight also isn't known for attacking dishonorably. Naturally, due to Kirby being damn near immortal, Kirby just splits into more Kirbys, and the group of Kirby take off into the mirror after who they think is Meta Knight. Meta Knight runs into the big mirror as Kirby, and Kirby follow and witness Meta Knight fight himself and defeat himself. With Meta Knight sealed in the big mirror, his dark copy slices the mirror into pieces and spreads the amazing mirror to a bunch of mirror minions. Kirby, of course, tries to get them back and help Meta Knight, even going up against Dark Meta Knight and some others. Eventually, Kirby finds the main menace of the gang, Dark Matter. Oh, no wait, sorry. I mean Dark Mind. Dark Mind is the mirror version of Dark Matter and Nightmare. Remember Dark Matter using a swordsman persona in Dreamland 2? Dark Mind kinda does that with the mirror version of Nightmare. Savvy? Savvy. Regardless, after Dark Meta Knight and Dark Mind are defeated, Dark Kirby, who is only opposite in how vulnerable he was compared, decides to watch over the place. This story is incredibly simple, but I like it. It works well with Kirby lore and works well with repurposing Kirby characters into fan-favorite mirror versions. Yeah, this game is a trip. Has nobody else noticed that all the boss fights look like alternate versions of other Kirby boss fights? Gobbler the Shark is similar in attacks to Fatty Whale. Molly kinda looks like a non-robot version of Heavy Mole, though later on there's a female version too. King Golem is the rock form of Wispy Woods. Dark Mind is a mix of Dark Matter and Nightmare. Master and Crazy Hands are like Wham Bam Rock. I had to look up Kirby characters for the Mega Titan, but fighting him in a castle, I'm pretty convinced he's basically the Meta Knight version of Lololo and Lalala. This game's attention to charming details is amazing, pulling from a lot of Kirby's former villains while still working on making things original enough. Plus, I love the art style of Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland, so this game being built on the same engine keeps things looking great for the handheld. Now for the music. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of this sounds awfully familiar to me for a game that I'm very unfamiliar with. Not sure if some of the beats are pulled from other games or what happened there. Regardless, some of the music I'm not familiar with. It isn't bad either, but nothing I'd listen to regularly. Notable tracks, though, do include the Area 9 tune, the boss tracks that plays, especially when fighting Dark Meta Knight. Like I said, it isn't bad, it gets the job done at the end of the day, but I would like to say that compared to other soundtracks, it's just lacking a bit. So, switching things over to the gameplay section, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is incredibly fun with one major issue. This runs on the same engine as Nightmare in Dreamland. A lot of the abilities Kirby can get are directly from Nightmare in Dreamland, while 6 of them are brand new. However, some of these abilities have more moves now. I'm not entirely sure if this was the case in Nightmare in Dreamland. It's been a few years since playing that game, and I've only played it once. But Kirby's Adventure didn't have this. This obviously takes a page from Kirby Superstar. This allows certain abilities to be more versatile than others, which are built with one move in mind. This is awesome, but let's talk about the holdover from Nightmare in Dreamland. You lose your copy ability in one hit. Man, I thought I was done with that from Kirby's Adventure. Dang, this is kind of rough now. In the previous game, the abilities only had 1 or 2 moves associated with them. Now that some of these moves have expanded abilities, this makes things really rough when you lose an ability for a reason you feel that isn't even your fault. It is super easy to be sucker punched by something flying in from off screen. This makes using the new powers a little tricky too. I ended up not using them much because I already didn't know how to utilize them. You have Cupid powers, which, it allows you to fly a lot worse and use arrows, which miss all the dang time. A missile power-up, which worked until it randomly didn't in one room. And Mini, which is for light puzzle solving. I hate Mini power-ups, by the way. Kirby, then Mario. Nope. It's for light puzzle solving, but ends up being a D power-up rather than a power-up. Anyway, those all kind of suck, and not just because of, Kirby. But magic is kind of interesting. Pulling a new power-up or lives out of a hat. I guess that's neat. No, the new abilities aren't great, but the rarest one in the game is actually awesome and makes up for some of this. The Smash ability. Slay a specific mini-boss, eat him, and you unlock all of Kirby's special moves from Smash Bros. Hell yes. This is awesome until you get hit again. Oops. The older abilities being improved is a good move, but the newer abilities not being great, and the one hit and you lose the ability, really does hurt the game. And it probably wouldn't have hurt the game as much if the level design was inspired around these mechanics. Oh yeah, let's get into the open world portion of this game, which is terrible. This isn't a bad idea. Something like Milky Way Wishes, which you find power-ups and keep them permanently, would have really worked here. However, this isn't a Metroidvania-style game. This is a platformer with one-hit power-up loss with a Metroidvania-style map. It doesn't work. The level design clashes so hard with the gameplay that this will be the most frustrating issue you have to deal with. You see an obstacle that you need a power-up or ability to deal with. Okay, cool. Now leave the room, find the ability, bring it back. It's a simple concept. The issue is that with the way enemies respawn, which is instantly as soon as their area is slightly off camera, this suddenly becomes really difficult. Remember, you can't get hit. If you do, you have to scramble to get the ability back before it's gone forever. Beware of inhaling other enemies, or even other Kirbys nearby. Oh yeah, the 3 other Kirbys. Well, when Kirby was split up, the other colored Kirby characters wander the map on their own. If you are playing as a multiplayer game, good luck with that today. I mean, they're basically co-op buddies. But when that isn't happening, these are just NPCs that may actually help you or may make things worse. You can call them, assuming your cell phone has battery, something really easy to find, mind you, and they will attack anything nearby. Most likely, though, you'll find them wandering randomly through stages, not really doing much. However, they can steal your abilities. I had them help me defeat this mini-boss, just so I could get the hammer power-up once, and the little green Kirby devoured the mini-boss so damn quickly, I didn't even get a chance to grab it. Hell, I didn't even know what was happening. Oops, I guess I'm not exploring the area I wanted to. Ass. Anyway, that isn't the only issue with the open map. See, the map is mostly open world. There are plenty of mirrored doors that are just straight one-way doors. Enter and you don't get to go back. Not the biggest deal, right? Here's the issue. Each area has several exits and one boss fight. You reach the end of the game, you have to take on every boss fight. That sounds easy enough, but why are there also exits? That's where exploration can get annoying. You enter a door hoping it leads to the boss fight, but oops, it's a one-way door leading to an exit instead. You reach the exit, get a few lives and health pickups from a minigame it plays. Now if you didn't open up a shortcut, your ass gets to redo the entire area. Health and lives are also really common in most areas, so this can be seen as somewhat pointless padding to annoy and frustrate if an area is giving you hell. Don't worry, the game isn't that difficult. But so far, it is the most difficult Kirby game when you're considering the base game, not hard modes or anything like that. So now you're trying to find your way. You're trying to dodge as much as you can, but you enter into a door that's accidentally a linear pathway and totally optional. Oops, now you have to exit the level just to re-enter it again. You have to go back. Shortcuts will help with this a little. Find one, and you open a path leading from the starting area or another safe room into that area. And then that area will lead to the starting room. This helps, but it doesn't solve the major issue here. This, compounded with the gameplay issues, makes for a very, very frustrating clash of genres. It isn't all bad though. The boss fights are actually really good. Sometimes a little challenging, but really good. Except Wiz, I kind of forgot he existed. He's just a magic version of Paint Roller, but I forgot he exists because, yeah. I forgot Paint Roller exists too. Oops. Still, the fight with Dark Meta Knight, Master Hand, and Crazy Hand, and the Mega Titan are all great. Doesn't make up for trying to find these guys, though. Maybe if the map system was better implemented? Oh yeah, the maps. If you don't have one on the map screen just turns into visual noise. It clears up with a proper map of each area, of course, but since you won't know where to look for these either, don't be shocked if it takes a while for you to properly navigate the game. And yes, you find maps in treasure chests. They are technically optional, but super useful just like the heart containers. They give you more health. The other treasures are pretty useless, all things considered. Fun rewards for your exploration, but nothing more. That's actually fine by me. If you want a gun for the bosses first, most of the treasures aren't super helpful for that. If you do find treasures though, you get music and different colors for Kirby, or extra lives. Yeah, that happens too. Still, seek these out, as you never know when you might find a map or a heart container which is indeed useful. Or don't and wait for the end of the game. The ability you get after you beat the final boss, Dark Mind, is called Master, which is just Meta Knight's sword, but after you beat the boss, you can use Master in the basic gameplay too. This ability can be used to cheese every puzzle in the game, by the way, does massive damage, and is easier to retrieve than regular abilities when you lose them. That's actually awesome. Look, overall, this game is actually good. Like I said, even lesser Kirby games are often considered rather decent time overall. Yes, there are decent-sized flaws in the gameplay and level design, but the gameplay is mostly solid, and everything else is great for a Kirby game. The level design is horridly flawed, though, with only boss fights being well designed, and the music works, but isn't the greatest OST for the Pink Puffball. Still, solid and simple writing, the bad guys and settings look great, and the secrets are fun to find and reward you for exploration. That's a good thing, although some of them are almost necessary, but that's beside the point. So yeah, I'd say it's a good game overall. It took a risk, which didn't pay off, and the rest of the game is pretty solid but a simple platformer. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror gets a 7 out of 10. The next 2 games I'm working on are Crash Bandicoot 2 and Resident Evil HD. Hopefully finished before March. Then, I go back to Mario for a bit. If you liked the video, please leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell for live updates on videos. Take care, my minions, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, really quickly before we start the video and everything like that, I just wanted to let you guys know that some of the things that I said in the video are no longer accurate. So, after I initially did my lines and everything like that, I wanted to get a little bit more of footage for Chris Redfield. And when I say I didn't like the game, because I didn't care much for it, I didn't hate it outright, I had my fun with it, but at the same time, the first half of the adventure was really rough on me, and that's what I wanted to emphasize. However, I did state that the more you play it, the more you'd probably like it and enjoy it. And when I was playing as Chris, something clicked. And I got way more footage than I wanted to. I basically went through half the game with him, even though I'm only meant to do a little bit. So I did end up actually getting footage for Rebecca, because I state later on in the video that I didn't have any time for getting footage of her, blah, blah, blah. I totally did now. So I did actually play as Rebecca. I did see her in the campaign. So there's that too. Just wanted to kind of quickly let you guys know about that and emphasize the fact that the video was supposed to kind of talk about how the first half of the campaign was rough. But because I was kind of sick that day, thanks to my sinuses draining and me taking a Claritin of all things, yeah, I probably don't sound all that enthusiastic doing this video. And I apologize about that. That's not quite what I wanted to convey. I did want to make sure that you guys knew that the game was, good. I stand by what I said, not the way I said it, so to speak. And like I said, I did end up kind of enjoying it on my second run through, more so than my first. So there's that. Okay, back to the video. Please enjoy. So for those of you who don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of Resident Evil. I've only played it once or twice, very briefly, helping friends with a few riddles once. I didn't even recognize the male character enough to see if it was Leon or Chris. That's about how much I played. Surprisingly, it was Chris at least once. Yeah, I came across one of the same puzzles in my playthrough here, so that's fun. Turns out it was this exact remake that I played. Huh. There was a puzzle that I didn't see, though, so I'm not entirely sure if this is the only one anymore. Maybe I played one of the other games back in the day. Well, regardless, my history of Resident Evil may begin and end here. But the series started much further back. This is a remake of the original that I'm playing after all. But shockingly, the history got its faint beginnings on the Famicom, Nintendo's Japanese exclusive console that was basically the NES but Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who don't know yet, let me introduce Sweet Home, one of the earlier survival horror games. It's heavily based around a Japanese movie of the same name, and yes, it was developed by Capcom. It's also an RPG that was turn-based, hence why I didn't actually play it for this review. But there are fan translations out there if you want to emulate it and you're interested in it. A lot of concepts from the creepy door animation to the limited inventory are ripped directly from this game, along with the idea of the mansion being the main level. Meanwhile, Resident Evil was, of course, originally developed for the PlayStation market. It was an absolute banger of a title and is the only original PS Resident Evil game that you can get your hands on. At least currently. Resident Evil 2 and 3 aren't up for emulation on the PS market on the PlayStation 5. Resident Evil 1 is also on the miniature PlayStation console, so there's that too. However, the remake of the original Resident Evil was a Nintendo GameCube exclusive. It was similar to Sweet Home, and this stayed that way for some time. It wasn't until the HD remaster, to my knowledge, that it finally hit other consoles outside of Nintendo, which is fine by me. I did play this on the PlayStation 5 after all. So let's get this started and piss off YouTube censorship by the title alone. So let's do it. Let's take on the T-Virus. So the story begins and yeah, you actually get to play as Chris or Jill for this game. You can play through both scenarios. I only played a little bit of Chris versus an entire playthrough of Jill. Chris focuses more on Wesker, I'm guessing, while Jill focuses more on her partner, Barry. I'll try to sum up the story, but note the character writing changes ever so slightly. So you are part of a special task force by the name of STARS, which is sent to look for some former teammates. The team you're on is heavily ambushed by a pack of mutant-looking dogs that are aggressive as all hell, and they begin picking off your team one by one. It is up to you to investigate a nearby manor and try to escape while dealing with a colorful group of zombies and monsters in the manor itself. You inevitably learn that the big pharma company known as Umbrella had the place built and that the house is a front for an underground laboratories. You slowly try to help the other STAR members as they slowly get murdered, and after killing enough monsters, you end up in an underground lab yourself. STARS actually has a traitor, Albert Wesker, but you won't technically know this until the end of the game, and then it basically points it out to you entirely. This raises conflict with Jill as she wonders if her partner Barry is the traitor. He kind of is, but only because Umbrella is threatening his family. The entire point of this is to wipe STARS out with the genetically altered viral weapon, sending the spiders, dogs, zombies, and other monsters after them. In the remake, you also get Lisa Trevor occasionally, and she is turned into a bulletproof monster herself that wears her mother's face. Poor girl. Either way, there is also multiple endings as well depending on your actions, which I saved Barry despite not trusting him. It is recommended to play through both Chris and Jill, but despite me not hating my experience, I ended up not caring for the game overall. Oops. Still the writing isn't the issue. I think the writing is good enough, there are some flaws and some campy moments, but overall I think the writing was perfectly suitable for this game. One thing that might have contributed to me not liking this game, though, is the game's atmosphere. Not that it's not great. It just happened to stress me out a time or two. I wouldn't call anything scary offhand, though. Zombies, giant spiders, snakes. Yeah, this game plays off old tropes and phobias for sure. But it wasn't that. The game's gameplay and level design mixes perfectly with the atmosphere. This game is tense, at least on your first playthrough. Despite playing with a guide, because, I sucked at the game still stressed me out horribly. The music, the sounds, the design of the mansion perfectly blended well with this too. The game stressed me out on an atmosphere alone, along with some other issues. The monster designs, while predictable, all work well enough too. Lisa Trevor and the Tyrant at the end of the game being the sole exceptions. These two were designed incredibly well, with some Leatherface inspirations for Lisa, and Tyrant just being the bigger, deadlier zombie, which kept the design simple, but changed it enough to look bigger and nastier. The Chimeras, which are larger bug-like creatures, and the Hunters, all had interesting designs as well, so it isn't a completely standard trope, Besides, movie tropes aren't always bad. Kept the horror simple after all, which since this type of survival horror was somewhat new, this is probably for the best. At least it was new on the PlayStation Classic. Umbrella's first experiments being, based on creatures brings somewhat realism to the series as well, because later on this series will not take itself seriously. Simple is sometimes better, I just wish it wasn't as predictable. Still, the monsters and designs worked wonderfully well, adding to the tension that is this gloomy mansion, and subtly pushing me to stop playing every so often. But that's still considered good because it's a horror game. Now, Jill and Chris do play differently. Chris is stronger with, better weapon utility, while Jill can carry more and gets this badass grenade launcher later on in the game. In Chris's story, you can also play as Rebecca every so often, adding a third playable character to the group. I didn't get far enough to do that. I mostly played as Jill, and that is to lessen the biggest issue I had with the game, the limited inventory. Oh, I get why this is a thing, don't get me wrong, it can make things very tense for sure, given the remake gives you plenty of ammo and healing items. The issue is, if I grab an ammo clip that I didn't need at that moment, I can't drop it to my knowledge. This has me running around to safe rooms just to drop off items into boxes. This can get kind of annoying. What's that? You found a key? Congrats, but that takes up an entire item slot. Oh, you picked up ammo for a gun instead? Oops. Now take your items to the nearest safe room, drop them off in an item box, and hoof it all the way back to where the key was. What's that? Certain safe rooms get more dangerous when you go to them multiple times? Well, doesn't that suck? Alright, hang on, let me clarify this. Because it's not the safe rooms that get dangerous, it's the areas around them. I don't know why I wrote this in the script. Anyway, I hate this mechanic with a passion. There were so many times I had to head back through a zombie-infested hallway just because I couldn't drop things I really needed. The good news is that I had more than enough healing supplies and ammo. The bad news is most of my footage is just me running between areas on accident. What is there to add tension becomes increasingly annoying in the larger areas. Oh well. You have a lot of options when dealing with monsters of the house. You can have weapons like daggers and stun zappers in case a zombie gets too close to you. You can combine health items, increasing their potential too. You get different weapons, the shotgun, the pistol, the magnum, and with Jill, the grenade launcher. All of these have different effects, but none of them do anything too awfully special. I love the pistol, and I had way too much ammo for it. The shotgun has great coverage and was easier to aim. The assault shotgun was just a stronger version of that too. You can aim up or down to help with enemies on the ground or help from above too, but combat isn't your main choice either. You want to avoid combat if you can. It is super easy to get overrun with zombies, especially as Jill, as she aims slower and reloads slower. Hell, you're given close combat options which are about worthless unless you really need ammo. Getting close to a zombie is incredibly dangerous. Every other monster, it's just stupid to try with. You mostly want to slowly walk past zombies if possible, or use the area to your advantage. You can also burn zombie bodies, but that requires more item slots taken and more item management. Less with Chris, more with Jill. Some puzzles need this too. Find a special book? Open it and find secrets within. Have two items that look like they fit together? Try combining them. You can find weird part in this wall over here? Try using your items. Yeah, things don't automatically get used, some of which you have to select items to use, leading to more item management to find the right key items. But it is puzzle solving after all. This game probably gets better after repeat playthroughs, honestly. Once you get a feel of what you're supposed to be doing in this game, it loses its atmosphere for sure, but this part of the game does get a little better. Overall, nothing here is too bad, but not being able to drop supplies that you don't need would have made things a lot easier. Giving you a chance to maybe permanently lose ammo? I don't know. I did notice that once I kind of knew what I was supposed to be doing, with Chris even, who has less item slots no less, things were a lot easier because I got practice in this whole entire area with Jill. So again, this is just a big problem with first-timers, I'm imagining. So believe it or not, there's more areas to this than just the mansion. But the biggest and most open-ended area is indeed the mansion. This is also the first area you traverse, and it's probably the hardest. You are basically finding trinkets and keys all over the place, finding what opens what, and not everything will be open when you first leave the manor. This is where the item issue will be the worst, if I'm honest. However, the manor was a very stressful area, and the remake also has crimson heads. Oh, these are fun. If you don't blow off a zombie's head or burn the corpse, they will eventually become stronger, faster, and way more aggressive when you return later on. I knew this would eventually happen, but it started up a lot quicker than I expected. Crimson heads are dangerous, especially in bigger groups. You can burn corpses that you make, but these require specific items to deal with. Thankfully, you can catch more than one body at a time if they die close together. The other areas are more straightforward. There's still some back and forth, but not nearly as much compared to the manor. You have the residence and the aqua ring, which are smaller areas with spiders and sharks as you deal with puzzle solving and monsters. You also have the tunnels, which aren't too awfully hard to figure out, and the lab, which is bigger but also somewhat linear in design. The real issue is the difficulty kind of does the opposite of what it's normally supposed to do, making the start of the game a lot harder than the rest of it. Oh sure, they add in harder monsters to deal with, like spiders, hunters, poisonous snakes, sharks, and chimeras, but at that point you should be pretty prepared for them. The boss fights are interesting though. None of them are bullet sponges, which is great since you kind of need to keep a limited amount of ammo, but they're definitely stronger than the normal, everyday, monster. The only thing you may need to do is save every so often, as if you get stuck with a boss and you only have a handgun, you might be in a world of hurt. That being said, some boss fights you can outright skip. Neptune can be electrocuted with some puzzle solving, at least on Jill's scenario, and also in Jill's scenario, the plant monster can be skipped entirely. Yeah, you just need to puzzle solve for these guys. Tyrant is a beast, but with enough ammunition saved up, he isn't even that bad, because at this point in time, you should be pretty used to actually avoiding monsters and firing all at the same time. I'd say the second encounter with Yawn is probably the most difficult, as there really isn't a lot of buildup to go into the room he's in, so you might not even be prepared for that, but he still isn't terribly difficult. The only boss fight that was a bit of a letdown was Lisa Trevor. She's a part of the remake only, and honestly her boss fight is just incredibly disappointing. You move a bunch of blocks and you might have some help, you might not. It's kind of hard to say. But that's it. It's kind of almost like, she's an afterthought. Something to add to the remake, but not really much there. The prototype Nemesis that, predates Nemesis, but not really. Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of Lisa Trevor, sadly. So, despite the fact that there's a decent amount of secrets in the game, I didn't really unlock a whole lot of them. The more you beat the game, the more costumes and modes you can get. I didn't do a lot of these, but basically you can get modes with invisible enemies, a mode with a grenade-toting zombie, and a mode in which item boxes aren't linked. You can also unlock some new weapons as well if you speedrun the game. These are cool for sure, but nothing I need to get right away. Maybe in a future Let's Play, I could see myself returning and trying to unlock and play some of these one day, but I'm a bit salty at the moment. Luckily, you can explore the manor and find hidden ammo and health as well, so exploration is definitely worth it in-game as well. Look, I didn't make it a big secret, but let's just be frank here, I did not enjoy my first half of my playthrough with Jill. This is why I really didn't finish Chris's scenario. I pushed through and enjoyed the second half a lot more, and after learning the manor layout, yeah, playing as Chris was indeed more fun. However, as a beginner to the series, this wasn't a great start to all these things considered. However, I'd be stupid to look at this game as a whole and try and say that it's bad. In fact, I'd say that the game is great, all things considered. The atmosphere and the writing, in my opinion, are fantastic. The secrets can keep you busy for a while and reward you for 100% completing the game. The gameplay and level design is mostly solid too. The biggest issues is the difficulty. It starts really hard at first and lessens as you get more items and get more used to the mechanics. And the limited inventory issues make backtracking trips way more abundant, especially during your first playthrough. Doesn't help that some areas in the game punishes you for backtracking more and more, at the start of the game no less. Oops! This dragged my experience down a bit, but the more you play, the easier it would be to be able to sideline these issues. This will make your first experience with this game rough, possibly because the remake was mostly made for people who played the original, maybe? I'm not sure. Regardless, the game gets a solid 8 out of 10. I do recommend it if you like horror and survival management. This game is great, but rough in the beginning. Stick with it. But that's all the time I have to talk about Resident Evil. I'll be covering the second game at some point, but I'm pretty booked up at the moment. Crash Bandicoot 2 and Mario Month, as well as my Let's Plays. Yeah, I'm a pretty busy guy lately, but I'll try to be back as soon as I can. Until then, like, subscribe, comment, and take care, my minions. Oh, crap, I think I got bit. Hey guys, first things first, I apologize for not having a whole lot of content during January and February. Unfortunately, I kind of slipped up on that whole thing, so my bad. I didn't necessarily mean to slip up per se, but unfortunately my work schedule has changed, and Yeah, needless to say, it's been kind of hectic. But I am getting back on track. I have pretty much ready for this month of Mario, so let's get this show on the road. You're probably wondering exactly what I'm actually doing here, because this is just Sauron takes on Super Mario Kart, right? You know, this is like the first Mario Kart, one of the other ones. Is it more than one? It is more than one. I am taking on Super Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart 64, and Super Mario Kart Advanced, or Circuit, Mario Circuit? I can't remember what one that one's called. But I'm taking on all three. Basically, this is a 3-for-1 deal where, yeah, I played the first 3 Mario Kart games, and I decided to bring my, thoughts and opinions to you guys. I'm kind of reviewing these a bit differently since there's no story or plot to speak of, but I'm still going to be talking about it, several bulletin points, and we'll get on with the show. So let's do it. Let's take on Super Mario Kart. Ah, nostalgia. Yeah, I played this game growing up. Well, I will attest to the SNES having some of the best games of every series on it. Super Mario Kart sadly isn't one of those picks. Sure, Zelda, mainline Mario, Metroid, Kirby, Donkey Kong, they all have SNES games that are the best of the best, or one of the best anyway. But Mario Kart was just getting started here. While I was happy I picked it up as a kid, this probably is the least amount of single player I did on any Mario Kart game. At least attesting to the ones that I played back in the day. Alright, let's do it. Let's play. So when it comes to the gameplay, Super Mario Kart is super bare bones. You basically drive, drift, and hop your way to victory. While this may seem really simple, it works well for this type of game. It is the first of its kind to my knowledge, outside of Power Drift, though that didn't make nearly as many waves in the genre, now did it? Regardless, probably the craziest thing in this game is the ability to use items to help even the odds. The worse you're doing in a race, the better the items you get. That's pretty cool. One of the things that attracted me to Super Mario Kart is actually the character selection screen. Yeah, the characters that you can play as, more or less. Mario and Luigi are playable and have generally all-around good stats. Yoshi and Peach are great accelerators, but not the greatest handling. Bowser and Donkey Kong Jr., and yes, this is one of those rare instances that Jr. got in here before DK did. Both of them were slow accelerators, but they both had really great high speed. Lastly, Toad and Koopa Troopa were high acceleration and the best handling of the game. These characters aren't bad by any means, but Koopa Troopa was certainly an interesting choice. I picked him a lot as a kid, as he was just some unnamed minion, which kind of made me relate to him, I think. However, Yoshi would eventually be my main Mario Kart pick. I like this starting roster, though. The tracks, however, are probably going to be the biggest issue unless you're really nostalgic. They have several themes which are used throughout the game. You have actual kart tracks with pipes and little other hazards. You have donut plains with moles and ponds to drop in. You have Vanilla Lake, which is Iceland, and more water hazards as well. Koopa Beach has a lot of water and some fish hazards. Choco Island is mud to drive through, slowing you down. Ghost Valley has a ton of bottomless pits, and Bowser's Castle kind of has it bad with lava, thwomps, and fireballs. Rainbow Road also has bottomless pits and thwomps as well, but it also has no rails to keep you from the depths, making it even easier to fall down. None of these are bad, the themes are reused a lot though, with different layouts, sure, but the themes are reused a lot. Luckily, there are items to make things more interesting as well as help wipe out the competition. And like all Mario Karts, the worse you're doing in the race, the better the items you get. Run over one of these large question blocks and the roulette-like wheel starts to roll. You can get some simple items like banana peels, which is a simple trap to set on the track. You can get a green shell, which is a projectile, though you can also set it like a trap too. Huh. Red shells are basically green shells, but will hunt down any nearby opponent, and will not bounce off walls like green shell. Instead, that'll just, destroy them. The feather will allow you to jump, which can avoid obstacles or jump walls for shortcuts. A mushroom will give you a burst of speed, a ghost will steal another item from a player, and also makes you invisible. And coins just add coins to your total. You can pick up coins on the track as well, and getting them basically gives you a small speed boost, though you can lose them if you get hit or fall off the track. The last items are the best though. A star makes you invincible and gives you a small boost of speed. Lightning will shrink everyone on the track, excluding you, making them all slower. You can also run them over. Now, don't worry, the computer-controlled racers can't use most of these items on you, if you're worried. Only player-controlled racers can use these items. Mario and Luigi do get stars when they're being played by CPUs, but they lack the speed boost. Koopa Troopa uses a shell, but since he throws it forward and sets it like a trap, it's more or less just like a banana peel. Which is also an item that DK Jr. will use, so I guess one item does get used by the CPU. That and the feathers. Every CPU seems to be able to avoid shells on occasion. Yoshi, Bowser, Peach, and Toad all get unique traps though. Yoshi gets eggs, which are like banana peels, but they hop a little bit. Bowser gets fireballs, which work like banana peels but move in circles. And Peach and Toad get poison mushrooms, which are like banana peels, but will shrink you and decrease your speed. Overall though, the CPU aren't too bad with these, and at least it makes them predictable when you're racing them. So lastly, we get to talk about Battle Mode. Not all the items that are in the races appear in Battle Mode, but the shells and traps definitely show up. There are 4 stages, all following a square-like track with different layouts of walls and different terrain to give stages advantages and disadvantages to all 4 different characters, though winning and losing are mostly skill-based. Battle Mode is incredibly simple. Basically, you have 3 balloons. If you take 3 hits, you're out. You have a track that's obviously not a racetrack, but just kind of like a square, like I mentioned earlier. Back in the day, though, I loved playing Battle Mode here. It was a lot of fun and probably one of the best 2-player modes on the SNES, which definitely says a lot. Overall, though, I don't think this game holds up as well as it probably should. Yes, the game is a classic. Yes, it's a fun time. However, the problem is that other Mario Kart games exist. Hell, this entire game is completely outclassed by Mario Kart 64. And that Mario Kart game still isn't often considered to be the best in the series. Yeah, unfortunately, this game just doesn't really do well in the competition versus all 8 other Mario Kart games. Still, I'd say give it a try for some old school fun, or play for nostalgia if you grew up with it. Let's do it. Let's take on Mario Kart 64! So, Mario Kart 64 probably started as soon as the N64 was a thing. Honestly, this game released the same year the N64 came out, so it wasn't fully a launch game, but it was pretty damn close. The game is basically a massive upgrade of the SNES game, which the SNES game is still good, but compared to Mario Kart 64, it doesn't hold up. Like a Pokemon in competitive play, Mario Kart 64 just does everything better. Some of it slightly, while other aspects are greatly improved. So the gameplay of Mario Kart 64 is very similar to the SNES game, but I find it easier to drift in this game this time around. The item of the feather is no longer needed, as your car can actually hop ever so slightly now, and the game is now in full 3D. The karts and racers are still sprite-based, 2D images that swap out for smaller images to judge distances, but the levels themselves are full 3D. You may not think this makes big deal, right? But this actually does change a lot. Ramps are 3D and you can bounce and drop off pieces of the environment, which is really neat. The only real thing to mention here is that you can do 4 players in this game. It sacrifices some fidelity, but this is another big accomplishment for the gameplay. The character select in this game isn't any bigger than the previous one, but there have been some small improvements made. Instead of Donkey Kong Jr., they replaced him with regular Donkey Kong, sprite provided by Rare. Then they replaced the normal Koopa Troopa with another final boss, Wario. Who doesn't love playing as a villain, right? The kart classes have changed a little bit as well. Mario and Luigi are medium class, Yoshi, Peach, and Toad are lightweights, and the heavyweights are DK, Wario, and Bowser, narrowing the kart classes down to make 3 and make things a little simpler. The tracks are an improvement in this game. Not only are they 3D in the game, allowing much more hills, ramps, but every track also has a different theme. Okay, sure, there is a beach-like level, but this is the only one, and it's more unique than the previous beach tracks from the previous game. The only thing that kind of repeats is there's 2 snow or ice tracks, but one of them is actually based around snow while the other one is literally ice on a lake, with a bit of a cave. So even then, they're pretty different, all things considered. Some of my favorite tracks include Bowser's Castle, Toad's Turnpike, Banshee Boardwalk, and the Royal Raceway, which has a full-on replica of Peach's castle from Super Mario Kart 64, and is easily one of the best Easter eggs in Mario Kart, which doesn't often reappear, even though the track certainly does. Also, mad props to Wario Stadium for having insane shortcuts that I can never pull off right, as well as Donkey Kong Jungle and even this version of Rainbow Road, which is the longest damn track ever. Okay, maybe not ever, but damn. They break this big-ass track up in later versions of it because it's just that damn long. Honestly, but I love it! I'm super biased for the tracks in this game and how many details are actually in them. Now, the items are another story. There are a bunch of new and improved versions of old items in this game. Mushroom for speed boost? Well, now you can possibly get 3 mushrooms from 1 item box. Better yet, the golden mushroom that allows you to spam the speed booster. I rarely ever got these items, but it's nice that they're here. Fake item boxes are a new trap potential, as well as a bunch of banana peels, compared to the original only having 1. That's kind of cool too, although the single one is also back. The red and green shells also have a 3-part variant as well. But if you're talking shells, the most infamous damn item of the entire Mario Kart series started here, and there is little you can do to avoid it. Ladies and gents, the blue shell starts here. It will fire off and follow the track until it finds the cart in first place and wrecks their day up. The only drawback to this item is that it travels along the ground, and that means it can possibly hit a wall or an object that's used for blocking. Still, a ruthless equalizer that can possibly nail other carts in its way. And don't worry though, the blue shell is strictly a race item only. The battle mode here is considered to be one of the best in the series, honestly. It isn't as robust as it could be, but honestly, this is because it is one of, if not the best battle course ever. No getting around it, Block Fort is possibly the most beloved battle course in Mario Kart history, and to my knowledge, it isn't even close in the competition. The other courses are fun too. One's a big ring near Lava Pit, one's a skyscraper that is easy to fall off from, and one is basically an inverted block fort that's easily my least favorite of the bunch. You still have 3 balloons, but with enough players, once one of the players loses, they can get revenge by turning into a bomb with wheels. This bomb can chase anyone around and blow them up, and then you're done with the match. But this allows players to get wiped out early to still be able to play later on if need be. This is a fun way to do battle mode and get dirty real quick, but man, it was always good fun. Overall, Mario Kart is not simple as the SNES original, but it is still one of the simpler Mario Kart experiences out there. I say that realizing that I haven't seen all the Wii or 3DS games have to offer yet. I'm well aware. Look, what I can say is that I don't think Mario Kart 64 is the best experience out there for Mario Kart, or even kart racers in general. On the N64 even. Yeah, sorry Mario Kart. You may be my favorite Mario Kart, but Diddy ended up surpassing this game entirely. One day I'll have to talk about that game. Still, I recommend trying this game out though. It's fun, the battle mode is amazing. Let's take on Mario Kart Super Circuit. Okay, let's finish this video off with the Mario Kart game that I ended up skipping back in the day. Mario Kart Advance, also known as Mario Kart Super Circuit, was just the advanced version of Mario Kart, which to me translated to a port of the SNES game. And since Mario Kart 64 was just better overall, and I was getting Double Dash at the time, I ended up skipping this game. Shame too, because Mario Kart Advance is actually its own game, taking what works with Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64, and making it an original game that could run in a 16-bit console. I'm glad I finally looked at this one, but I'm also not going to talk about it too long either. So obviously, the gameplay isn't 3D. This is back to the sprite-based gameplay of the SNES game for sure. You can drift, use items, and dodge obstacles on a pretty flat surface as you race around. It plays very similarly to the SNES original, with the hopping and power sliding mechanics from the N64 game making a return. Seems small, but once I got used to the controls and turning, this game played perfectly fine. And it's also literally the same character select screen from Super Mario Kart 64. Oh, okay, the screen looks different, but all the characters are basically here. They even have all the same classes. Shame there couldn't have been more characters or some change-ups to the roster, but this works fine either way. So you may think you have to go back to reusing themes like the SNES original, but shockingly, no. Bowser's Castle theme is used for 4 different times, and I think there are 2 haunted tracks, but mostly original themes here. Sure, there are several beach-like levels, but the backdrops for these levels and the hazards are changed up enough to make them distinct. Overall, they really work to make the tracks as distinct as humanly possible, since the tracks are all 2D again. But I think they did a great job, using unique backdrops and hiding a lot of Easter eggs in them, like Bowser's Castle from Paper Mario, or, you know, some of the other Paper Mario references, honestly. There are absolutely no new items in this game. However, this isn't a repeat of the SNES lineup either. They brought some classics from the N64, like the triple shells and the mushrooms, and the blue shell item. Oh boy. To my knowledge, this is the last game did not have wings on the blue shell, so at least it can be countered slightly. But, yeah. And then there's battle mode. Boy, the battle courses sure look fun, but I wasn't able to play any of them due to using the Wii U port of the game. Not that I've been able to play with one copy of the original hardware either. One of the tracks looks ripped right out of the SNES game too. Actually, speaking of things I didn't take time for, I didn't go out of my way to unlock the extra tracks. Oh yeah, you can unlock the tracks from the Super Mario Kart. So in a way, this is indeed a port of the original SNES classic, but with different characters, different items, and a staggering 20 new tracks, and 20 original tracks added. And I kind of skipped over the tracks. Honestly, I really enjoyed a lot of these. The Ribbon Road, yeah, it's not as dynamic as the remake version of it later on, but it's still really cool. Rainbow Road, like I said, has Bowser's Castle in it, but there's other things that make it interesting as well. Overall, the tracks are actually really good in this game. Look, I'm not going to try and tell you guys that this is an absolute must-play title. It really isn't. For a Game Boy Advance game, though, this is pretty awesome. I can see why Mario Kart 8 keeps adding these tracks. They're great. And having the original SNES tracks as an unlockable is really cool. Could have used a few new faces in the character select, but outside of that, this game is really fun. I'd still say that out of the 3 titles here today, Mario Kart 64 is the top recommended. However, with this being a distant second, since getting multiplayer on this game is increasingly difficult, but it's still better than the SNES game for sure. However, right after I wrote the script, Game Boy Advance games hit the freaking Switch. So, to my knowledge, multiplayer options are coming, if not, they're already available. The SNES game is sadly the least recommended out of the bunch, but I'd still say give it a chance, which is easy to do since, again, the Switch has it and has multiplayer options. It still isn't a bad game, it's just the lesser of the other 2. However, that's all the time I have for this video. I'm glad I've finally gone over the 2 Mario Kart games that I have the most experience with growing up, and have finally given the Game Boy Advance Mario Kart a fair try. Ended up enjoying my time with that one more than I expected for sure. Hopefully I'll have some time and go over a few more in another video, particularly Mario Kart Double Dash, Mario Kart DS, and the game that I have the least amount of experience in, Mario Kart for the Wii. Until then, like, subscribe, comment, and we'll see you in the next video as we continue to celebrate Mario in the month of March. Take care, my minions! Why am I in the game over again? What happened?
Are you kidding me? What's the last thing you remember?
The last thing I remember? Oh, right! I was betting that I could actually suplex a gorilla. Oh.
Dumb ways to die.
Alright, fine. Let's do this. What game are we playing now?
Well, today you're going to be playing Mario's Time Machine. But for the NES and the SNES.
No! So, Mario's Time Machine is another game created by the same studio that brought you the classic Mario is Missing game starring Luigi. Originally for the PC, these games both got versions on the NES and SNES. I can't play the PC version because the Game Over doesn't have DOS at the moment. Last time, I only played the SNES version of Mario is Missing. The reason is that the NES and the SNES are pretty similar, so I focused on the better versions. However, this time around, both the NES and SNES versions are really different, so I'm going to actually focus on both. But I did play the SNES version as a kid once. I couldn't figure out anything at all, so I deemed the game terrible and gave up on it. Luckily, it was a rental and not something my parents bought. Look, I'm well aware this game needed the manual, but most of the time, I didn't read the manual. I wasn't great at reading back in the day. If I couldn't figure the game out, I'd eventually get bored of it really quickly. However, given that this game was trying to teach me shit, I probably would have gotten bored with it anyway. I didn't even know there was an NES version of the game growing up, but given that the NES was kind of dead to me at that point, I'm not shocked I never found out. But that's all the history I have for this game. I say we get things started for real and do this. Let's do it. Let's take on Mario himself. I know. Takes on Mario? Oh my gosh. Hey, last time I blamed Luigi, but Luigi isn't even in this game. So the story in both versions is that Bowser has somehow built a time machine. I guess it's Bowser's Time Machine and the title of the game is a filthy lie. The cover art is a lie too if you have the NES version. Anyway, with this time machine, Bowser has traveled to points of history, taking with him historic artifacts that help shape history itself. I say that knowing that both versions have you returning an apple to Mr. Newton in some form, but I'm getting ahead of myself just a little. Hell, the NES version even has Bowser kidnapping Yoshi for some reason or another, but yeah, some of these items are really stupid. You have the Battle of Orleans, and somehow Bowser stole Joan of Arc's shield. Why? Aren't there spares that she could just use somehow? Oh, better yet, in the NES version he stole Lincoln's hat. The game even states that Lincoln wouldn't have signed the Gettysburg Address if he wasn't wearing it during his, speech. Yeah, the NES is a terrible place to actually try and learn something. This is really dumb. They got the date wrong. Lincoln wasn't even wearing his hat during the speech originally. The SNES version does a better job writing out like a textbook, but some of the items are still very silly. Beethoven lost a music sheet? What, he doesn't have a spare of that either? Also, what exactly is Bowser trying to achieve here? Is he trying to make money like the last game? Why even tell Mario he's doing this? He does that in the SNES version. I guess he wants to make the greatest museum? But he also wants to change history back to the Dark Ages, which is very counterproductive. If history changes that much, Bowser's artifacts won't mean a damn thing. If he changes history, historic artifacts lose their significance now, don't they? This is just dumb. Oh, and if you're thinking that you can just identify the objects by their sprites, you can't. Isn't that fun? For the most part, though, the SNES game doesn't look good. Uh-oh. Look, Mario looks fine. Bowser in the final cutscene looks like utter hell. And while the historic figures look good, they look so contrastly different from Mario, they clash. And hard. Look, the sprites Mario is talking to, they remind me of like the Oregon Trail style of games. And I'm also betting that was the point. However, Mario's sprite looks incredibly different. I did some research and apparently that was like the one thing Nintendo really nitpicked on during the development, making sure Mario looks like himself. I guess that would be why the art style here clashes on the SNES. However, there are some positives. The surfing kinda looks cool, and like I stated, the historic figures are nice. I will say the music kind of works. Most of it is from Mario is Missing and remixes music from Super Mario World for sure. Props though to Castle 3 music. Seems to be an original and not bad listen, though none of the music is as good as actual Mario games. Anything else you might hear though is basically copyright-free familiar tunes. This is at least decent, I'll give them credit for that. However, the NES version looks great. Everything at least feels somewhat Mario here. Sure, the clock blocks are kind of weird, but they work well enough. And these levels actually have Koopas and what I think are Hammer Bros. I'm not entirely sure, they don't actually throw hammers. People even show up briefly too. Yeah, the 2 times I've actually seen people, they were slain by Koopas, destroying history as we know it. But luckily Mario returned a math equation, right? The Koopas even wear space helmets while on the moon, and yes, there is an actual moon level here. Honestly, these look really decent. The moon, the Berlin Wall, the Gettysburg, the Olympics, all of this looks pretty good for an NES game, and even Bowser looks kind of decent, though the sprite is straight out of Super Mario Bros. 3. Also, the people here look like they kind of match up with Mario. I mentioned them earlier. They kind of look like Mario. Hey, that works. The music is also more original here from the NES version as well, but none of it's super good. It works overall though and isn't terrible, so I guess it's a win. Alright, let's jump back to the SNES version, and yes, Mario can jump in this game. I think he can run, he can talk to people. All of that's about worthless in this game other than talking to people. The real thing you want to do is grab one of the items on Bowser's shelf and then do freaking homework. Yeah, no kidding. You literally do multiple answer homework. You'll either have to look up the answers, probably the easiest way, or you can go to that time period and talk to the people from there. It's how it's supposed to work anyway. You look at your homework, then bust out the time machine. It comes down, you slowly press dials until you get the correct location and time. It feels like it takes forever. Then afterwards, you can talk to people until you fill out the homework page. And then after filling it all out, you can return the item in question. This is really stupid. Doing homework isn't fun in any way, shape, or form. You wander around, talk to people, ask questions just to fill out homework on something that is slightly interactive. The only real gameplay is the one thing that makes this slightly better than interactive textbook, the surfing segment. Yes, when you hit the time machine and you get the date, whether you put in the correct one or not, you get to surf through time. You collect 10 mushrooms, yes 10, and you avoid sea urchins. Once you collect all 10, you hit one of the whirlpools. If you got the date and place right, you'll end up there. If not, you'll end up right back in Bowser's Castle, which, if you hit a whirlpool before you get all 10, you also end up back in Bowser's Castle. Outside of that, though, the entire thing is homework. Let's look at the NES version and... Wait, is this Mario Bros? Like the arcade game? Don't get me wrong, this is kind of a crappy version of it, but it's here. You bump Koopas from underneath and take them out and get the item. Nice. Then you have the time machine. Instead of talking to people, you just hit blocks in the platforming-like level. Yeah, jumping is actually useful here. Don't get me wrong, jumping has no momentum and still absolutely sucks, but it works for the most part. You basically are encouraged to explore areas before getting the item. After learning what kind of item is supposed to go where, with a better time machine setup due to not having to cycle through a bunch of dials, then you can grab the item. Then you can take the item to the correct location, drop it off, or you stop Koopas again. This actually is a video game. Wow. Hey, you can kill enemies in this game too, though they really can't hurt you. But yeah, no homework, no surfing, just light platforming and learning. Hey, not bad. Now that being said about the NES version, the levels aren't exactly well designed. There are times that I swear you can't even get some of the information blocks at all. Not only that, but some of these areas require some annoyingly tricky jumps to actually get to where you need to go. Also, the Mario Bros. Minigame never changes. Yeah, you have to play the same game of Mario Bros. Every time you need the item. Hooray? Also, the NES version is incredibly short. Overall, none of these levels are really fun, and I swear some of them are broken, so that's neat. No, sadly, the nugget of decent gameplay didn't help too much here. The SNES version doesn't fare much better. Almost every area is a smaller area with a few doors to look through with an NPC to help with the homework. The surfing is randomly generated with mushrooms and urchin locations, but outside of that, it's the same damn surfing minigame over and over again. This is actually worse than the NES version. At least Bop and Koopas is somewhat quick. You can also surf after the slow-ass time machine part of the game too. Hooray. Look, nothing really builds in difficulty in either game. These levels are absolutely boring. And honestly, this makes these games more boring too. I hate to bring it up, but Mario is Missing did a better job making the cities bigger. It sucked, but at least it kinda did something with the concept. It did a better job, not being broken like the NES levels too. And while I'm discussing the lack of content, let's talk about there just not being any extra things to do. There's no secrets. Basically, there's a time score, I guess if you want to speedrun the game. Yay? In the SNES version, you can speedrun the surfing sections, but if I'm going to be honest, as fast as I tried to complete these, I never really got a decent score. So even that's kind of shit. Look, the levels are incredibly garbage in both versions. There are no secrets, there's no reasons to replay the game outside of speedrunning, which is even then still really absurd. The writing is horrendous in the NES version, but is okay and functions in the SNES version. The SNES version is less charming, however, due to the clashing art styles. Luckily, the music isn't terrible, and the sprite work in the NES version is pretty decent. The gameplay in the NES version is decent too, with better working time machine and, moves that actually give a damn. The SNES version has the time machine, but working it is slow and annoying, and the surfing is lame after about the third time doing it. Most of Mario's moves aren't utilized, and the gameplay is mostly doing homework. Clearly, the SNES version is worse than the NES version. The SNES version is just the worst. One of the most boring games for the SNES library in general. It gets an impressively boring 1 out of 10. The NES version, however, is bad, but it easily better overall due to the charming gameplay being decent, managing to score a 3 out of 10. Overall, one of these fares better than Mario is Missing, and the other one sucks. The reason that neither game is an outright slog, both are just shorter games in general, but the SNES barely scratches out a 1, so that's still pretty bad. Even while I don't mind the music, it's just the worst version of songs you've heard before, outside of Castle 3, so even that, it fails there. It is a worse experience than Mario is Missing outright. However, the NES game kind of works. The gameplay isn't great, but it functions and utilized, and the time machine is easier to deal with. Plus, there's no homework segment. That's already better in general. The game is also rather charming, all things considered, so overall, I liked it a lot better, but yeah, it's still pretty bad. If you have to play any of these games, Mario's Time Machine on the NES had at least some resemblance of fun, but overall, these games suck, and I'm throwing in Mario is Missing for that one too. However, I'm glad I'm done with them for now, and it is time to leave the game over. The only real issue is, I'm bringing a friend. I'm only bringing him to fight him in the next review though, so be prepared. A Mario villain that hasn't seen a game in a very long time.
But you already defeated Wart and reviewed Super Mario Bros. 2.
Well, yes, and I saw Wart in the Switch remake of Link's Awakening. No, this guy is even more obscure. Let's get out of here, metalhead. But first, let's finish this video. If you liked the video, leaving a like and comment, as well as subscribing and hitting the bell icon, all really help my channel. So, until next time, my minions, Take care. What? No, metalhead, you can't ride shotgun back. So, let me get one thing out of the way first. I apologize for my audio quality in the Let's Plays recently. I'm not sure what caused some of those issues, but the audio sounded really bad for most of everything that I recorded lately, and I'm not sure as to why. The microphone was not that close. It's about as far away as it is now, from what I'm recording now, so I'm not sure what happened there. But I'm going to try and keep an eye on it better, so hopefully this doesn't happen again. Savvy? Savvy. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Mario RPG was a collaboration between Squaresoft and Nintendo to make the ultimate SNES game of all time. Mario meets Final Fantasy, the juggernaut. This was all before Square Enix decided to, kind of stab Nintendo in the back and switch over to PlayStation with Final Fantasy VII, but that's a story for another day. For now, let's focus on this game. Mario RPG is literally a JRPG for the plumber, the first of its kind for Mario, and one of the first spin-off games Mario has ever had. Other than being a plumber and other than being a platformer. The first was technically pinball, though, if I recall. I mean, he was in the pinball game. It wasn't a Mario pinball game, though. And the first major one would be Mario Kart. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But it does make sense. Mario was everywhere at the time. He still technically is, but RPG was still an interesting idea at the time. This was the first JRPG I ever played, which is also very interesting. Naturally, I wasn't the greatest at reading, so my child brain didn't really understand stat layouts. I was using weaker weapons oftentimes because they looked cool, skipping as many battles as I could, and used absolutely no armor at all. I also didn't use much in the way of healing magic because, playing as Princess Peach, that was for girls. I was a manly man, and I was, 7 years old, so I didn't know any better. So there I am doing a challenge run with only Mario having the best weapon and an army of pick-me-ups. Because of this, I toted that this was one of the hardest games ever made. Naturally, I understand the importance of armor and stats now, so this game is kind of a breeze compared to something like Final Fantasy VI or even Pokemon. Regardless, I absolutely loved the game. Couldn't play it worth a crap, but the charm and the unusual designs were amazing to me as a kid. So let's take on the gang of metal-based baddies, torturous bird people, dragons, Booster, and whatever else. Let's take on Smithy! So the game starts out like any other Mario game. Mario goes to rescue the princess because she was kidnapped right outside Mario's house. Mario proceeds to make short work of Bowser's thugs and fights Bowser in record time. After some puzzle solving, Mario defeats Bowser and works his way to rescuing the princess when a giant space sword stabs through Bowser's castle. Mario is sent rocketing out of the castle and goes back to try and find the princess, but the sword says that Smithy is here and wants to take over the world. Then the bridge is broken, so Mario can no longer get to Bowser's castle. Toad suggests going back to the Mushroom Kingdom to inform the Chancellor, and away Mario goes while stomping patties. Once the Chancellor is told, Mario meets a tadpole outside named Mallow. Mallow cries and the entire sky cries too, and Mallow is obviously having some issues. Mallow's frog coin was stolen by a thief, and since Mario has nothing better to do, he teams up with Mallow and beat the stuffing out of said thief. And if you've ever played the game, you know how valuable frog coins actually are. When the duo head back to the kingdom, however, it has been overrun by a bunch of evil Shy Guys on pogo sticks. Mario and Mallow fight into the castle and fight this weird guy by the name of Mac. After destroying the bad guy, obviously based on a sword, Mario collects a big colorful star, as you naturally do, and the two head off to meet Mallow's grandpa, Frog Fuchsius. After going through the sewers and fighting a monster named Balome, Mallow and Mario meet the old frog to learn a few things. First, Smithy is evil. Haha, shocker. Second, the star probably has something to do with wishes and something called Star Road. Third, Mallow's not a tadpole, which, yeah, that one's not shocking at all. The duo head to Rosetown nearby to find everyone frozen thanks to a curse of arrows. It's basically a bunch of arrows being shot from the forest. After staying in a nearby inn and meeting a kid who really likes toys, including a Mario toy, and then Mario gets knocked out by said toys, one of his toys, named Gino, comes to life and heads into the forest alone. Mario and Mallow naturally follow. Eventually, the team find the bow-based baddie, and he's the one who's freezing people, and the group take him out very promptly. They get a star for this too. After freeing Rosetown, the team, now adding Gino, heads straight to Moville and find out another star smashed into the mines. Gino naturally wants to find these as he's a star warrior trying to rebuild Star Road, which is indeed the thing granting people wishes in this world. Smithy's sword smashed through the formation of stars and scattered them all over the place, so finding them is pretty important. However, Mario would have probably headed into the mine anyway. When the star hit the mine, it trapped a few children in the mine and blocked off the entrances. Mario heads in hoping to find the kids because he's a hero after all. After a bout with Croc again, the thief who stole Mallow's frog coin, Mario and the gang find Punchello. He's a mad bomber who is here for... I'm not sure, actually. He's wiped out by his own bomb, so I guess he won't be remembered very much. Luckily, the star itself saves the gang. In the next room, Mario finds the kids and rescues them with some minecart racing. Next up, Booster's Tower. Mario finds Bowser outside, crying over his lost castle, and the group quickly discover that Princess Peach is stuck in the tower. Bowser quickly joins the group as they storm in looking for Princess Peach. After fighting some literal clowns, the group chase Booster to Marrymore. Booster takes off with Peach to a chapel hoping to marry her. Bowser and Mario burst in to stop the wedding. Then the group fight off the giant wedding cake. And no, that's not a joke, the wedding cake comes to life and has some pretty nasty spell work. After fighting it enough, Booster eats the damn thing and takes off. Peach eventually joins the party. Afterwards, the team just find a star hanging around a place called Star Hill and then enter the weird as hell seaside town, learning that another star is nearby. The star is in the ocean. It landed in a pirate ship, actually. The team entered the ship and wipe out ghosts and a giant squid before eventually finding Jonathan Jones. Jones is a shark pirate and an honorable fighter. He fights Mario but is defeated and the crew head back to Seaside Town. Oops, looks like all the toads here are actually fake. They torture the real toads until you give them the star, only for their ride to not show up and Mario to fight the spear-like minion of Smithy. Next up, time to head in some weird ruins and fight Belome again. After some weird cloning experiments, thanks to Belome, the team continue on. Mario eventually heads to a town of retired monsters and learns the best place to look for stars is obviously in the sky. He climbs some cliff sides and fights a big piranha plant. After that, the team climbs some vines and end up in the sky. The Cloud City, to be specific. The team hears that Prince Mallow has been found and is marrying some bird-like lady. Mallow is also a fat bird himself. Shocking, since the people of this land are cloud-looking people that all kind of look like Mallow. From your party. After some exploration, the team finds a statue of the King of Nimbus Land when he was younger, and surprise, he's a dead ringer for Mallow. From your party, that is. Turns out Mallow is indeed in your party, and he is the real prince of this land. The team work together to take out the bird lady and her large minion and free Mallow's parents. Afterwards, in a stroke of good luck, Mallow's parents actually mention seeing a star landing in a nearby volcano. The team head inside and find a biker toad and a dragon. The team slay the dragon, only for the Power Rangers, the Axum Rangers, to come in and steal the star, taking off to their airship called the Blade. Mario and the team fight the Rangers, only for the ship to become a robotic Zord of some type, and, well, the team just kind of wipe him out too. With the final star obviously being in Bowser's castle, the team take a cloud bus to the castle itself and invade, beating up Bowser's old minions. After a long fight and a fight with a random samurai, weird to say, eventually the group face off with the hilt of Exor, the big-ass sword in Bowser's castle. After a particularly tough fight, they beat it up and it eats the entire team, sending them to Smithy's world, a dark, desolate factory-like building with, a lot of minions, and remaking the boss fights from before. The team go deeper into the factory, wiping out managers until they meet Smithy, the demented Santa-looking fiend who is making all the weapon-based baddies. The team fight long and hard, but eventually Smithy's defeated for good, and they collect the final star, which was, stuck to his chest. Geno leaves, Bowser gets his castle back, Booster gets married, and Mallow is a prince. The gang have a parade, and it's a happy ending. The character writing is fantastic, with Mallow learning confidence, Bowser trying not to admit that he sees Mario more as a friendly rival than an enemy, and Geno, who's just as stoic as ever. The characters, like Smithy, Booster, and the Bird Lady, are all comical but serious at the same time, and overall, the characters are super fun in this game. I say that because overall, the story may seem overly simple, and it is for a JRPG that's somewhat inspired by Final Fantasy, but it is also inspired by Mario. Still, I love the story and I love the writing here. And I also love the way this game looks. I know the style of 3D turn sprite doesn't really hold up here as well as it does in, say, Donkey Kong Country, but I still think it works overall. And overall, the environments look amazing. I love the monster designs in this game, and I think the characters all look great. Here's a nice detail. Toads from different towns will have different spots or stripes on their head. That's awesome. Mario looks fantastic, and while he's a silent protagonist, he will still talk to people, dressing up and acting out other characters when he has a story to tell. Another detail I love is Booster's design. It felt like he was supposed to be Wario, but come to find out he was a mix of Wario and Sid from Final Fantasy IV. Smithy's gang all look like weapons of some type as well. Sword, spear, axe, bow, and even Exor, which is a big longsword. Smithy himself actually hammers his gang into existence, so it makes sense that they're all weapons out of, a forge or something like that. This is great. The locations look amazing too. The battlegrounds look great, the caves look amazing. I love the settings of this game. Smithy's world just looks destroyed and depressing, but that works for his character. And the music. I may be nostalgic for it, but man, the battle themes, the town themes, the forest maze track, which is the most popular one. I love all the music from this game. My favorite Final Fantasy battle track I actually heard here for the first time during a secret boss fight. My favorite track is indeed the one, from Forest Maze. Yeah, I know, it's blatant, but it's Forest Maze. Come on, how can you not love that tune? Seriously. However, navigating the Forest Maze kind of sucks really hard. I hate the game being in an isometric view during the entire game. Why? Mario doesn't move with the environment very well. You press down, he moves straight down. He doesn't move diagonally down like the entire world map does. This is very annoying, especially throwing platforming into the mix. Yeah, this game, while not a platformer, does include plenty of platforming elements into the game since, you play as Mario. You can jump around the area, run, but jumping on platforms that are going diagonal, the controller seems to want to fight you on this so hard. When you are walking and exploring, it isn't too bad, but even then, I'd argue Mario's movements aren't as precise enough for certain things. It works, but it sucks. However, the combat works just fine. You hit an enemy and end up in a turn-based arena of sorts. Menu navigation is a pain, though. Who designed this crap? If you want to do a special move, they mapped it to the Y button. Okay, you press the Y button to open up the special attacks menu when it's your character's turn. No problem there, right? Now you select the move and you want to press A, right? Because, that's the selection button. No! You have to press Y yet again. This isn't how menus normally work, and this isn't very intuitive as other games. Mostly because other games have you just press A after the fact. No, you press A, you back out of the menu. Great. You want to use an item? You have to press X. Then select the item and press X again instead of A. I closed out menus all the damn time. Yes, pressing A will close out most menus in general, as it is wanting to go back and open up your regular attack menu. When you do an attack, you can use the buttons to make your attacks stronger. Special as you pressing the Y button with good timing or very repeatedly or holding it. Normal attacks will work with the A button and very good timing. The battles themselves have you pick 3 characters to fight after you get Geno. because, before that you only have 2 characters. You can, have any other characters in your party, but Mario has to be in the lineup, which kind of sucks. Mallow is a mage-like character, Geno boosts other characters and has decent specials. Bowser's a physical attacker, while Peach is a healer. You can change weapons, accessories, and armor around to boost stats. It's pretty simple stuff, honestly. Enemies and boss fights all have a pretty similar strategy. Some are physical, while others are magic users, but nothing will be too shocking, it's all really simple. Jonathan Jones, Mac, and a few other boss fights are more physical, but most of the bosses are magic users. Bowyer is physical, but he shuts off one of your buttons every so often, while the spear guy, I can't pronounce his name for the life of me, uses a lot of magic and will duplicate himself. The bird girl as well as the dragon are straight magic users, and the axe and rangers use different physical and magical moves depending on their colors. The boss fights aren't difficult, but they are varied enough to stand out just a bit. As for level navigation, it's all pretty straightforward, other than, not being straight or forward. I think probably getting to Monster Town is the most difficult puzzle in the entire game. Everything else is pretty linear to navigate. Some levels even have stars to use to, wipe out and gain existence from longer rooms. I'm just going to keep this in here because that's an absolute typo. But when I say wipe out, I mean wipe out the room of monsters. It's a star. It's an invincibility star. And you can just run into enemies, and instead of going into the battle mean, they die. But you gain experience for this. I mean, holy crap. Overall, nothing is too crazy, technically. I say technically because, again, you do fight a giant-ass wedding cake. It's a standard magic user with candle blowing out gimmick at first, but it's still a giant cake. Balone will clone your characters, but bashing them and Balone works in the end. Smithy will reform his own head and use different attacks, but you can just keep punching away. Nothing is too stressful here, but hey! While it might be easier than most JRPGs, at least there isn't some super broken equipment, right? Right? Alright, yeah, there's absolutely some broken things you can get in the game. If you get soil and water for a Vine and Rose Town, you can get Mario's best weapon, the Lazy Shell. You can also get armor, also called the Lazy Cell, which you can put on any party member. It lowers the attack stat something fierce, but it raises defense and special defense to insane amounts. You put it on somebody like, Princess Peach, who's the healer of the group and not really the biggest attacker anyway, and you may as well break the game. Nothing is taking her out save for a few auto KO spells. This allows her to focus on healing from larger attacks. You can also get some cool stuff from optional boss fights like Jinx and Culex, both of which are in Monster Town, oddly enough. Jinx runs the dojo and has a few fights before giving you his belt that boosts attacks. Beware, he's small, but he hits like a freight train. But Culex is indeed a beast. Even with Peach and the shell, this fight was tough. I basically stalled out his magic to the point where he and his crystals couldn't cast magic anymore. Not the best strategy, but I suppose it works. You can also play a lot of minigames like Yoshi Racing, Minecart Racing, collecting coins on a river, and even platforming, all for rare items. There's a large number of frog coins and invisible chests too. I never spent any of the frog coins, but you can, again, get some broken equipment from this. Yeah, there's a lot of secrets to uncover, a cameo from Link or Samus, and plenty to do even after beating Smithy. This game is great for this kind of stuff. There is so much to do and explore in this game, it will keep anybody busy who likes the game for some time. Overall, Mario RPG is a fun game. However, going into it, it is easily a beginner RPG at its core, and if you aren't looking for that, this may not work. This is Pokemon levels of simple, possibly even more so. Hardcore RPG fans may not find much here if you aren't already a fan of the plumber. However, being as I am a fan of the plumber, I do enjoy the game a lot. The story is fun, the charm is fantastic, and the levels are decently paced, and the side quests are worthwhile. Honestly, the gameplay is indeed my biggest complaint. That and the menu navigation is a pain, but even then it still works. The platforming just kinda sucks. I'm not a big fan of isometric views in video games, mostly because the controls don't change to match the view up. up should not move Mario directly up when the entire level is based diagonally. Still, I'd say the game is amazing. Simple, yes, but fun overall as long as you're aware that it's a very simple and somewhat easy JRPG. 9 out of 10 for me. It's like Kirby. Yes, Kirby is so simple it makes Mario's movements seem overly complicated in platforming games, but Kirby is still a fun platforming game. That's sort of how I see this game into the grand scheme of things. Regardless, I suppose after tackling this game, I'm going to have to hit Paper Mario up now. I've played the first 3 games a few times, and I'm aware of how this game inspired those, but the last 3 Paper Mario games I've never touched before. Oh well, maybe I'll play them as a Let's Play. I guess we'll see. They are longer games after all. Or not. Either way, that's all the time I have for this month of Mario. Sorry I only managed to get 3 reviews in, but Mario Sunshine took a little longer to do 100% than I'd hoped. Still, I plan on doing 2 videos for that game this year, so I'm not completely finished with the plumber for this season. And I'm also probably going to tackle new Super Mario Bros. For the Wii as well, so there's that. But next, I think I'm going to move on to another platforming legend, Sonic the Hedgehog. Who knows, maybe I'll take on Pokemon for a bit too. If you liked the video, please leave a like, comment, or even subscribe. And if you have issues with the video, please let me know. I'm still working out audio bugs after all. Until next time, my minions, take care. So you're all probably surprised to see that I managed to do a 4th review before March ended. Yeah, it was just barely, but dang, I actually pulled this off. The re-review of Super Mario Sunshine, ready before the end of March. I told you all not to hold your breath, but here we are. So Mario Sunshine was one of the reviews I was most excited for back when I started YouTube. It's also one of the most divisive Mario games of all time. Why is that, you may wonder? Well, I do know the reason, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's just say that the game was possibly rushed, maybe to meet a bit of a deadline. That part I'm not so sure about, but it certainly feels that way playing the game sometimes. Still, this is one of the GameCube classics. Like many GameCube games, the game is associated with the dolphin, having the entire island shaped as such. This is because the codename for the cube was actually the dolphin. That's all interesting, but that isn't what I noticed when I was playing the game way back when. What I saw was a simple expansion of Super Mario 64, but with more dynamic boss fights. Yeah, I was always one of the more positive people playing the game, defending this online a large amount. Still, I will defend that the game isn't horrible or even bad. However, over the years, this game has become one of the lesser 3D Mario games in my mind. Perhaps I started seeing what the others had seen. Or maybe my review model just ate the game up and spit it back out? Let's take a look as we face down a new opponent at the time. Let's take on Shadow Mario! Time for a rematch! So Mario, Princess Peach, and some of her assistants are all on vacation. I guess Luigi got shafted, it looks like. Oops. He isn't really in this game. Shame, too. Anyway, when the plane lands, the gang finds a large plop of paint-like goop, literally burying part of the airstrip. Mario is supposed to go find help. Instead, he finds a portable water pump and decides to just clean the place himself. After spraying off the goop, it turns into a monster and Mario manages to defeat it. After collecting the very Power Star-like collectible, the Shine Sprite, from defeating the monster, Mario is immediately arrested. Turns out, a lookalike is causing all the pollution and graffiti, and due to this, all the Shine Sprites in the island that the island uses to survive are gone. Lovely. The only real issue is that the imposter is completely blue. Oh well. Mario's charged with cleaning the island, which he'll have to do to prove his innocence anyway. Yes, there are times where obviously 2 Marios are running around. However, some of the Pientas clearly make reference of just using Mario to fix their issues. Not all of them are bad. There's one Pienta running this Pienta village. He seems like a decent guy. And the Noki people are usually more than willing to actually help when they can. Eventually, you find Princess Peach was kidnapped by Shadow Mario. After chasing after him, you end up in a huge amusement park. After a fight with the large mech of Bowser, you find out that the imposter is none other than Bowser Jr., and then he seems to think Princess Peach is his mother. Peach seems confused, Mario seems confused, Bowser Jr. is clearly confused, and Jr. takes off to a nearby volcano on the island. Now, what's left is to stop Jr.'s influence on the various locations of the island. He does slightly different things in each area, but basically creating enemies and pollution. After you clean enough pollution and stop enough painted minions, Shadow Mario will show himself and you can defeat him in a chase. Yay? Do this for each of the main areas and Junior will flood Delfino Plaza, the main hub world, and you can chase him into the volcano finally. Eventually Mario finds Peach, Bowser Jr., and Bowser himself all hanging out in a big-ass hot tub. I guess with Junior getting pushed out, it's time for Dad to come and fight. However, after a really quick fight, Bowser and his son are both defeated, and the Shine Sprites are returned to the plaza, and Peach is saved. Flood, the robotic part of the water pump, dies briefly, but even that doesn't last. Time for the actual vacation to begin, and even though Mario never actually proved his innocence? I guess since the island's been cleaned now, the sprites are back, so Mario's just kind of cleared of his charges that way? Huh. Law is weird. Overall, though, I think the writing is perfectly fine. Sure, some of the Pientas are jerks, but not all of them are, and some just want your help in a sticky situation. Now let's move on to the looks of this game, and holy crap, let's look at this game. First thing, Mario Sunshine looks very impressive for an old GameCube title, especially in HD. Like, honestly, you can see heat air in the game. The water graphics look amazing as well, and some of the locations are so beautiful that it is stunning for that generation of graphics. Don't get me wrong, there are better graphics out there for sure, but this was the GameCube era. The graphics hold up shockingly well. The only real issue is the beaches. There's a lot of them. There is a small beach area in Delfino Plaza, Piano Park, and there's even a beach area in the hotel level. You spend half of each of these levels in the beaches. To be fair, they look different enough, but it's still a bit much. Then there's Gelato Beach, which is an entire beach level, because why not? Overall, though, I still like the look of the game. Rico Harbor is a bustling harbor area with some boats, girders, and fishing. Bianco Hills is a lovely little windmill village with a lake. The actual park and the hotel look rather nice. And Pienta Village is on a giant tree, which does look admittedly really cool. Noki Bay is my favorite, though, when it comes to the looks. It has beautiful purple, toxic water through most of the missions, and the ruins look great. Also, some of the more iconic enemy designs actually come from this game too. Petey Piranha is a Mario staple now, and Gooper Blooper was pretty popular at the time. Shadow Mario and Bowser Jr.'s design are pretty iconic, and Mario and Peach have more summered clothes on, which is a nice touch. The Nokis are all unique in design, and they're all different enough to recognize them from each other to a certain extent, and well, the Pientas are there too. They're just blorbs of color-shaped human. Reminds me of a face from Nick Jr., but full-bodied. Kind of reminds me of Bob-On's design too. You know, Bob-On's kindergarten? Anyway, if it obviously wasn't for their clothing, I probably would never be able to tell them apart. Still, simple works for Mario. Oh, and then there's the music. Like always, Yoshi adds some drums when riding him, which is nice. Overall, I don't mind the music here at all. Rico Harbor and Delfino Plaza music is fantastic. But outside of these, I don't remember much of the music offhand without listening to it again. The Secret Course music is a remix classic. Bianca Hills has nice vibes. It's all pretty peaceful and atmospheric if I'm on it. This isn't a bad thing. It gives the music a more resort and beach vibe, which works well with this game. This makes the soundtrack less memorable, though, compared to something like Mario 64 or most of Mario Galaxy. The voice acting isn't terrible, though. I will admit, hearing Bowser speak straight English is just awkward. The rest is perfectly fine. Mario, Peach, Toadsworth, and even Bowser Jr. talk and sound pretty decent overall. Not even saying Bowser's voice acting is bad, it's just weird hearing Bowser speak. It makes my brain kind of cringe. Still, interesting take on things though. This game looks and sounds great. Sure, I'm not going to listen to the OST on my spare time, but listening to it while playing the game works very well. While the music is nice and the game looks great, I'm not going to lie, playing the game makes me want a smoothie to detox and de-stress. Mario does not have precise movements. And when I say that, I kind of mean the opposite. Mario moves very precisely to the point where controlling him doesn't feel fluid at all and causes some issues. It isn't super bad by any means, but it can be annoying when you're trying to do specific tricks and they just don't work due to Mario's awkward movements. The good news is, Flood is here. Flood has a few nozzles that work in your favor. One of them just sprays water. This works for quick attacks to harm or push back foes, and it also works with cleaning up gunk. The machine's second main function is allowing Mario to hover for a bit. Yes, it can clean an attack too, but it's mostly used for jumping. This allows you to fix jumps in case, Mario doesn't make it very well. Or if you messed up, since, overcorrecting is super easy in this game. Hooray. Flood can also gain some special nozzles as well, but they're rarely used in the main game. The rocket nozzle allows you to blast off high into the sky. This is useful, but not as good as the hover nozzle, and since it replaces the hover nozzle, this makes it more situational. It's only used once in the main game, I think, towards the end. Mostly as a method of fighting Bowser with the super ground pound. That's about it. Outside of that, I don't think there's a shine sprite that really needs this specifically outside of the optional ones. The turbo nozzle is worse. Sure, it's the most fun of the nozzles, but it doesn't actually do much at all. Outside of some shine sprites in Delfino Plaza, this thing is nearly worthless. Again, super fun to mess with because it blasts you in one direction, and it basically gives you a huge speed boost. But the majority of actually use for it is more or less just with some specific blue coins, and that's about it. Shame. Now for Yoshi, he can't touch water in this game. I guess this version of him is made of paint, but he can spit stomach juices out and defeat certain barriers. Yeah. He needs a supply of fruit, but the amount of juice that one fruit gives you is pretty generous. He runs out of juice in his stomach, he'll despawn. So overall, Mario has a lot of tools at his disposal, but his base movements aren't super fun or intuitive. I think part of the issue is he doesn't jump very far. Yeah, precise movements, and then he's jumping really shortly, without the hover nozzle anyway. Long jump? Oh, like from Mario 64? Oh yeah, that don't exist here. He has a dive jump still, which can get some more distance, but this naturally is unruly and difficult to aim. So yeah, that's fun. Oh, and yeah, it gets better. For the record, there are levels that you'll have to play in order to beat the game, in which you won't have your little water pump buddy. These are going to be pretty difficult for most players because Mario's movements are limited, more so than in previous and in future games when this happens. They aren't impossible, but they can be annoying depending on the platforming you suddenly have to do without Flood. However, the rest of the levels are fine. You normally deal with whatever problem Shadow Mario created until about the 7th mission of the area. Then you fight Shadow Mario. He's incredibly acrobatic, but he doesn't actually do much to attack you. He gets slightly more aggressive in later levels, but nothing too demanding. After you beat him in every level, you basically open the last area. This volcano needing a boat ride to progress. Don't get me wrong, the platforming will also burn through a life or two if you let it. But the boat is the worst thing ever. You have to run the boat by spraying water to move and steer the damn thing. Steering never made sense to me in this game. When it seems like the boat should turn, it'll randomly go backwards instead. Then the final fight with Bowser, which isn't actually too difficult. However, the other levels have much better paced and much better boss fights. You have fights like Petey Piranha, which is an interesting fight, as well as Gooper Blooper, and I actually love the Wiggler fight from Gelato Beach. Ely Mouth is actually the toughest boss fight. It can be quite annoying. King Boo is somewhat luck-based, but fun regardless. Yeah, I'd say the boss fights are a lot better this time around for sure. But the levels aren't bad either. They can be a bit tricky too sometimes though. Some of the Shine Sprites use a decent amount of platforming and exploration, while some of them are just straight rescue missions. But overall, none of them are super taxing, excluding 2. The Phantom Manta Ray boss fight in the first hotel mission can be brutal if you aren't prepared with what to do. Basically, you spray the thing, it splits up, and becomes more and more aggressive as you do so, and eventually it gets kind of hard to dodge these little guys. And then there's the Chucksters mission in Pienta Village. You don't have Flood for this one, and you basically have to aim characters which are throwing you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's frustrating to say the least. You don't know where these guys will actually throw you until you talk to them. Sometimes they'll hoist you over the edge, to your doom. Thanks, guys. But overall, none of the Shine Sprites are too terrible. The hardest ones are sadly the very optional ones. So let me explain by what I mean by optional. Like Mario 64, you don't have to get every Shine Sprite in the game to beat the game, just like the Power Stars. However, there's a bit of a stark difference. In Mario 64, you can get any star you want and get to the end of the game, as long as you beat Bowser along the way and collect 70 stars. Here, you have to specifically beat missions 1 through 7 in every level, regardless of how many Shine Sprites you actually get outside of these missions. Here's the deal. Every level has a mission 8, allowing you to fully enjoy the vacation spot or some type of festival the area happens to be holding. These lead to the most annoying missions ever. Watermelon moving with annoying birds. Bird-like things anyway. Target practice on a roller coaster. Yoshi making platforms from fish. Then there's the secret shrines. Each level has 2 of these. They are normally either incredibly well hidden to almost needing a guide, or they're associated with one of the secret levels. You know, the places where Shadow Mario takes Flood? These secret but very mandatory areas you can return to after the mission and use Flood in those areas. When you return to these areas, you can do a red coin challenge to earn another Shine Sprite. These aren't too bad. The hidden ones, though, you either have to find a golden bird in some obscure-ass area, or find an invisible sprite picture that you have to spray to reveal. Some of these aren't too awfully tricky. The one in Pienta Village is sure as a pain, though. There's a tiny platform on the biggest tree ever, and then you spray water at the sun. Dang. That one might be a little too well hidden. Oh, but now that you got all these, we aren't done yet. We still have 100 coin Shine Sprites to collect. These are fun. No, not really. Remember how annoying it was in Mario 64? Well, imagine they're the same amount of annoying, but kind of more scummy. Sure, the Shine Sprites appear in specific locations, rather than wherever the hell you grabbed the last coin from, but in certain levels, only specific missions actually have the 100 coin limit you need, meaning some missions you just can't collect enough coins in general in certain levels. Nothing in the game tells you this, so a guide would be super useful if you're going for these. Imagine getting like 90 coins and then running out of coins in the level in general. Blech. Okay, you did all that? Now what? Well, DeFito Plaza has a bunch of Shine Sprites to collect that you'll never need. Hooray! Cleaning bells, the actual Sprite statue, even busting through some buildings with power-ups. These aren't too bad. Most of the hidden stages are somewhat fun too, but there's 2 horrible exceptions. Number 1 is Pachinko. This stage just outright sucks. You have to use wonky physics to actually collect 8 red coins in an easy-to-die area. And again, the physics you normally would have just don't work here, so enjoy. The worst, in my opinion, though, is the River of Death. Just getting here is annoying. You need to take Yoshi over an incredibly long boat ride. Remember, you have to get fruit while doing the boat ride or you start over. Remember not to dip into the water or you start over. Remember, this boat ride takes forever and you don't want to start over. After getting to this island, which also happens to have a golden shine sprite bird, you uncover the pipe and jump in. Hooray, it got worse. Now you have to face the river of death with red coins on it. Dip into the water here and you die. No sympathy here. You need to navigate a lily pad to get the coins. Remember me saying the boat controls are difficult? Yeah, imagine dealing with that, but in a river, and you're on a lily pad, and you're constantly moving forward on a really small platform. So as much, as you try to navigate it, eventually you're probably going to fall off the damn platform. I don't like this one. It is not fun. But you triumph. You get the last sprite. Even hitting the 100 coins in either Delfino Plaza or the secret airport area. And you get the red coins in the airport after you defeat Bowser. Cool. Now what? What's that? You're still missing shine sprites? Huh. Did you miss any other collectibles like, I don't know, the blue coins? Oh yes. The blue coins. There are 30 in every level. Okay, there's 20 on Delfino Plaza and 10 in Corona Mountain, but still, roughly 30 in every level. And Corona Mountain, you have to do more precise boat controls. Yay! You will have to sell fruit, find the most obscure locations, and spray them down, and then clean all the graffiti in every level to get all of these. You will also need Yoshi in every level to eat bees, butterflies, and other random tasks. Just like there isn't an in-game guide on which missions have 100 coins, there's nothing telling you which blue coins you have or you don't have. You are on your own. Online guides work the best here, but even these are a pain in the ass. My Let's Play is more blue coin hunting than anything. Even broke the game a bit in Noki Bay trying to find these damn things. After an absurd hunt of epic proportions, you sell the blue coins for the last shine sprites in the boathouse where you teleport to Brico Harbor from. After all this, all the struggle of getting the optional shine sprites, you beat the game one last time, and you get a nice little thank you message, so basically nothing. So, while overall I think the game is perfectly fine, there are obviously some smaller issues plaguing the entire game. The levels are fun, but Mission 7 of each level is kind of repetitious. Sure, the charm is great, but the soundtrack isn't as good as other Mario games in my opinion. Sure, the story works, but some Piantas are just horrible people. The gameplay is the biggest issue though. Mario's precise movements just make certain things more difficult than other Mario games. I'm talking about both 2D and 3D. Sadly, it was a bit of a downgrade, and honestly, the levels where Flood is taken away is a pain in the ass. Flood is great though. Then there's the optional tasks. A ton of shine sprites and blue coins that you don't need at all to beat the game. Getting a large portion of these optional collectibles is terrible, and you don't even get anything for it. I love 100%ing Mario games, but not this one. I actually don't recommend the secrets and side content at all. It isn't worth it outside of a few fun or easy to do side missions. Those extra shines don't do anything for you. If you do play the game, beat missions 1 through 7 in every main level, and you don't have to worry about the shine sprites in Delfino Plaza. It's a better experience this way. The game is good, but it is a far cry from the normally great or amazing Mario games. 7 out of 10 isn't a bad score, but we normally expect higher standards from Mario. I think that's the biggest issue people have with the game. They expected the world from Mario and only got a beach. Hooray. It's a shame. I'd recommend playing it though if you can get your hands on it. Super Mario 3D All-Stars was limited release, and the GameCube games aren't exactly cheap anymore. but that's all the time I'm using for this review. However, I am planning on, ranking all the levels in the game, and I'm also planning on doing a few more Mario projects before the end of the year. More or less, I'm actually looking into doing some new Super Mario Brothers still. Yep. But that does wrap up month of Mario. There's no possible way I can get another review because it's the end of March. Literally, right now. Yep. Given I thought I was going to wrap this up last week, so what do I know? Still, the next review, I think I'm going to be talking about another platforming mascot. Time for me to return to Morbius. And I might crush another doctor with some crystals. Until then, like, subscribe, comment on videos. All this helps me out. And take care, my minions. And I apologize for the audio, by the way. I think my mic is starting to break down. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but it is a year old, so I apologize if this sounds kind of muffled. I don't know how to fix that. And it might just be a problem with the mic itself, so who knows? Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Hey guys, as promised, here's my list of favorite Super Mario Sunshine levels. I decided to go by basically how much I like them. Music, looks, and actual fun factor of playing the level. And this is my ranking, so let's get started. Number 8, Delfino Plaza. Delfino Plaza, along with Corona Mountain, are kind of the worst thing here. Some of the hardest blue coins in Corona Mountain, and it's a rough level with boat physics, while Delfino Plaza is a fantastic hub level, but when it comes to actually getting the blue coins and shine sprites, all of which are optional by the way, this goes from fun and sunshine to good music and misery. Some of the hardest, most frustrating shine sprites are here, and the fruit collecting isn't great either for the blue coins. The only fun part here is the optional airport area that you could, go visit after defeating Bowser. And a few certain sprites that are kind of fun, but not really fun enough to justify doing anything here other than going from level to level. Also, opening some levels has you fighting the goo plants, which gets really repetitive here too, so there's that. Number 7, Pienta Village. The red coins in Mission 8, the optional one, isn't really fun. The secret area with the checksters is just absolute pain. And the hidden optional sprite that's hidden in the sun is fine once you know where it is, but would be a nightmare to find without a guide. The blue coins aren't terrible, and there's some decent challenges here. From facing off with the chain chomps, that's pretty fun, but not fun enough to be considered some of the better boss fights in the game either. A large amount of decent concepts, a few fun times, but overall, not great, with some really dull or frustrations around the big-ass tree. Number 6, Bianco Hills. Boy, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. The first true level of the game, and it isn't terrible either. The area is small, and none of the shines are too awfully bad, but the Dirty Lake mission can be annoying without FLUDD on your back. It's a mission where, the lake is absolutely polluted, you gotta do lily pads, you gotta navigate the lake. Yeah, the physics on the lily pads are just fun. Oh, man. Or, you can just jump off a cliffside to get where you need to go. And then the actual secret area itself is also really difficult for a first level. Outside of that, the second fight with Petey Piranha is really fun. The first fight's a little too similar to the goo plants you fight in Delfino Plaza, and the first mission here is actually fighting one of those plants, so that's repetitive. Interesting. Also, the blue coins are tougher to find here at times, and none of the other missions are super fun, though I don't mind finding the red coins around the lake and around the village. Number 5, Serena Beach. Ah, that's how you say the title of this area. I completely forgot during my re-review. There's a lot of good in this level, but a few sour missions that bring the experience down. The boss fights, basically the Manta Ray and King Boo, are really fun, but the Manta Ray can be incredibly tough. The casino secret is annoying to get because, physics doesn't really work here, but the platforming area is perfectly fine. Navigating the hotel can be tricky though, and all just to get fruit Yoshi wants. Yeah, that can be seen as very annoying. And then there's a level where you clean the beach, which you probably already did, dealing with the freaking manta ray, so, that's fun. The 8th mission has you doing things for red coins that you've probably already done when you were dealing with Yoshi, but with a time limit. Yay, real interesting there. Overall, some really fun missions, and probably one of the most unique fights with Shadow Mario because there's a bunch of Shadow clones. Oh no, he's Naruto. But a few decent boss fights don't make up for the more annoying parts of this level. Also, the blue coins are an absolute nightmare here too.
Number 4, Gelato Beach.
We're barely into this video and we're already at number 4. Top 4 levels! Hey, you know what? It's an honor to get to a top 4 level in this because there's only really 8 to speak of. So, Gelato Beach, count yourself in the top 4. That's actually an accomplishment here. The Big Beach level, speaking of Gelato Beach, there's some fun missions here actually, but the Sandcastle secret area kinda sucks both with and without FLUDD. Watermelon moving and collecting isn't exactly great either on the 8th mission, that's completely optional, absolutely skip it, and racing this wannabe Pianta is hardly noteworthy. So much so I kinda forgot to mention him in Pianta Village. Whoops. Still, the mirror fight, the boss fight with the giant Wiggler, and the Sandbird are all pretty fun. Though the Sandbird blue coins are trash. The rest of the blue coins are interesting though, and actually make use of the turbo nozzle. Hey, that's fun. Also, the red coins in the coral are fun to collect. And the level really does look nice. I'm sorry, this level's gorgeous. Overall, the theming of the level is probably the most dull aspect, and the level honestly is good, but there's some sour points, particularly that stupid watermelon mission. Gosh, everyone hates this mission. It is so bad.
Number 3, Piana Park.
That's pronounced Piana, right? I'm not just... Okay. So the biggest issue with this level is that 2 of the missions happen on the beach outside the park. The cannon mission isn't terrible though, and it's fun, But once you actually get into the cannon and find the secret level, it goes from fun to, this is okay. Blue coin collecting using the cannons can be a pain though, and the cannon does make 100 coins a lot easier. Yeah, there's some definitely issues on mission 2 apparently, but some good things too. The Yoshi turtle egg thing is kind of dull though. The park proper is pretty fun though. Mecha Bowser is an amazing boss fight, climbing the Ferris wheel is fun, and the level theming is amazing. Then there's the stuff I'm not the biggest fan of in the park. The Yoshi go-round is a bit boring and annoying platforming sections, in the secret area because you use Yoshi to go to a secret area. It's kind of weird. The target practice with balloons in the 8th mission is just annoying, and the red coin collecting on the pirate ships is also a pain. Overall, we're getting there to some excellent level design, but there's negatives too. Most of the blue coins outside of the cannon ones aren't too bad on this level though, so that's a plus. And like I said before, collecting 100 coins isn't too bad. It's pretty obvious Mission 2 just has infinite coins, so that makes it a lot easier compared to most of the levels in the rest of the game. So that's a plus.
Number 2, Rico Harbor.
Rico Harbor has one of the best music tracks in the entire game, which is probably why I really like this place. The theming is well enough though, it's a harbor with plenty of noteworthy landmarks and some of the most fun shines ever. The shines I'm referring to are blooper surfing ones naturally. You can race, get a better time, which is, yes, optional, but still a fun shine. And the red coins while surfing is pretty awesome. It's challenging, but it's awesome. The only real issue here is that there's nothing different between the blooper fights. Yeah, you face Gooper Blooper twice, and it doesn't really change other than you get a slightly smaller platform to stand on. Yay. The final mission with Yoshi isn't the greatest either. It's not like, tearing your hair out horrible though, so there's a plus. However, Shadow Mario up on the girders is slightly more interesting compared to a lot of the other Shadow Mario fights. And the hidden secret level is probably the best in the game. It does come back from the Galaxy games too, so there's that. Overall, there's a few flaws, but honestly, I love the way this place looks, the music's great, some of the shines are really fun. And none of them are absolutely horrible, there's just a few that are slightly dull.
And the number one Sauron's favorite level from Super Mario Sunshine is Noki Bay.
Yeah, this is probably easy to suss out. I mean, process of elimination, but here we go. Noki Bay. The mole fight here is actually really fun and different enough from the one in Piano Park. Gooper Blooper's the same, but I love the ruins you go through to get to him. The bottle exploration for red coins is actually pretty fun. Eelymouth, while most people don't like him, I actually do enjoy the fight. The shell secret is the toughest secret platforming section in the entire game, but it still feels fair, even with the red coins. The red coin fish in the ruins is fun to collect as a secret treasure. The golden bird that turns into a shine is hard to find, yes, but it's not impossible without a guide. The area looks so beautiful, with or without the poisonous water, although the poison water does kind of add to it a little bit. Even the lesser missions like Shadow Mario and the race with this Pianta Wannabe again are actually more interesting here than they are in other levels. Overall, I love Noki Bay. Outside of anything to do with the blue coins or 100 coins, oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, Noki Bay isn't perfect by any means. The blue coins, most of them are fine, some of them are absolutely dreadful. I literally broke the game trying to get to some of them. That's pretty bad. And 100 coins? Oh boy. There's only a few missions in Noki Bay where you can actually get 100 coins in. It's frustrating. But outside of those problems, which most of the levels have anyway, Noki Bay is absolutely my favorite level in Super Mario Sunshine. And even then, the blue coins aren't too awfully bad here. It's mostly the 100 coin mission that's gonna, make you want to pull your hair out. But again, a lot of levels have that problem anyway, so there's that. Well, that was a short list. Unfortunately for Mario Sunshine, there's only really 8 levels to talk about, and as much as I can go into depth, I mean, what am I going to do? Analyze, like, every square pic? No, I'm not going to do that. Analyze every polygon, no. But I do hope you guys enjoyed my little rankings list here. Super Mario Sunshine, it is such a flawed game. There is a lot of good points to it. There's a lot of fun to be had, but man, it is flawed. If you want to find out more about those flaws, go take a look at my re-review. Yes, I re-reviewed Super Mario Sunshine recently, and if you want to see the pain of trying to actually 100% complete this game, because let's face facts, the blue coins, 100 coins, that's all optional crap anyway, by all means, go check out my Let's Play. But, until the next video, take care, my minions. We'll see you when I fight a particular red echidna. Bye-bye. Oh, also, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment. That really does help out my channel, guys. And you guys have been doing a lot better about, commenting, liking videos, and everything like that. If you have any questions, let me know. And, yeah, take care. So, the truth is, while I played a decent amount of Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 for the Genesis, I never actually played much of Sonic 3 or Knuckles. Oh, I played both separately and together, but either lack of confidence or something, I never really got far into either Sonic 3 or Sonic and Knuckles. Remember, with me living in a small town and only being able to have one console at a time, I only played Sonic with friends and other family members until the GameCube days. However, I was still somewhat familiar with the game, Enough to know the very interesting history of the game anyway. Sonic 2 was a rushed product. As good as it was rushed, but sold well enough, so Sega promised that Sonic 3 would have plenty of time to be made. And then McDonald's, yes, the golden arched fast food restaurant, came in waving around some money for a toy deal, but they needed a game to come out with it. Suddenly, the game was once again rushed, and Sonic 3 suddenly had to be split into two games, one called Sonic 3 and the other one called Sonic & Knuckles. However, the games are supposed to be played together. How could they sell two separate games that were supposed to be, the same game? Time for a live demonstration because I happen to own the original carts for these games. Ladies and gents, this is the lock-on adapter. When you combine this cart with Sonic 3 cartridge, this allows you to play the full game, now called Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which is what we're playing today. If you combine it with Sonic 2, you can even play as Knuckles, a feature missing in a lot of re-releases, in Sonic 2. Thankfully, the newest release of these games, the Sonic Origins Collection, allows you to play as both of these. Yeah, Knuckles and Sonic 2. And the complete Sonic 3 and Knuckles package is right here. I hear there's some issues with these versions, but I haven't seen too many personally. Also, the version of Sonic 1 I wanted to see released that was on the phone version, I was complaining about it in my review of Sonic 1. It's here too, along with Sonic CD HD, which I'll review one day, but not now. There are a lot of concept art and music to unlock here as well, so that's kinda cool. But some of the tracks have been altered specifically for Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I'll talk about that in a bit, but for now, it is time. Dr. Eggman has teamed up with the Red Echidna himself, so let's do this. Let's take on Knuckles! Oh, would you look at that? Hey, there's new cutscenes here, bringing out slight bit more of the story. Something you'd normally need manuals for. Okay. So Sonic crashed the Death Egg in the last game, and it crash lands on Angel Island, home of Knuckles and the Master Emerald. Eggman convinces Knuckles that Sonic is hunting the Emerald as a bad guy, so Knuckles joins up with Eggman to stop him. Sonic shows up with Tails on the Tornado at first, an airplane, but Sonic goes super and flies to the island, I guess intending to destroy the Death Egg for good. However, Knuckles intercepts Sonic with an uppercut and steals the Chaos Emeralds, hiding them all over the island. It is up to Sonic and or Tails to stop Dr. Eggman from using the Chaos Emeralds and the Master Emerald for evil purposes, and teach Knuckles who's the real good guy is here. However, Knuckles has a different story. He ends up fighting a robot who seems to think it's Dr. Eggman. The robot's smart too. Knuckles' story ends with a fight with Mecha Sonic, oddly enough, a detail that Sonic's story that you can see, as Mecha Sonic isn't completely destroyed after fighting Sonic. Sonic's story, though, man, he fights Eggman outside of the Death Egg, and the damn thing crashes again thanks to Eggman's fight being too much. Then Sonic has to try and board it again before it launches again. And he fights Knuckles and even has to save the Master Emerald from Dr. Eggman in the end. It's around here that Knuckles and Sonic kind of become friends. Somewhat rivals, but friends regardless, as it is very clear that Sonic is the hero and not Dr. Eggman. Wow, what a story for a 16-bit 2D platformer. But overall, I kind of like it. It's simple enough but dire enough to motivate the player for sure. So let me start off the charm section of this in the presentation by saying that the music isn't terrible. Angel Island Zone is a decent track when starting out, but then things change a bit from the original release. I was wondering why Knuckles' music sounded so alien to me. They changed the track entirely. The original was so much better. Angel Island Act 2 is the same and still pretty good. Hydrocity sounds the same and is still very good overall. Okay, yeah, let's go. Carnival Nights got changed, but it seems like this is the only big change that may have been an improvement. I didn't care for the original here. Oh, never mind. The second act sounds awful. Ice Cap sounds good, but the original track was so much better that I'm kind of bitter about it. Launch Base is another example of this. Not bad, but the original is so much better, it kind of hurts. What is up with the Sonic 3 side of the OST here? So, come to find out, this is all because of Michael Jackson. Yeah, I'm not joking. Michael Jackson, from pop fame, was originally helping compose some of the tracks that we know and love. Apparently, the original tracks are what we're hearing now, but MJ helped produce tracks later in development, which is what we heard on the Genesis, game cards. Say what you want about MJ's controversies, but his music in Sonic 3 was pretty damn good regardless. Sonic and Knuckles' side of things, though, pretty much remains unchanged. Mushroom Forest has an okay track, Flying Battery Zone has an amazing track, and Sandopolis sounds fine, but may I add Sandopolis looks really good? Lava Reef has some amazing tracks, Death Egg Zone is not bad, and Sky Sanctuary was okay music-wise. Honestly, both sides of the game have some pretty impressive music, and while I may not be as nostalgic for it like Sonic 1 or Sonic 2, it still has more hits than misses. As mentioned before, the game looks amazing as well. Sandopolis looks really cool, but none of the other levels are slouches here on appearance. There's a lot of cool backgrounds that are really dynamic. It's amazing. Like, check out Lava Reef here. You can see the Death Egg in the background. Also, might I add that Knuckles is more expressive, and hell, Sonic's sprite got an upgrade even too. That's really fantastic, and the sound? Ooh. Classic Sonic music at its best. It might not be my favorite classic Sonic track or OST overall, but it's still really good. Very impressive. Very, very impressive on the charm. As for the gameplay, there's not a whole lot different here. Sonic basically plays the same as he did in Sonic 2. He jumps into a ball, you can gain momentum rolling down hills, and so on. Sonic's new moves are kind of neat though. He has an insta-shield-like move that allows you to, do a bit of extra damage in your jump attacks, and it's more helpful than you might think. Sonic can also get elemental shields now too. These range from bubble, fire, and electric. The bubble one gives you infinite air, which is totally awesome. It also has a weird bounce attack. The fire one makes you immune to lava and fire, as well as a dash attack in the air. Electric is awesome too. It makes you immune to electric hazards, which really only show up about once or twice, but it also attracts rings and gives you a bit of an extra jump. That's awesome. Tails is now playable outside of being near Sonic, which is also amazing. He can swim and fly, which makes him easier to play if you're not used to the game. Nice. Knuckles is playable too, and he can glide and climb up walls, but he also ends up in alternate routes. Overall, all three characters are really fun to play. It is nice that, while the core gameplay hasn't changed, adding new characters and moves makes the game far more dynamic than the other classic Sonic titles. However, all of this does come at a bit of a cost. While there isn't anything seriously wrong with the levels, they just don't feel like Sonic. Oftentimes the levels are more traditional over the speed-based gameplay that we've come to know and love. Sandopolis can be seen as a really big example of this. There are good level ideas and designs here, but outside of beating out a timer or two, nothing in the level is really all that speed-based. Not all the levels are like this, however. Lava Reef and Mushroom Forest have a mix of normal platforming mixed with the speed assets after all. It's just that a lot of the game is more platform, less speed, losing a lot of what made Sonic 2 super fun, and Sonic unique in general. Let's just put it this way. Sonic 2 is often considered to be the best Sonic game of all time. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is considered to be the best game that happens to have Sonic in it. Does that make sense? Sonic 3 and Knuckles just leans into being a fantastic platformer in level designs, but somewhat diminishes what made Sonic incredibly unique at the time. Honestly though, I enjoyed all of the levels here. Hydrocity, or Hydro City, whatever you want to go, is much faster and more fun than Labyrinth Zone ever was, but it still has water everywhere. Carnival Night Zone is the typical casino level, and Ice Cap is very pretty, but while they don't have a lot of new, they're still fun and refined. Sky Sanctuary has some speed into it, and the Death Egg has some anti-gravity, but is still overall pretty fun to play. The boss fights are pretty decent as well. Each zone has some type of boss and mid-boss, making each act of the zone feel unique. The boss fights aren't bad, but some are more memorable than others, like the Egg Inferno from Lava Reef. The Egg Hanger was pretty interesting as well, but difficult. The Egg Cannon from the first part of the game is also pretty fun. The final bosses are really good though too. The first part, Sonic 3, ends with an egg rocket and Big Arms, both of which are awesome boss fights. In the original combined game, Big Arms wasn't actually fightable. You could only challenge him in Sonic 3 proper. But they fixed that here in the Origins collection, so that's kinda nice. As for the giant Eggman Robo, this thing took me a while to understand and fight. But man was it fun. Super good boss fight. Overall, while not as super speed as other Sonic games, these levels and bosses are amazing to go through and defeat. So obviously there are hidden shields and goodies everywhere, as well as hidden lives. Though the anniversary mode in Origins changes them to big coins. The biggest secrets are that you can enter bonus games while passing checkpoints. A gotcha machine, a race, and a casino machine, all for rings and shields. Then there's the Chaos Emeralds. I did manage to actually get a few of these. But of course, if you get them all, you can get Supersonic. And in this game's case, Hypersonic. Hypersonic is like Super, but with a few added perks and speed. Tails and Knuckles can be Super in the game too. To do this, you have to find giant rings, enter them, and you're taken to a special stage. Touch a blue sphere to make it red, avoid all the red ones, and yellow ones help you jump. Turn all the blue spheres red and get a Chaos Emerald. This is also the first console Sonic game to have a secret boss fight for getting all the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, it's a not bad boss fight by any means. I enjoyed it. It's pretty cool, overall. And before you ask, no, I didn't get all the Chaos Emeralds with both Tails and Knuckles, okay? Yeah, I know, I'm kind of being lazy on the whole thing. Look, I suck at blue spheres. I had to do a cheat code just to get Sonic as a super form. You think I'm going to go back and get Tails and Knuckles? Look, at this point in time, I'm just happy that I finally put in the effort to beat this game. It's very fun. It's a great platformer. I see very little flaws in presentation, story, gameplay, level designs, or even the secrets you can find. The game isn't perfect, of course, but damn, this game comes pretty close. The biggest issue is that it's less Sonic and more refined platformer with fast characters. Still though, a masterpiece of a game. This game scores a 10 out of 10 for me and is one of the must-play classic platformers of the 16-bit generation. Get it on the Origins collection or some other way if you can. Just beware of the music changes to some of the versions out there. And sadly, I'm done with classic Sonic by a long shot. Well, kind of. I still have Sonic CD and I obviously still have Knuckles Chaotix to deal with. But yeah, this is the peak of it. Sadly, it's supposed to be kind of all downhill from here. Given the next game I'm going to be talking about is Sonic Triple Trouble, and that review should actually come up pretty soon. And next year I'm going to be talking about Sonic CD, which is a decent platformer in itself. I just don't think it reaches quite the highs of Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. That's all. And then Knuckles Chaotix, and then a bunch of Game Gear games, and yeah, those don't come close to reaching it from what I've heard, but it is what it is. In the meantime, I'm also going to be trying to, play some other games as well, like Crash Bandicoot 2 and Resident Evil 2. Among other games. We'll see how it goes, because sometimes I'm in the mood for certain games and sometimes I'm not. I don't know why, it just kind of gets random lately. But if you liked the video, please leave a like, comment, subscribe. This all helps my channel grow. And until next time, my minions, take care. Also, I had a sore throat recording this. I apologize if I sounded kind of weird. So, there's that. Okay, bye. Alright, first things first, I would like to apologize. This video was not supposed to take this long to do, and I had pretty much everything done several weeks ago. Unfortunately, it was just recording the lines that was the problem. See, last week I actually got sick, and talking wasn't the strongest suit that I had. I'm still not 100%, but I'm doing a lot better this time around. So, let's talk about Sonic, shall we? And what a track record this has been. So, Sonic on the handheld is, so far, an interesting history. Realistically, Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, the 8-bit, as well as Sonic Khaos, all had versions on both the Sega Game Gear as well as the Sega Master System. Now, versions have varied in quality for sure. Sonic 1 is better on the Game Gear in my opinion, while Sonic 2 on the Game Gear is absolutely awful and notorious among the fan base. Well, the fan base who are aware of the 8-bit Sonic games anyway. Meanwhile, Sonic Khaos works on either version perfectly fine. Actually, Sonic Khaos feels like it was made for the handheld and then ported over to the Master System, unlike the other 8-bit games. It was also called Sonic and Tails overseas. Why is that important, you ask? Well, simple. Sonic Triple Trouble is actually mostly known as Sonic and Tails 2 overseas. Yeah, this is a sequel. It was made for that purpose, and from what I read, there was supposed to be a Master System port here as well, but it was scrapped, making this exclusive for the Game Gear. Yep, Sonic's first truly exclusive Game Gear game. Excluding Sonic Drift. That game came to, Japanese markets earlier that year. But it was exclusive to Japanese consoles too. Either way, you'll only be seeing the Game Gear footage this time around, and some of it is emulation, while the other is official emulation, but from the 3DS. Yeah, the eShop is dead now, so you can't pick this up officially anymore. Until about June, when the Game Gear lineup is added to Sonic Origins along with Amy Rose. Yep, they are bringing back the Game Gear lineup collection in Sonic Origins. However, good luck with Sonic 2 unless they're also releasing the Master System ports as well. So let's look into the first mainline exclusively handheld game as we take on the new character. Let's do it. Let's take on Fang the Sniper. Well, oopsie, this is my bad. Turns out Fang is absolutely optional, so I didn't see him very often. No, it turns out the story is more about Knuckles, so, let me restart that. Let's do it. Let's take on Knuckles, round 2? 1.5? Either way, Knuckles and Eggman are working together again for some reason. I think Fang, or Knack the Weasel, depending on whatever name you're getting this for this guy, he's known as both. He's just hunting Chaos Emeralds. I think he's doing this for Eggman? Eggman's just a bad guy, and... okay, sorry, but there's hardly a story here. I'm fairly forgiving for simple platformer stories, but this is a bit much. Hang on, let me look it up. And Knack the Weasel, okay. Oh, he's just overhearing a conversation about the emeralds, and he happens to be a treasure hunter. Huh. Knuckles thinks Sonic and Tails are evil thanks to Eggman again. Okay, that's hardly explained. I know he isn't bright, but dang, Knuckles. Eventually he's defeated and captured by Eggman too. Of course he is. Knack escapes when Eggman is too much, and Metal Sonic... Wait a minute, Metal Sonic? Like the real deal from Sonic CD, huh? Huh. I didn't think my first time fighting him for the general audience would actually be in this game. I thought the review of Sonic CD would cover that. Oh well. Look, this plot is dumb. Eggman actually has a Chaos Emerald and somehow tricks Knuckles again, while Fang, or Knack, is just there. I still don't know about him either. His name is considered either Knack the Weasel or Fang the Sniper. He has been canonically addressed as both. No reasons given for the name change, at least from what I thought. But it does turn out that his name was changed in Japan as Knack, and Knuckles would be too similar. Then he was kept as Knack here in the United States. Then he was named Fang later on in both territories. Now he's known as both, so there's that, huh? Also, he's a wolf-weasel hybrid, which is kind of interesting. On second thought, maybe this is exactly why he doesn't show up very often. Well, after that mess of a plot/story, let's look into the charm and presentation of the game. Yeah, looks great. Yeah, probably the same engine that made Sonic Chaos. Look, for an 8-bit game, this game looks fantastic. The only real issue here is the music, which isn't too bad either given the hardware. However, the soundtrack all kinds of blends together personally, as this is a Game Gear we're talking about. Without a Master System version, the soundtrack, well, it was always going to be a weaker soundtrack. Still, given this, I think they did a great job regardless. Robotnik Winter Zone is not a bad listen by any means. The boss theme isn't terrible either. Hell, none of it's terrible. It just sounds a little high-pitched due to the Game Gear sound system. Fang's track, however, is pretty decent overall, and Metal Sonic's track just absolutely sucks. Guess it's pretty balanced. However, the looks are a different story. Fang and Knuckles looks great in the 8-bit hardware, and even Metal Sonic looks pretty damn decent. The boss fights all look really cool as well. The levels are recognizable between each other, and overall, the badniks are all somewhat understandable based on appearances. Yeah, this is great. The game looks fantastic given the hardware, and the sound is good as it could muster, I think, though a bit shrill at times. As for the gameplay, Sonic and Tails returns as playable characters, hence the title being Sonic and Tails 2, but I don't think that matters too much. Tails' flying did absolutely nothing for me in this game. Playing as Sonic wasn't too much different either. Both of them have the spin dash, and Sonic has the super peel out from Sonic CD. I've mentioned that game kind of a lot now. Look, I'm not going to say that super peel out is redundant, as it has some use, but it mostly is a speed boost, which the spin dash works perfectly fine. I mostly played as Tails, if I'm honest, and honestly, flying was okay. It helped out a few times, but mostly I relied on the spin dash to handle things. Tails also can't fly from the air, much like the last 8-bit game. He has to be at a dead stop and look upwards first. This is how also the super peel out works. As for basic movement, it's a bit stilted, but it works fine. About as much momentum as the Game Gear could muster, and you can ball curl after bouncing off a spring. Normally, springs leave you vulnerable, but this time you can ball curl off a spring by pressing the jump button while you're in the air. It only happens briefly though, you might want to remember that. Sonic or Tails don't stay curled, so if there's a foe, like, the first boss fight, where you have to do this with, you'd better get the timing right. Speaking of timing, good luck with the boss fights. They can be a bit picky on the timing, from Knuckles to Metal Sonic and this stupid ass train. The worst one is the final Eggman fight, but none of the bosses are particularly fun due to this issue. Eggman is a beast in this way. Don't get me wrong, most of the boss fights are perfectly manageable, as long as you get the timing down, but the final boss fight is incredibly picky with that timing. Dodging isn't easy since the game suddenly expects you to predict the future, as Sonic and Tails don't dodge as fast mid-air in this game as they do in other games. Still, overall, the levels are fine. They have a tendency to drown you with rings to make up for the shortcomings that occasionally spring up. There are a few levels in which not being able to see a lot around you can indeed kill you, but with the heavy abundance of extra lives, this shouldn't be too damning. However, as mentioned before, there aren't many places to take advantage of Sonic and Tails uniquely. The first few levels have some locations that, messing around with Tails is really fun in. However, most of the time, Tails being able to fly wasn't very useful. Sure, it came in handy, but it wasn't exactly relying on it either. Basically, the main problem is if you want to get a shortcut up to the upper paths, that's most likely not going to happen in the later levels. There's a ton of things that block Tails from getting to those higher areas, meaning you have to find the paths naturally anyway. Flying can help with this, but most of the time you just had to redo the parts anyway. Still, having multiple paths is great, and probably the closest we've seen to actually replicating 16-bit Sonic games. However, the 6, and yes, there are only 6 again, Chaos Emeralds are interesting. You enter into a maze or a plane-like setting and then deal with Fang after the fact. To get to these areas, you need 50 rings and to find a sparse Chaos Emerald monitor. This can make things more challenging for sure. You either get mazes or collect the rings. I don't mind the mazes. It gives me a use for the super peel out. You make Fang the sniper here as well. I didn't get one of his boss fights here though, as I couldn't even come close to collecting all the rings in the plane section. These are hard as hell. You need to be damn near pixel perfect right on top of the rings, which you can't even tell because of Sonic's big ass head. before you even collect them. This matched with the plane's low speed equals frustrations. Oh my gosh. There were so many times I just flew right by rings that I thought I was collecting. You could memorize this, which I suppose is the case for most of the special zones, but I don't care to do these kinds of things. When you do get an emerald area, Fang will attack you, but he's an idiot. I never got to one of his boss fights though, like I said before. Is getting the Chaos Emeralds worth it? To my knowledge, the answer is no. Yeah, they only give you a slightly different ending. Oh well. At least the other secrets are fine. Lives, rings to find to help with the Chaos Emerald hunting. While they're challenging and a bit annoying, at least they have something. And the maze, like I said before, is actually kind of fun. Yeah, the Chaos Emeralds themselves aren't worth the frustrations, but the mazes are fun, like I said. You can get continues and extra lives. Not that this game doesn't slam you with those anyway. But it is a shame that the Chaos Emeralds aren't worth it in the end. They are something to do, though, if you really, really like the game. So, overall, Sonic Triple Trouble is considered often to be the best Sonic handheld game. And I just don't see it personally. Don't get me wrong, I feel it is perfectly playable, but I'd still say that Sonic 1 on the Game Gear is a better experience compared to this. I'd actually say Sonic Chaos, the game before this, or Sonic and Tails if you're from the other countries, is actually slightly better overall too. I'm going to give it the same score of that, however, 7 out of 10, and say that overall the game is good. Not great, not bad, just good. There are subtle issues with the level design, smaller issues with the secrets, and a huge issue with the writing, which the games on the console were doing really well with. However, the charm is good for the system, and the gameplay works well, other than Sonic and Tails kind of move slow in the air. See, these issues didn't exist or weren't exactly noticeable in the previous games. I don't think any one of them are really big or heavy enough to kill the enjoyment overall. However, being more noticed still isn't exactly good. I'm also not going to lie, I'd understand if anyone gave this game a 6 or a 6.5 instead of a 7. It was really close, I'm not going to lie. Oh well, that's about all the time I have for Sonic this season so far. Who knows, maybe I'll finally do a Sonic spin-off before the season ends. Next season though, I'm going to be talking about Metal Sonic a lot more than this, with Sonic CD and Knuckles Chaotix. Well, I'll also talk about the, Sega Genesis and Mega Drive add-ons as well. But I still have a lot to go when it comes to Sonic, so I got like Sonic Labyrinth, Sonic Blast, Sonic 3D Blast, some of the pinball, racing, fighting games. There's still a lot of Sonic. So I might not be as done with the blue blur as I think, at least for this season. Either way, the next video I'm focusing on is Kingdom Hearts, which I just finished a Let's Play recently, and honestly, that video should come out literally the week after this, assuming nothing goes wrong. If you liked the video, please leave a like, subscribe, comment. They really do help my videos and the channel. Until next time, my minions, take care. So, first things first, I do apologize that this video took so long to get out. It's been a rough month, unfortunately. This week hasn't necessarily been easy either, but I'm trying to look at the bright side. I'm trying to get a positive feel in there, and I'm trying to get stuff done. So, oh boy, another JRPG. I know I don't have the best history with these, but there are a few things here. First off, I'm not the biggest fan of turn-based JRPGs. This is Kingdom Hearts. This is not a turn-based RPG. It's an action RPG, actually. I'm saying RPG so much it's starting to lose its meaning. It's the easiest way to say it's a role-playing game. The J is for Japanese, but that would take a long time to say. That's also an issue I have with most JRPGs. They take a long time to play. And unless I know I'm going to love the game, I often don't play games that I know are going to be on the longer side. I'm not made of time. I'm made of space. Ha ha ha! Sorry, too much Legends Arceus. Too bad I can't time travel. Well, then I could watch all the Disney anime and play all the video games I want. Wait, time travel? Anyway, let's put a spoiler warning here because this is Kingdom Hearts. For better or worse, this is a story-heavy game, and I'm pretty unversed in the story. Well-versed. Man, what's wrong with me today? Honestly, I haven't played the series as much when I was a kid. I did try and keep up with it all, though. It was interesting to me. I'm a huge Disney fan, and at least I was until the remake machine came into play, and crossing the series over with Final Fantasy in video game format was interesting. I was cautious, of course. Crossovers aren't always successful, but I was loving the anime as hell aesthetics, and I wanted to explore the world so badly, and then it happened. The Game Boy Advance got a game, and it was confusing story-wise. And while I thought it was funny at first that the true sequel ended up on a handheld, I was also kind of worried. Yes, Kingdom Hearts is one of those series. You need about 5 billion consoles just to experience the entire series story. Absolutely absurd. However, as for the first game, I did want to play it, and one of my friends did get it PS2, but he never really played Kingdom Hearts. He wasn't really a Disney fan, I guess? I'm not sure. Oh, he liked JRPGs, though. This was the first time I actually played Final Fantasy, with Final Fantasy X and Dirge of Cerberus. But that was it. It wasn't until moving in with my current fiance with her PlayStation 3 that I was able to really sink my teeth into Kingdom Hearts 1 for the first time. I still got burnout from it, though. Yeah, I got all the way to the end and just stopped, returning a long while later to only fight Chernobog and Ansem because that's basically all I had left. I blame Hollow Bastion for being overly confusing at first. Oh well, did a Let's Play this time around, and I managed to beat the entire game for a live audience. But not live, because it's a Let's Play, and I don't do live streams. Now, it's time I finish all of this up by reviewing the game, and maybe doing a list of my favorite levels? We'll see. This took long enough to do as is. Let's do it.
Let's take on the Heartless!
So, as a series, the writing for Kingdom Hearts is all over the place. For a standalone game, the first Kingdom Hearts is thankfully really simple. Sora is a kid who lives on Destiny Island with his best friend Riku and his special friend Kairi. Kairi is special for a few reasons. First, she's from another world. And second, there is a lot of romantic subtext that's never really fully explored between her and Sora, and to a lesser extent Riku. Oh, don't get me wrong, if you think there's nothing romantic about any of the friendships here, I get it. It isn't like it's explored directly anyway. It's more like it's hinted at. Regardless, the important part here is Kairi being from another world. Sora and Riku want to go explore other worlds, so they're building a raft to get away from Destiny Island. I'm not sure how a raft is supposed to get off the world, but hey, whatever, they're kids. However, Riku seems to want this a lot more than Sora does, and after a bunch of tutorial missions, he proves this by opening a special door. The door awakened the heart of the world. Yes, worlds have hearts for some baffling reason, and this summons the Heartless, creatures made of darkness looking to devour hearts. The Heartless devour them, which means they're kind of like souls in this game. Yeah, they don't actually, like, Mortal Kombat style rip out somebody's heart, but it's kind of like a soul. It's kind of not. They really like to devour these souls or the heart of the entire world, because the world has a soul too. For a guy who said that this was a simple story, I'm already running into some complications here. Regardless, let's just say the world has its own soul/heart, and the Heartless want to eat it. Savvy? Savvy. So, Riku causes the destruction of Destiny Island just so he can leave. What a jerk. Sora also finds Kairi, but something happens between the two, and Sora's just kind of left to fight this giant monster. He also now has a large key, which just kind of appears out of nowhere. He more or less fights the giant monster /Heartless, and his world is eventually completely destroyed. so he ends up in Traverse Town. Also in Traverse Town is Donald and Goofy. They're looking for their king, Mickey, and just to add to the fantasy setting, Donald is a mage and Goofy is a warrior. They're told by Mickey to go to Traverse Town and find the holder of the key. After meeting Aerith, Yuffie, and Squall, Sora, Donald, and Goofy eventually find each other. They also fight a big Heartless together, so there's that. Eventually, the gang leave to find King Mickey, Kairi, and Riku. However, there's something bigger going on in the background. Each world is an abridged retelling of the Disney movie that they're based on. So you have Wonderland, you adventure dealing with the Queen of Hearts. The Deep Jungle, you're probably fighting Clayton with the likes of Tarzan by your side. However, in the background, evil is afoot, and it's shown when Alice from, Alice in Wonderland, is kidnapped by Riku. Or Snow White is, depending on your choices. Either way, Riku is clearly working for the bad guys, and this becomes way more apparent when you return to Traverse Town. You end up with some navigation pieces for your ship, so you come back to town and talk to Sid from Final Fantasy VII to put them on your gummy ship. While exploring the town, you run into Riku, who talks to Sora, but leaves when he feels like he's being replaced by Donald and Goofy. I mean, this darkness was already shown when Riku completely destroyed Destiny Island, but dang, he's actually working for Maleficent, the Disney villain. Interesting. She has her own League of Evil with other Disney villains, by the way, in this game, and while they work to expand the Heartless and destroy worlds, who's gonna stop them? Well, obviously Sora is. In fact, he's been kind of doing so accidentally, too. Sora can close off the hearts of the world he visits, which he kind of unknowingly does, it seems. Regardless, he doesn't actually run into these villains until after fixing up his ship and then heading to Agrabah meeting Jafar. Jafar can control the Heartless to some extent, and while Sora defeats him and seals the keyhole just in time to save the desert world, Jasmine ends up going missing. This is important later on, bear with me here. Sora then defeats a few other members of the League of Evil, so to speak, taking out Ursula and Oogie Boogie, and Sora gets eaten by Monstro while, finding Pinocchio. Here, Sora meets Riku again, who seems interested in Pinocchio, who's a puppet, but he has a heart. Riku really shows this cruelty talking about Kairi and Pinocchio. Turns out Kairi's body was found, but she's kind of in a comatose state due to her losing her heart. Riku is looking to replace it despite controlling the Heartless, which is a weird point because it said very directly that the Heartless took Kairi's heart. Yeah, you see the backwards thinking there? No? Okay. Sora manages to save Pinocchio from a large Heartless and releases all of them from Monstro while trying to understand the darkness in their friend. Eventually, Sora ends up finding Captain Hook's ship, the way the villains were traveling through the worlds, and with Peter Pan's help, the group take Hook down. They do see Riku and Kairi here, confirming that Kairi is definitely in a comatose state. Eventually, everyone ends up in Hollow Bastion, a world sort of destroyed, but not completely, by the Heartless themselves. This place, Hollow Bastion, is now a base for the Heartless. Riku, meanwhile, gains the Keyblade, claiming to be the true wielder, and Sora wanders around with Beast from Disney's Beauty and the Beast. After a while, Sora starts having memories of the place he has never been to, but realizes that there's probably a reason for that. They're Kairi's memories. This was her world. Eventually, Sora does get back the Keyblade. Riku is possessed by Ansem, and if you're wondering who Ansem is, I'll explain it in a bit. And the gang end up finding a dragon form of Maleficent when Riku betrays her, opening up her to darkness. So, let's return. Who is Ansem? Good question. Ansem is a force that works in the background and was studying Heartless. You find his notes and works while you defeat Maleficent's goons. Turned out he's also this ghost-like being that talked to Sora at the start of the game and convinced Riku to destroy Destiny Island. Damn. Either way, he is now possessing Riku and was secretly convincing Maleficent to collect 7 lights, or Princesses of Heart. This would be why Riku was supposed to kidnap Jasmine, Alice, and Snow White. They also have Belle, Aurora, and Cinderella here as well. Kairi is the last princess needed. However, her heart wasn't actually in her body, and Ansem Riku explains that her heart was actually stored inside Sora's body, which is what happened when the two met at Destiny Island, and that explains why Sora is having Kairi's memories. Sora manages to defeat Riku, and then Riku stops himself? Oh, right, he's possessed. Either way, Sora frees Kairi's heart, which turns himself into a Heartless momentarily. Quickly restored, Sora and the gang head off to face off with Ansem at the end of all worlds. Here, there's a bunch of portals where the Heartless are basically getting to world to world, and this is also where Kingdom Hearts is. After fighting Chernabog for some unknown reason, the gang finds the remains of Destiny Island and fight the true Ansem, who himself seems to be a Heartless. After a long fight, Ansem claims all hearts are from darkness, and that Kingdom Hearts is full of it. Sora claims Kingdom Hearts is light, and Ansem is defeated by a giant burst of light. However, there's still darkness in Kingdom Hearts, and with a restored Riku's help, as well as King Mickey, who just suddenly randomly showed up, the door is closed, and Sora is once again separated from his friends. The gang find Pluto and chase off after him, leading directly into the next game, which isn't Kingdom Hearts 2, but shockingly the spin-off Chain of Memories. Either way, the story here is fine. There's some mystery dotted around, but overall, I'm not going to complain about the complicated nature of this story just yet. However, there's obviously some things that are already murking the water, like explaining that worlds have hearts as well as people having hearts, and the fact that hearts are more like souls than actual beating hearts. But, like I said, it's simpler than what we're going to get into later on with the series. Alright, let's talk about how this game looks. Shockingly, this is the first game Tetsuya Nomura directed. Yep, he's the lead character designer of Final Fantasy VII, 8, and 10. Notice that only characters from those Final Fantasy games ended up showing up here. It's hard to believe a monster designer from Final Fantasy VI and lead character designer got this part. And even harder to believe this all came from an elevator conversation. Yeah, let's dig into some history real quick. Square Enix and Disney shared a building in Japan, and during an elevator conversation about making a game as popular as Mario Brothers, Nomura happened to just be there. He got the job, and while Disney wanted the game to star Donald Duck and Square wanted the game to star Mickey Mouse, Nomura wanted his own character in there. To compromise, Nomura made Sora look a lot like Mickey Mouse, and had both Donald and Goofy as main companions to appease both companies, I suppose. Honestly, I love Sora's design a lot more because of this. I'm not sure what the inspiration was for Riku and Kairi, but I like Nomura's art style, so of course I like them too. It's also cool to see Squall and Cloud in the same game together. I may not have played Final Fantasy a lot, but I sure knew who, well, one of these characters was anyway. It's actually weird that I refer to Squall as such, as Kingdom Hearts just calls him Leon for some unknown reason, and that's actually where I first met Squall. Never did I play his game. Either way, a lot of fans were happy about this. As for the Disney worlds, I think they look amazing outside of Monstro. Monstro is not really interesting to look at all, and Atlantica kinda looks mostly dull too, when you're not in one of the more popular locations from the movies. However, the rest of the worlds still look great. Plenty of fan service or Disney fans, and even if you aren't, they're still pretty interesting to look at. The original worlds are great too. I love the look and feel of Traverse Town, Hollow Bastion, and the End of the World. The music, however, is interesting. The original pieces of Kingdom Hearts, from Simple and Clean to the title opening, is just absolutely beautiful. I dare not play it here, though. Both Disney and Square are kind of rough on licensors for their music, but man, I bet you can find the OST someplace on the internet. I'd recommend giving it a listen. Even the battle theme that plays all the damn time against the Heartless is just really good and actually unique for every location. How cool is that? And Traverse Town is a standout track as well. It's hopeful and cheery despite the disposition that everyone here is in. The battle theme here is excellent, and Merlin's house has great music in it too. Every Disney World has their own theme as well. It is just reminiscent from the film the world is inspired by, which works well enough. There's some fantastic music from Disney tracks, are you kidding me? But sometimes the music is just absolutely ripped from the movie. Sometimes it's not as good as the movie. Either way though, the music is robust and fantastic. Outside of the transition from battle theme to world theme, you can end up hearing the beginning of the world theme track a lot in this game. Honestly, hearing the first few keys to a track over and over again will always make the track get a little old, feel repetitious. It's a shame. I think the world tracks are really good, most of them anyway. Just not good enough to make the first 5 notes memorable before fighting Heartless again. Now for the voice work. I think the actors did perfectly fine for the PS2 title. I'm familiar with a lot of the voice actors, and they all do pretty good here. Shout out to Angel from Buffy series voicing Squall, although he didn't redo his lines or anything for the HD re-release. Shame too. That would actually be the worst part of all this. Seeley Booth from Bones over there didn't redo their lines, and nobody really else did either. That can be seen as a bad thing for the HD remaster. In fact, some of the cutscenes just kind of look janky because of this as well. Regardless, they rehired a lot of the original voice actors from the Disney characters, back in the PS2 era. This means that the voice cast is pretty seasoned, and who doesn't love James Wood as Hades? I mean, really, come on. Overall, I'd say this is a success. It may have some jank because of the HD remaster of a PS2 game, but it isn't a full remake either, and a little jank seems like a nitpick compared to the rest of the presentation. So, Kingdom Hearts is a JRPG. This means you have tons of options on how you fight. Me? I like taking my large-ass key and hitting things with it. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple guy. I'm not really magic inclined, and I'm more of a swordsman. I like swinging my unique weapons, which in this game are keyblades. They're basically swords with key-like designs for gameplay purposes. Regardless, Sora isn't just a swordsman, and he can learn a variety of spells and special attacks. Spells are pretty basic. You have elemental spells, healing, defense boosting, and summons, which you can summon other Disney characters like Simba to aid you. I don't use these very often, but I know ones like Bambi or Tinkerbell can break certain boss fights and encounters, so have at it. I'm more of a healing and defense kind of guy. I often use Arrow to boost my defenses and heal when I'm having a, go at some of the tougher boss fights. Sora does have a variety of movement options and special attacks as well. He can eventually dodge, glide, and use magic to perform Ragnarok, and all sorts of other attacks as well. Of course, you can't just equip everything, but you have a certain amount of points to use for movements and special moves and abilities. You'll have to pick and choose. But of course, you can pick and choose more options the higher the level. Hey, there we go. You'll also have armor options, necklaces, and such that boost defense to specific elements or attacks. You also have to use items like potion and ethers to heal and recover magic in case spells don't necessarily work or you use too many of them. I forget I have this option a lot. Lastly, you have party members. You'll mostly have Donald or Goofy aiding you. You can give them items and pick on how they're going to use items and abilities during battle. However, they're not directly controlled by you. They're controlled by the AI that you can slightly direct. You can also get temporary companions as well, depending on the worlds. Aladdin, Ariel, Jack Skellington, Tarzan, Peter Pan, and Beast will at times join your party, which you'll have to switch either Donald or Goofy out for. This seems kind of cool on paper, but it kind of isn't. First off, leveling up Donald and Goofy is just much more important because, they're actually going to be with you from level to level. Second, these characters are world exclusive, hence why only Donald and Goofy come with you and why it's important to level them up more. Aladdin can only be utilized in Agrabah. Ariel can only fight with you when you're in Atlantica. Jack is a great mage, but he can only really be used in Halloween Town. This kind of sucks. However, that is about the only issue I can see with the gameplay. Sora isn't great at platforming. I suppose that's another one. Overall, Kingdom Hearts is pretty fun to play. The combat is varied enough with you, and you have plenty of options. The platforming isn't great, but it's manageable overall when you want to explore. Yeah, I'd say playing Kingdom Hearts is a lot of fun. However, the platforming does become an issue in certain levels, like Monstro and Deep Jungle. These levels have more than normal platforming sections, and I'm not sure as to why. These hippos right here stink to jump on, and until you get the high jump ability, Monstro is just annoying in general, with platforms that look just slightly reachable, but just slightly aren't. Actually, Monstro just stinks in general. Every room looks very similar outside of his mouth, and the Heartless aren't very interesting here either. The boss fight is okay, I guess. Atlantica is also one of the worst, though. You get suspended in the air, water, and a lot of your abilities more or less get nerfed. Do you play a game where you rely on dodge rolls or summonings? Atlantica is not going to be a fun experience for you. It still isn't, even if you don't rely on these two, but that's a nice example. Also, what is up with Ursula's attacks? She just constantly shoots lightning spells at Sora. Feel like you can't really attack her worth a damn without actually taking a lot of damage. Her fight with her normal form is more magic-based, which also sucks for those of us who don't practice magic all that much. Ugh, this level just sucks. Olympus Coliseum can probably be seen as dull as well. It's basically all combat and no exploration, which is fine, but can be kind of exhausting until you get the occasional boss fight. Cerberus is really similar to the Behemoth boss fight, but thankfully not so much so that they're basically the same. Just similar enough to take notice of. The good thing about this place is you fight characters like Yuffie, Squall, and Cloud. Hercules is a good boss fight too, but I never got to the optional Hades or Titans fight here. Deep Jungle not only has annoying platforming sections, as I mentioned earlier, but there's a lot of vine swinging and navigation issues that would be similar to inside Monstro. All these treetops look alike. There are more unique areas than Monstro, but this can still be an absolute confusing mess. Clayton is a mentionable boss fight, though, I'm not gonna lie. Fighting him is actually really fun. Agrabah has some interesting maze and platforming sections, as well as the Cave of Wonders, but it is easier to navigate than the others and has a fantastic boss fight, or two, or three. Jafar, both fights, and the Centipede Heartless, and even the Tiger Head of the Cave of Wonders. All of this is great to fight, and the city proper is actually really fun to explore and navigate. Halloween Town is also fun with unique enemies and Oogie Boogie, and Wonderland is confusing but fun to kind of puzzle out with also decent boss fights. Neverland just is Hook's pirate ship, which is cramped quarters and an okay boss fight with Hook himself. The only boss fight that you can fly in, but you can also still land. So that kind of makes up for it, I guess. Traverse Town is fun, but for some reason finding the area to trigger the cutscenes, especially when you're just starting out the game, is overly difficult to find. Okay boss fight as well. Hollow Bastion has unique locations, but it's still confusing to puzzle out, and a huge difficulty spike with a second Riku fight, as you're basically cut off from the rest of your party for it. Not only that, but your Keyblade is removed for a while, and only Magic and Beast can really harm the Heartless during this time. It's a rough place. Lastly, the End of the World level has Chernobog, which is another flying boss, which is kind of rough, and then Ansem, which is also difficult. The final fight with Ansem, the final boss is another damn flying stage, which it's hard to attack Ansem without taking damage. Ugh. Overall, while there are some really good levels and some good points in every level, there's a lot of negative here as well as dragging the experience down. You also have the gummy sections. Oh boy. So in between worlds, you take what is known as a gummy ship. These sections basically have you take your ship, which you can upgrade your ship using, parts that you find all over the place. And you use the ship to basically go between worlds. It's like a crappy version of Star Fox. It isn't very fleshed out as much as it could be, and overall isn't really all that fun, despite the game trying to encourage you to replay these sections. Overall, I skip over this a lot, as much as I can. I know customizing your ship is a big part of the game, but actually playing in the ship against the Heartless ships is, it's not great. So while the levels are, at best, simplistic fun, they are, at worst, frustration. There is a reason to explore these levels. There is treasure hidden in every nook and cranny in each world. Find good items for free, permanent stat boosts, possibly new weapons. This is great. Finding and grinding rare Heartless isn't exactly fun, though, if you don't know what to do. But it still works to some degree. Why would you grind out rare Heartless? Simple. You get rare treasures that you can fuse with other items and make even more items, armor, and eventually the best weapon in the game. Nice. Yes, it can still be frustrating, but at least the game rewards you. You also have secret boss fights. Some are Heartless. One of them is Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII, and one of them is the boss fight from the next game. Yeah, the final boss from the next game shows up here. Huh. I didn't fight all of them, of course, but there's a grand total of around 10 or 11 of these fights, which is really insane. And they're all pretty difficult, so beware. So, hunting unique Heartless boss fights galore, especially in the remix version, as some of them are exclusive to that version, and there's plenty more to do. You have 100 Acre Woods for minigames, finding all 101 Dalmatians, redoing challenges and gummy ship sections, and plenty more. Let me go back to the boss fights for a second here. A lot of the optional fights are actually in the Olympus Coliseum, and this is kind of awesome in some ways. You basically go through war with a bunch of Heartless formations. You lose, you're out. You keep winning, you keep fighting, until you reach a boss fight. The boss fights vary, but can be crushing to face a boss, lose, and then end up redoing the entire tournament over again. However, the bosses are really cool. The rewards aren't bad either, but the boss fights, facing Squall and Yuffie or Cloud or even Hercules, yeah, sure, why not? Or Squall and Cloud teamed up. This is awesome and brings out a lot of the Final Fantasy fans and Hercules fans alike. Fighting these boss fights is fun in general. Heck, treasure hunting is fun in general. Doing any of this stuff is really fun. That's why a lot of people really love to 100% this game. I'm not one of them though. I'm a bit busy for that. So, overall, the biggest issue here is the level designs in the game. As much as the levels look good and make you want to explore, they aren't super great, all things considered. The better levels are nice, but even they don't really go above and beyond, with the simpler levels being favorites. The other levels, like Monstro, Deep Jungle, Atlantica, and Neverland, are either dull or frustrating with gimmicks. This isn't great. However, the story and writing is pretty good. The gameplay is super fun, the charm is incredible, and there is a ton of fun stuff to do outside of just beating the game. If you like action-based JRPGs, I do recommend you check this game out if you haven't already. It is one of the most popular video game series for a reason, after all. Hell, if it makes you feel any better, this isn't even considered to be the best game in the series. That honor often goes to Kingdom Hearts 2. But I still feel that this game is great. It'd be a 8 out of 10 for all you math nerds out there. Yeah, I recommend this game for sure. I played this game twice and I really do enjoy it. However, the next game is going to be a rough one, as 2 different versions exist, so yeah, that's interesting. Chain of Memories. Bleh. However, I'll eventually play the remix version for that for the Let's Play someday, but right now I am actually focused Let's Playing wise on Pokemon Legends Arceus. As for reviews, I'm working on some different projects for sure. Resident Evil 2 should hopefully be up soon. We'll see. In the meantime, if you like the video, please like, subscribe, and comment. It really does help out my channel. Until next time, my minions, take care. I'm also planning on doing some re-reviews because I've been kind of lacking on that this season, so I might catch up on a few of them. Just saying. Alright, bye-bye. Oh boy, Resident Evil 2. Man, what a game. Often considered one of the best horror games of all time. Only really competing with Age and, Resident Evil 4? Huh. Lightning really can strike twice. Anyway, the original Resident Evil 2 was huge. I may not have heard much about this series when the first game debuted, but oh boy, the second game was everywhere. Well, in gaming magazines anyway. I looked through concept art from the original take on the second game, and really I recognized all of it. The only thing I didn't actually see is Mr. X, a T-00 tyrant that is in the original game, but I never heard wind of him at all. Given I wasn't all that interested to begin with. The liquors were interesting, but I wasn't much for horror games back then due to my distaste of horror movies. I liked the design of the monsters though. They're terrifying, but fascinating all at the same time. I had the same thing about spiders, for better or worse. Oh boy. I love spiders and the way they work and they move around, and it's fascinating. But at the same time, I have acute arachnophobia, so whoops. Don't get me wrong. I have handled on my arachnophobia. I've played many games like Twilight Princess, Skyrim, and even the first Resident Evil. However, Resident Evil just makes me tense in general, so I take way longer to play than I intend to, and that's probably not great. Part of that is just the fact that I've played the remakes instead of the original games. I should probably have played the original games first, bootlegged them or something to that effect, because this game kind of kicked my ass a bit. Yeah, about that remake. Despite selling like crazy and being on a menagerie of different consoles, Resident Evil 2 just kind of suddenly stopped showing up on newer hardware. Either Capcom felt the game was just too old, maybe there was a contract issue, or maybe they didn't know what version to re-release. Either way, it pretty much vanished. Outside of the PlayStation 3 emulation anyway. That console had a lot of classic PlayStation 1 games on it. Regardless, our PlayStation 3 is broken, so I'm stuck with the remake. Towards the later half of the PlayStation 4 lifecycle, a little over 4 years ago, Capcom released a remake of Resident Evil 2, which is fine. The original has aged a lot, being on one of the first 3D consoles after all, so it just makes sense that a remake would eventually happen. And this remake was released on a lot of different consoles, but heavily advertised with the PlayStation 4. Now that that's the easiest way to actually officially play Resident Evil 2, I figured I'd give that a go. However, I'm not great at Resident Evil games yet. This was a freaking mistake. Resident Evil 2, the remake version, is considered the hardest game in the series by a decent amount of the internet. This was kind of stupid for me to not actually notice this. I probably should have done some research. Regardless, I did eventually beat this one, at least one of the two campaigns, and learned the story of the other one, so let's do this. Let's take on the G-Virus! So when going over the plot, both campaigns share a similar plot line at first, but then both seem to kind of deviate towards the end. You either play as Leon or Claire for this adventure. Claire is naturally a Redfield and the younger sister of Chris Redfield. She's in Raccoon City looking for him. This plot is quickly dropped if you're wondering. Leon is a rookie cop looking to start his first day on the job with Raccoon City Police Department. Yeah, that's an interesting first day, isn't it? The two meet at a gas station with zombies. I'm sure this shocks absolutely no one. They end up driving into the city, which has even more zombies, and thanks to a tanker explosion, the two end up split up. One of the characters meets an injured cop named Marvin. He helps the played character collect medallions and escape to the parking garage of the police precinct. You're probably wondering which character that would be, but it doesn't really matter because both end up doing this. Before that happens, though, a hulking mutant of some type attacks the player character and is somewhat defeated. This is where the story actually starts to split off. Leon meets Ada Wong, an informant. Though the informant has a key card out of the garage, he's unfortunately killed by Mr. X. Claire meets Sherry Birkin, a young girl who's looking for her mother in this horrible place. But Sherry is quickly kidnapped by the police captain, Brian Irons. Such a weird name to say, I don't know why. Both characters have to dodge Mr. X back into the police station while they make their way to the clock tower and eventually escape the police station for good. Leon heads through a gun shop and Claire heads for the orphanage to find the crazed Irons killed by something bursting out of his chest. Good. Look, he was a guy who liked taxidermy way too damn much. He was sexual about it and probably murdered some poor girl. Besides, he was threatening Sherry. Claire meets up with Sherry and then runs for her life when the hulking mutant shows back up. They both run, and after a fall into the sewers, they meet Sherry's mother. Oh, and Mr. X is seemingly killed by the mutant in question too, showing how strong that damn thing actually is. Meanwhile, this is where I don't really have footage of Leon's story. He's helping Ada collect evidence against Umbrella, going after a female scientist, but it turns out Ada wasn't working for the FBI at all. Oops. Anyway, Sherry is clearly sick, and Claire needs to find her, which her less than helpful mother, Annette Birkin, is kind of around. She's the one who Ada and Leon are looking for, in case you're wondering. Annette seems more concerned about her husband, William Birkin, who I like to call Bill. He would be that big-ass hulking monster who messed up Mr. X, in case you're wondering. While trying to save Sherry, we basically get the entire story. Bill Birkin had a dispute with Umbrella higher-ups and tried to steal his new virus. The G-Virus, a stronger bioweapon maker than the T-Virus, was basically his true child. And of course he tried to steal it despite it technically being Umbrella's property. Should always read that fine print when working as a scientist. The company will always own your inventions. That's why they're funding your bill, Bill. Regardless, Bill Birkin tried taking off and was violently gunned down. However, he injected his pride and joy, the G-Virus, into himself while he was still alive. This created that hulking monster you've fought a few times. The G-Virus will take over dead matter too, but when it infects someone alive, it creates a problem. That hulking problem is now near unkillable, and it wants to breed with everything, hence the chest burster from Chief Irons from earlier. However, the monster in question can only truly breed with somebody closely genetically matching himself. That would be his own daughter, who currently has a bad eye infection. Eventually, Claire manages to cure Sherry and the two start up a train as Annette unfortunately meets her untimely demise thanks to Mr. Birkin. Leon learns some of this as well and does deal with the G-Virus as well as Ada, but ends up fighting Mr. X while Claire faces off with William Birkin one last time. After killing Bill, she starts up this underground train with Leon managing to join them as the train takes off. Claire, Sherry, and Leon manage to escape Raccoon City. Oh, and the lab explodes. Okay, so there's a few things to talk about. Leon's story is slightly less involved, making my opinion Claire the better story. Both are great stories given, and both together make an interesting take learning about things, but there is one small issue with Claire's story I have to address. It's a small one, but it would be her connection to Chris. She's there looking for him, and while I know surviving Raccoon City is a bit more important, where the hell is he? Marvin, the cop, tells Claire that he thinks Chris is in a European vacation, but Claire finds the letter supposedly from her brother, and it's obvious the letter wasn't written by Chris. Of course, this has Umbrella written all over it, and is probably a follow-up to the ending of the first game in which Jill escapes without Chris in tow. The issue is that we don't actually get any confirmation that Chris is alive. The mansion from the first game did blow up after all. Now, I'm somewhat aware of Code Veronica, and I know Chris is like 5, 6, parts of 8. He's in these games. But to someone who doesn't know this, that would be kind of torturous not knowing. Again, it's implied that Umbrella may have just had him captive, but dang. Regardless of the nitpick, I think the writing is indeed amazing in this game. And at least in the remake, anyway. Now, let's talk visually. This remake looks amazing. The zombies looks extra gooey when they're blown up, and I tinge up every time I see that the flashlight is needed to see in the level. This game is full of narrow rooms and hallways, making zombie fights tense and harder to just ignore while trying to survive. The part where Sherry is running from the police chief is absolutely skin-crawling due to the corpse he's working on taxidermying and the monsters. Mr. X is awesome, and his presence is felt through the entire police office. Lickers look grotesque and deadly, and the Ivy zombies near the end are amazingly designed. William Birkin looks fantastic, as you can kind of recognize him as originally a human. The creatures in the sewers can hide in the water, making them tense too. The zombies have amazing designs, enough variety to almost not notice how many models there actually are. This is great! Going back to Mr. X for a moment, the sound cues are amazing too. If you listen, you know when a licker or a zombie happens to be nearby. As stated, Mr. X can also be heard nearly everywhere in the police station, as he does not pick up his feet much at all when he's walking. He must weigh a ton too. The music, however, is something I really didn't get to hear much of. Not that it's a bad soundtrack, I gave it a listen afterwards after all. However, it is on the quieter side, more situational and ambient compared to other video game soundtracks. But overall, I'd still say it worked. You want to hear the zombies more than anything, right? As well as maybe the decent voice work in the game. All the characters have excellent actors behind them. They do great lines, and honestly, I think the voice works really well around here. Well, I'm not too sure. I didn't look any of them up, but they did amazing work here, so that's all that matters, right? Either way, this game looks and sounds amazing. So, to my knowledge, both Leon and Claire kind of play the same. You can play as Ada at some point, who has spy gear, and Sherry, who crouches and hides. But Leon and Claire are going to be the ones you play the most. Both of them have typical item slots. You use these to navigate guns and puzzle options to find solutions to issues while you survive. Your item space is limited, but you can leave items in large item boxes when space is an issue. However, with this, you'll have to pick and choose what you need to bring. Guns are obviously super important because, well, there's a ton of monsters out in the area. Not just zombies, but bigger baddies as well. With guns, you'll need to address reload time, ammo count, ability to craft ammo with gunpowder found, and of course how powerful the gun actually is. Of course, avoiding is sometimes an option, but Claire and Leon are somewhat slow, which makes avoiding sometimes a bit difficult. Also, don't assume both characters will run into the same monsters in the same area. Oh boy, I was out of ammo at this particular point near the parking garage, and I thought, hey, I can sneak past some lickers, no problem. But unfortunately, that only works with Claire. See, I was playing as Leon, and in Leon's story, this area doesn't have lickers. It has zombie dogs. Shockingly, I didn't die, though I wonder if the AI doesn't ease up in critical moments. Regardless, the main difference between Leon and Claire are the weapon types they come across, but the shotgun was still very useful as Leon. Claire, however, did get a grenade launcher, so there are some differences for sure. But heavy weapon is still useful against the same enemies. It's just one fires bullets and one fires, well, fire, which is infinitely more useful in certain cases. I wonder if Claire was supposed to be the easier mode. Oh well. If you think weapon management is your only issue, it isn't. You also have puzzles to solve. I didn't find any of them taxing per se, but you'll need to make sure you have plenty of room for each item. At least until you get to a safe box anyway. Or, upgrade your inventory pouches, but we'll talk about that later. You will need to examine boxes and combine items to get what you need done. The remake does have a nifty little feature that checkmarks items that you can throw away, though. Unlock all the doors involving a specific key? Throw that key away. And yes, keys take up item slots. There are keys only Leon gets and some only Claire get, though, so don't freak out if you can't unlock every single thing. Honestly, puzzle solving and blasting zombies and monsters aren't too awfully bad overall. But what happens when a zombie or monster gets up close? Well, you can carry knives, grenades, and flash grenades to help even those odds. Knives are a nice way to save on ammo when you've knocked a monster down, or when it gets up close and you just want to, get it off you before it takes too much damage. Grenades and flash grenades are a bit more potent overall, but I did try and save those when I could, and I ended up saving them too much and not really using them. Oops, my bad. Alright, let's hash out something I mentioned earlier. This is considered, at base normal difficulty, to be the hardest Resident Evil game in a lot of lists. Like almost always. I got chewed out on what is the normal mode of the game. I managed to run past a lot of dogs with little ammo and health, as you guys could clearly see. I constantly ran out of ammo and knives. Like, zombies take a lot of abuse in this game, and oftentimes you don't really have enough ammo to take them all out. You can stun them, but even then that's kind of difficult. These zombies are resilient as all hell, and let's not talk about the rest of the monsters. No, I have to talk about it. Lickers are devastating in every way possible. I ran out of ammo so often because of these damn things. If they catch you, they will attack you, and they are aggressive, and they damage a lot, and man, they're hard to avoid. They can't see you, which is nice, but damn. Eventually, I just bumped over to Claire's story and on easy mode, thinking that, if normal mode felt like hard mode, easy mode would probably feel more like a normal mode. Nope, easy mode felt like an easy mode. The difficulty jump between the easy and the normal difficulties in this game is almost degrading. Nothing came close to what I was dealing with in the normal mode of the game. Not only are monsters way easier to take down, but ammo was just much more abundant. Given, apparently Claire is faster than Leon, so maybe that helped a little bit. But easy mode should prepare you for the harder modes, and this isn't exactly what happened. Instead, it just gave me an easier way to experience the story and get used to the map. I don't like this, but I suppose it's at least an option. Speaking of the map, the police station is thankfully not as large as the mansion from the first game. You will still spend a lot of time in here, though. The first time, you have options to board windows to make certain hallways way easier to experience and roam, as zombies will burst through some of the windows. Yeah, the zombies can actually get through the windows, and it makes the experience way more tense and oftentimes more difficult than because you could just end up with more zombies than you probably should. You have to be quick and strategic, as you, of course, have limited boards to work with. You definitely want to board up windows that you visit often, though. You will eventually deal with lickers in the police office, too, while you're trying to escape. They can't see you, but their hearing is pretty good, as mentioned earlier. Some, however, will just straight up ambush you while you're just, trying to do something, while some are just kind of hanging around. Don't try to fight them all unless you really need a hallway cleared. Lickers, when pissed, are aggressive, fast, and dangerous. However, fire grenades work really well against them, so, when you're playing as Claire, let them burn. Leaving the police office, you're quickly pushed into going back to the office for a keycard, and will need to head back up to the clock tower. This is where Mr. X, a stealth tyrant, comes in to find you. He's big and can be heard if he's nearby, even if he isn't in the same room as you. Also, don't shoot his hat off like I did. He'll get pissed. He is indestructible until damaged by William Birkin and killed at the end of Leon's story. William comes in ever so often as a boss fight as well. You'll have to fight him twice in Leon's story and 3 whole times in Claire's story, having him act as the final boss to fight her. Eventually, you leave the police office and get into the sewers. I don't know about Leon here, but Claire runs into some pretty big monsters. She has a running sequence with William Birkin, and I guess Leon has a running sequence very similar with a crocodile. These things are big, by the way, these monsters here. But their weakness is pretty obvious once you do enough damage to expose it. Aim for the big ol' eye. The sewers are a bit overly large, but at least Mr. X isn't stomping around, and the monsters here can be killed with enough ammo. Eventually, you'll make your way to the Umbrella's underground laboratory. This place has a lot of zombies and ivy zombies. Oh boy! Ivy zombies are plant-based zombies that can't be killed unless you have fire on you. Since ammo is limited, you may need to pick and choose which ones to kill. You can still take them down by blasting the yellow sacks on them, but they'll eventually regenerate and get up with enough time passing. I guess the Ivy zombies are new to the remake, and the original had more plant-based monsters. Maybe someday I'll go check it out. Either way, the levels are perfectly fine. The first two are about escaping the police station, but the sewers and the lab are a bit simpler. I don't think this game is small, though. All these areas are pretty expansive, all things considered. It's just a police station is more open-ended area compared to the rest of them. But that doesn't mean the rest of them aren't slightly open-ended in their own way. This does make the two final areas easier to figure out, though, but overall the levels and William Birkin boss fights are perfectly fine and work well to stress you the hell out. This is a horror game, after all. So there's actually quite a few secrets that you can unlock in this game that I didn't necessarily get because I'm not exactly great at the game. Although I found out you can buy them as DLC, I also didn't do that. Perhaps you'll fare better. There are alternate scenarios you can play and a few that you can unlock. The best one is easily Tofu Survivor. You play as a large block of tofu. This is hilarious and shows that the developers are really looking out for you to have fun at the very least. Bonus fact, it's also unlockable in the original too. There's a few bonus scenarios right from the start though too. Some of these involve characters that you meet as either Leon or Claire, and some of these are just bonuses. Outside of these, you can also unlock some costumes for beating the game in various ways, and find some sweet gear in the game itself. Look at this overly large taser I found for Claire. This thing is cool, but I never really did get enough time to properly utilize it. You can also find item pouches. Yeah, you can actually find secret locations, like, some safe combinations or anything like that, with item pouches to increase your actual inventory, which is, oh man, so useful. You'd be surprised how much that actually does for you in the game. Overall, while I didn't do a lot of this stuff, there is plenty to experience outside of... Wait a minute, am I unlocking artwork? Oh yeah, you can unlock artwork in the game models to look at. That's awesome. You can have an in-game checklist, and I think a collectible in the game itself will help you out with this too. There are these raccoon dolls that I've been finding and shooting every so often. I wonder if those are unlocking things. It's nice to have a secret collectible in the game. So, you find it, you get stuff for it. This game basically does it all, doesn't it? I think it's safe to say that this game is basically a masterpiece. The only real issue I have is that normal mode feels like hard mode. That's it. Okay, and a bit of nitpicking with Chris's place in all of this. Still, those are minor complaints, and ones that I don't really think hurt your overall enjoyment of the game. Difficulty is always subjective, and part of my issue is not really understanding when zombies were dead in the first place, as well as not utilizing other items and not really knowing the layout in a harder, somewhat difficulty. It isn't the game's fault that, I didn't know where to go, that I didn't know how to deal with zombies right offhand. Since I'm not used to playing Resident Evil games, I probably should have started out with the easier difficulty anyway. It isn't that the game was broken, I just didn't really know how to get everything I could out of the supplies. So I suppose easy mode did at least help me with that for the most part. As for Claire never really getting anything about Chris, that really doesn't hurt the overall story all that much either. It really was just a reason for her to be in Raccoon City at the end of the day. It is heavily implied he's under Umbrella's care, and even if you weren't aware of Code Veronica at the time, so even then, it's a nitpick, it really is. Look, the game isn't perfect, but what is here is easily a masterpiece. When my biggest complaints are minor issues at best, and possibly not even issues for most people, well, sorry, but that's a 10 out of 10 in my book. This may be incredibly challenging for newcomers, but I do recommend this game overall. If you're into horror survival games, that is. Obviously, if you're not into gruesome body horror or even survival games that stress you out, then this probably isn't for you. But if you are into some of these concepts, you can't go wrong here. But I do recommend getting in some practice with easy mode if you're a newcomer, at least until you are very used to the mechanics and layout of the map, and then you can try normal or harder difficulties. This game will beat you down if you're not prepared. However, with an easy mode that is actually an easy mode, I don't think it should be shied away from newcomers. Just beware of the difficulty spike if you continue on to some of the harder difficulties. The one between easy and normal mode? Yeah, that's a hell of a spike. Anyway, that's all the time I have to talk about Resident Evil 2 for now. Eventually, I may try out the older games one of these days. I also want to play the remake of Resident Evil 3 for sure. I'll probably do that before moving on to Resident Evil 0 and Code Veronica for sure. However, I may not get to do that before the season ends. I also still have yet to be able to focus on Uncharted as well, but the next project I want to work on is actually River City Girls 2. I reviewed the original some time ago, one of my first reviews with a new format. But until then, like, subscribe, comment, and watch more content if you wish. These really do help my channel out. I appreciate you guys, leaving likes and watching the video. I did review the remake of the first Resident Evil game already, after all, and you can go check it out in some of my playlists. Till next time, my minions, take care. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first apologize. Before the video even gets started, I am under the weather. Second off, there's going to be some spoilers because this game is relatively new. And third, I'm under the weather. I sound like utter hell. But I need to record this video. I need to get done. So here we go. So this isn't my first time in River City by any means. I came here for a relaxing time and ended up beating up a bunch of people playing as a few girls. Hey, these girls are tough though, and cracking skulls can be very therapeutic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to River City. So to give a bit of history, the first time we here in the States actually saw River City, it was an NES game by the name of River City Ransom. Classic beat 'em up, but there weren't many of these games. The River City series. However, in the East, the Kunio-kun series has been running for some time. They star Kunio, a street tough character fighting all sorts of different foes. There are other times Kunio made appearances here in the States, sure, but often under different names. However, River City kind of stuck around for his games. However, while Kunio-kun series was doing okay in Japan, the same company made another arcade series appear here in the West. That game was Double Dragon. Now, Double Dragon was a spiritual successor to a game called Renegade, sure, but Renegade was another Kunio-kun game in disguise. It was also important to bring up Double Dragon here because River City Girls and this sequel has plenty of cameos from Double Dragon characters. So you're probably wondering how Way Forward, the makers of Shantae, and Arc Systems, the makers of Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue, are involved with this game. Well, the original company to develop the games went belly up. And Arc Systems, the game designer, been around a lot longer than I actually thought, believe it or not, developed some games for this series. Yeah, one of the first things the company actually did when they were created was a port of Double Dragon for the Sega Master System. They also worked on the Virtual Console releases on all the Japanese releases for the Kunio-kun and Double Dragon games, and eventually gained all the rights to them. So now Arc Systems owns both series, but what about Way Forward? Well, they developed Double Dragon Neon, so I guess there's that. Overall, when River City Girls was created by Way Forward as more of a comical spin-off of the Kunio-kun / River City series, it was received very well. Having popular YouTubers make music or make up some of the voice cast was actually pretty good, and overall worked well with more of the indie space. And now the sequel has more cameos, YouTubers, and beat-em-up action, so let's get this party started. Let's take on River City, Round 2. So I'm going to reiterate, but there's a spoiler warning here. This game is less than a year old. It kind of shadow dropped at the end of 2022 out of nowhere with very little fanfare, honestly. But I'm going to spoil this game rotten, as shameful as that is. I'm also going to be spoiling the ending of the first game, too, because they're pretty well connected story-wise. Don't worry, though. If you've never played the first game, it's not the end of the world if you start up with the second. But the end of the first game ended with Sabiko, the daughter of the infamous Sabo, was kicked out of a window and defeated by the two main characters. Her brother, Ken, sees this as an opportunity to humiliate her and takes her to see Sabo in prison. While Ken wants his chance to take over, Sabo just kind of breaks out of prison himself. Still, Sabo put Ken in charge of most of these, criminal gang things, and in charge of humiliating and destroying the main girls. Ken buys the entire school they go to and expels them. So the girls and their boyfriends just start playing video games for several months and kind of gets out of shape. After needing a new video game, the team heads to the local mall, only finding Ken again, and finally learning why he's actually after them. The team then decides to fight the Yakuza. You might be noticing that I'm referring to them as the team. That's because you can play as their boyfriends as well as the River City girls. Yeah. Anyway, the team have to collect 3 badges from head Yakuza members to enter the final level. But they have to actually figure out who these badges belong to first. I went to downtown first, so we'll follow that plot first. I'm saying first way too many times. The team learned that Marin basically took this area over. She's from Double Dragon. Tired of getting kidnapped and punched in the gut, she bulked up and ran a shop in the first game. Now she's working for the bad guys. The girls find out she's being brainwashed, though, through magic, so there's that. And they beat Marin in battle to reverse it and basically have her join the team as a playable character. Investigating the forest Marin was in, the gang locate a witch working with Sabo family and manage to defeat her and get a badge. Meanwhile, in Uptown, the team locate Ken at a dance club, only to run into Pruvy, a character from another River City game. She thinks her friend was kidnapped and is beating up Ken's goons, as she thinks they had something to do with it. Spoilers, he didn't. Yeah, Pruvy's friend just kind of shows up right after this, but she still joins her little gang. She also reveals that there's a media tycoon that works for the Sabo family too. The group head over beating up some robots and finally manage to find the one in charge of humiliating enemies of Sabu's family through social media. After getting her badge, the group find a restaurant ran by the Sabo family and disguise themselves to get into to see the chef. After beating him up on live TV, the gang make another trip to the school. Wait, why are we back at school? Well, it's to save a bunch of kids from brainwashing because the chef who we basically kicked his teeth in, he made food, it was sent to the school, and it brainwashes everybody who eats it. Yep, that was a sentence I said. After finding Ken and kicking his teeth again, Sabiko, the daughter of Sabo, the final boss from the first game, betrays the girls, yes, she was working with them, and fights them in a helicopter. After that, they've managed to find Sabu deep underground of his own facility, and after beating him in a fight, they all work together to punch him through his own rooftop at the helicopter that his kids are on. Oops. The heroes finally managed to sit down and play that video game they wanted. Yeah, that seemed like a long time ago. So, a few things. The girls, particularly Kyoko. I'm sorry, these are Japanese names, and I am horrible at reading and pronouncing Japanese names. So I apologize if I'm getting anything wrong here. But Kyoko is kind of dumb. I mean, they're all kind of dumb, but Kyoko's particularly bad. Oh, they're good at fighting, but they aren't bright. And it's played up for laughs. This is more of a comedic take on the beat-em-up genre, after all. I find the writing is actually very humorous, but humor is always subjective, so kind of beware of that. The story is also rather simple for this reason alone. Still, I think it works. The villains may be silly, but the threat of the entire city being under Sabu's control is still a worthwhile threat to our heroes. Overall, I think the writing is actually improved. The first game ended on a joke of sorts, and it didn't really feel like there was much of a threat at the end of the day. So I'm actually all here for there being an actual threat. I'm all for humor, but with it being subjective, I feel the ending to the last game, while it worked, it could have been seen as a negative. So I'm kind of glad they went with this route and made the threat a lot more impactful. One thing I absolutely loved about the original game was the look of the game was sprite-based artwork. And the music. Well, let's discuss the looks here first. This game looks identical to the previous game at first. The enemy types all return for the most part, but there's new areas and new enemies, so that's kind of good. The boss fights all look unique and interesting, and the character portraits when you're actually talking to the characters look just as good too. Overall, I think this game looks as good, if not better than the first, which is a plus. But the real thing I want to discuss is the sound. Oh my gosh. This soundtrack is better than the first game. There, I said it. I love some of these tracks. Get Off My Lawn, Better Than You, River City Girls Anthem. Love all of these. Honestly, you can unlock a lot of this music that plays in your various bases around the city as well. So that's kind of nice. The mall theme, Better Than You, is stuck in my head so often though. Man, I cannot get enough of it, frankly. The River City Anthem, made by guest composers The Microphone Misfits, sounds really damn good as well. And I love this as a hip-hop track. As for Get Up My Lawn, it plays in the Lost Woods style area, which is new to this game, and I find it to be somewhat funny and a guilty pleasure. Hell, the track playing when the, end credits roll, and even the credit scene itself had me laughing a bit. This game is great, and the voice acting is okay too. None of the characters sound bad, despite using a lot of YouTubers for a lot of the side characters, like Mac McMuscles, for example, as a skeleton character. Jacksepticeye works well as this character once more, Gota, but the playable characters are played by professional voice actresses and actors, and they do a really good job too. So when talking about the gameplay, this game is just a straight up beat 'em up, which, you wander around an open world and beat up everything that moves. It's pretty simple. You have combos that you can do, but just mashing the buttons works well as well. There's a light attack, a heavy attack, and special attacks, which are fun. The special attacks need a gauge, by the way. You can jump and do jumping attacks, which is nice, and you can run and possibly do running attacks as well. You can also stomp on enemies that are on the ground. The only real issues I had from the first game was that there were too many times that I wasn't exactly lined up, pixel to pixel, with the enemies. This caused me to miss enemies that were right there. Well, this doesn't happen much here. There were a few misses every so often. Basically, I would push the controller a different direction, and the character wouldn't turn around, but that didn't happen all that often either. If the opponent is close by you, you no longer have to be pixely perfect lined up to hit the opponent. This is a huge improvement. You can also do some shopping while wandering the city. Yes, you can buy items, either food or accessories. What's that? Accessories in a game about girls? Hey, these bras give you some interesting powers for sure. My favorite accessories were the wool socks, which every so often would make a heavy attack hit with electricity. Doing this would not only at times spread to other enemies, but can actually basically cause you to infinitely combo a poor enemy. Wow, that sucks. It must really be humiliating to not be able to even attack back. It isn't broken though, but it was very helpful for sure. Other things include an accessory that makes more money dropped, healing by destroying opponents, and much more. Meanwhile, food just heals you and gives you a small boost to one stat. I use food to mostly heal, but you can stack the stats, I think? They aren't permanent boosts though. Lastly, you have some new characters. You can play as the girls as well as their boyfriends if you want to play as one of the guys. They were unlockable in the last game, so that does make sense. I ended up playing as one particular girl, as this allows you to gain more experience much faster. And I had her at a pretty high level, which helps a lot. Leveling up will not only heal you, but boost stats permanently, so that's awesome. The characters aren't too different though. Some of the characters are faster, some are stronger. Hell, one of the unlockable characters, Marion, is slow, but hits like a truck. However, they all have similar button layouts and combos. While the stat layouts aren't too different, it helps keep the characters feeling different enough to want to use them for sure, and, experiment with the characters. Find the character that works for you. Of course, I played as Misako, though. I played as her entirely through the first game, so I'm pretty used to her playing style. which again is part of the reason why I leveled her up really, really high. One issue, as small as it was in the last game, was that in some of these levels, the game was a beat 'em up, but the game suddenly wanted you to do platforming. This isn't great. It doesn't happen here as often, though, and a few times it does, it was just for a collectible nearby. Yep, they improved that aspect as well. The world feels more open and connected as well, compared to the first game, despite the premise. The first game still felt a bit linear at times. This time it doesn't feel that way at all. The enemy types from the first game do return, though, but it does add a few new ones as you move along, which is pretty awesome. They all have different attack patterns and abilities. Yeah, this is really good. One thing that I never really did in these games is recruiting enemies when they beg for help. Hey, look, I needed the money. However, one thing you can do is hire people to help you out too. Special characters dot the map that you can hire for additional attacks, though your recruits can be damaged, so beware of that. Damaged too often and your recruit will feel the job just isn't worth the money anymore. And yes, you have to pay money for these characters, but it's not too much. Also, each level or area does have a base as well. You can change characters, heal, rest up, or listen to music here, which is nice. You can also hide away in stores dotting the landscape as well. Each area has a big boss fight and some missions to, get to that boss. While most areas just have random enemies spawn in, sometimes you have to do something specific like fight a number of enemy types or collect something. Fixing generators, breaking coin machines. Hell, I had to go Ghostbusters on some ghost peppers at one point. There is at least some variety here. Take the beach for example. You have to bulk up your muscles, then throw crates on a moving ship to get disguises, and then find key cards, all while fighting enemies in said disguises. Then the boss fights are all different too. Blair the Witch uses magic and 20-sided dice to attack, which is definitely interesting, though there's a lot of visual noise here. This cyber girl with her shield was kind of annoying as well, but it makes sense that she wouldn't fight directly. She's a social media tycoon after all. The chef fights you on live TV with quick interviews breaking up some of the action, while he hits you with knives, spices, and a large boom. Ken is annoying though. You have to fight him twice and he just uses guns and his goons, which is kind of annoying. His second fight is the toughest in the game too, with how much there is going on. The helicopter though and Sabu, they're actually a lot easier for some reason, but Sabu uses tactics from most of the other boss fights, so yeah, maybe I was just familiar with him? I don't know. I only took one try with him, while most of the bosses took two at least. But, he had his own moves every so often, so there was that. Now, of course, there's also reason to explore these areas as well. There's a few side quests like this dodgeball minigame or this volleyball minigame, but there are bigger ones too. There's finding the cats all over the places, find some photo situations, and finding tarot cards and blueprints. The blueprints were interesting as they, took me to places I didn't even know you could get to. And this was towards the end of the game when I thought I explored everywhere. These long-range side quests get you some really good money and some accessories as well, which is awesome. The only thing I wish was that there was some map feature to help. Oh wait, there is a map feature, and I just didn't notice through about, half the game. The rooms on the map that are purple are cleared. The pink ones are not. Okay, I get it now, but what's the deal with this room here? The pawn shop here doesn't seem to want to clear no matter what I do. Is there something here? Oh, after what seems like forever, I found it. There is a hidden room with a golden ticket in every area. These unlock special characters that you can hire to aid you. Get all the rooms and you get this cat robot character. That's fun. Seems like there's something to do in every corner, even if it's a Nord-style detective side quest. Overall, I'll say the game isn't exactly perfect, but for what it is, this game is super fun. This is a beat-em-up spin-off with comedic elements all over the place. The story and writing are decent, the gameplay is simple but fun, and the levels are simple but open world with some variety for good measure. The secrets and side quests are rewarding, and the charm is easily the best part of the game. Yeah, well, this game could have been better. There aren't really any huge flaws either. This game might actually go down as a masterpiece. A 10 out of 10, which is great. Man, I'm giving a lot of 10s out lately. First Resi 2 and now this, huh? Well, overall though, this is a simple but fun indie title that, while lacking the AAA development, is still great at the end of the day. But that's all the time I have for this particular game. If you like the review, liking, subscribing, and hitting the bell really does help my channel along. Next when we meet, I'll be looking into, well, Tomb Raider, or Zelda, or Pinball, but it might be Tomb Raider. Or it might be Legends Arceus Pokemon, for all I know. I've been playing the crap out of that game lately. I guess we'll see. Until then, my minions, take care. Bye-bye. Hey guys, I am sorry that this took as long as it did. First things first, we have a cat that we're taking care of. She's a foster. We're not planning on keeping her, but I'm also allergic to her, so that plays into number 2 as to why this took so long to do. And it's Devil May Cry, so obviously I was working on the Let's Play anyway, but yeah, this is the reason why I had to take a break from YouTube. I'm allergic to cats, and my sinuses did not get any better moving forward with the month. It got worse and worse and worse. Working at it now, have some medicated nasal spray, working it out. So, Devil May Cry is an interesting game series. It actually started out as Resident Evil 3, shockingly enough. Yeah, after Hideki Kamiya? I'm probably going to butcher people's names here. Made Resident Evil 2, which was gold. They wanted him to work on Resident Evil 3 right the hell away. So he got right to work, but Kamiya wanted a game on different hardware than the original PlayStation 1. So he opted to wait for the next generation to accomplish what he wanted. This caused an issue for Capcom, who wanted more numbered Resident Evil games on the PlayStation 1. So a spin-off was eventually titled Resident Evil 3, and Kamiya was now suddenly working on Resident Evil 4. However, eventually it was found out that this version of the game was actually an action game, in which Tony Redgrave, genetically altered by Umbrella, was the super powerful version of Leon Kennedy. With the game being more action, less horror, but with horror elements, Capcom and Kamiya agreed that this probably wasn't a Resident Evil game. The game was still fun, though. Finally, we got to the PlayStation 2 Classic. Changing from zombies and science to using demons and Dante's Inferno as references, Devil May Cry was born. Using a handsome, slick protagonist that sort of looked like Leon, the game came out as a 3D action game hardly seen before, until God of War came out a few years later. My history was when a friend of mine ended up with the PlayStation 2. He happened to get stuck on this particular game, and he called me for assistance. Why? I'm not exactly sure. I was considered a video game master by my friend group back in the old days, but I did happen to find the route he needed in the first game by jumping off an edge. Instead of dying like you normally would, I actually found the route that you needed to take. Though, to be fair, there weren't a lot of places in the game you could actually jump off the edge. So maybe I was onto something? Who knows? Many years later, after buying my fiance the game series in HD, I kind of became more of a DMC fan. She's a huge Devil May Cry fan. She did mention being stuck in the first game someplace. I played for some time and asked her eventually where I was in the game, and all I really got was I passed by where she was stuck. After having her describe the area, well, come to find out she was stuck in the exact same place my friend was all those years ago. I blew past that area very quickly because I had already figured out where to go years before. Oops. Oh well. After all, I eventually reviewed the game on my YouTube channel, which was, kind of early. It was still an early YouTube channel, and that review is still up if you care to watch it. However, I've been slightly re-reviewing, I guess, some of my earlier reviews as I changed the way I work out scores and reviews. So without further stalling in history, I say we take on one of the nastiest demons ever. Let's do this. Let's take on Mundus. Time for a rematch. Also, this is a round 1, as Mundus will be back. Sort of. So the story begins, and it starts telling you about this guy named Sparta, a legendary demon that was not only incredibly powerful, but a pretty decent guy for being a demon. He ends up turning on his own kind to save humans, but at some point he vanished after leaving a human woman with some half-demon children. We actually start the story with Dante in his shop called Devil May Cry, a shop in which you can hire Dante as a demon hunter. Basically like a mercenary, but for killing demons. A woman who is clearly not fully human herself, named Trish, bursts through the door and suddenly attacks Dante, impaling him. Dang, roll credits. But no, Dante isn't actually dead. Either he has a yellow orb on hand, or he's just more durable in the cutscenes than in the actual game. Either way, he shoots at Trish. Trish tells him that she was only testing his power, and that Mundus, the old enemy of Dante's father, was dangerously close to being released. Dante and Trish agree to work together to stop him, and they leave as a photo that kind of looks like Trish is seen on the ground. Huh, mysterious. After getting on the island and castle, Trish immediately yeets out of the story and leaves Dante to do all the work. Gee, thanks. Dante fights and kills Phantom, a giant spider running the castle, and reveals that he is indeed the son of Sparta. Dante also fights Griffin in a nearby arena. Griffin is defeated, but not quite killed, so Dante feels like the demon doesn't really need to die, but since Griffin failed, Mundus kills him anyway. Dante's pretty pissed and ends up talking to Trish, who just kind of reappears here. Dante mentions that his mother and brother Virgil were killed by Mundus. This is heavily hinted at the main reason that Sparta came in and sealed Mundus away. For revenge. Probably why Dante is here as well, but then something happens. Nello Angelo, a foe that looks suspiciously like Dante's Devil Trigger form, is actually revealed to be alive, Virgil, working for Mundus. Yeah, Dante basically defeats Virgil and takes his necklace, which combines into Dante's necklace. This is the key to go to the underworld. Eventually, in the underworld, Dante fights this monstrous nightmare-like machine one last time, and then Trish betrays Dante. It isn't exactly shocking since we, the player, saw her with Mundus after Virgil was defeated. But Dante seems pretty surprised despite her clearly not being human. However, Dante reveals that the main reason he took her at face value, and even saves her after the betrayal, was because she looks identical to his mother. Yep, Mundus made Trish look just like Dante's mom. Dante is really upset that Trish is just another demon, but later on when Dante confronts Mundus, he's seen torturing Trish. This obviously upsets Dante. I can't blame him. But Trish ends up even saving Dante's life, nearly sacrificing her own, and Dante has his fight with Mundus. After the fight, Dante leaves her his mother's necklace and his father's sword, Sparta. Then Dante tries to escape while Mallet Island, the island with the castle on it, is basically sinking. While doing so, Mundus reveals he's still alive, and then so does Trish. They either kill or at least seal away Mundus, defeating him permanently, for now anyway, and escape via biplane. So, at the end of the day, Devil May Cry is a lonely guy dealing with the death of most of his family, and possibly finding out he doesn't have to be lonely. Take that kind of emotional drama and add into the plot about this family's murderer and revenge, and make all the bad guys demons, and bam, you have Devil May Cry. Overall, though, I think the story works. There is some dialogue that is absolutely silly for sure, but at the end of the day, I love the story. Dante, at the end of the day, has a personal reason to be there. And while Mundus needs to be stopped regardless, being a possible end-of-the-world threat after all, it is nice Dante has some stakes here as well. Hashing out the loss of his mother, brotherly rivalry, and the job that his dad left him, you want to see Dante continue and succeed as a character. So let's talk about the game's soundtrack and quality for a minute. Interesting to note that the music isn't the first thing I think of when I think of this game. Like Resident Evil, the game has a more of an atmospheric soundtrack, but with more cathedral-sounding music. Now, this isn't bad by itself, but if you were listening to these alone, you wouldn't immediately think of an action game. Plus, some of the soundtrack is just plain weird. Not all of it fits the tone of the game. In fact, some of it doesn't fit really anything realistically. There are always times when I'm wondering what the hell I'm even hearing. You mostly hear battle tracks, though. These are some decent battle tracks in the game for sure. If you were to listen to anything, I'd recommend them. The battle tracks are high energy and a stark contrast from the normal level music. Basically, the level music is more sounding like unease, I guess you could say. It's kind of paying tribute to the horror elements that the game used to come from. My favorite track, though, is possibly Psycho Siren. Despite the mini-boss of the Shadow Panther being an absolute pain in the ass to deal with, when you first hear the track, it is good. Ultraviolet, Lock and Load, Super Ultraviolet, and Legendary Battle are some of my favorites, but even Legendary Battle version 2 and Phantom's boss music are pretty damn good. I hate to say it though, Nello Angelo has some of the better music of the game. His design is great too, looking very similar but not identical to Dante's own Devil Trigger form. This is the first hint that Nello Angelo is related to Dante that you get in the game, and his final fight showing off Virgil's face works so well. Sorry, I had to bring that up. Let's get back to the sound and talk about the voice acting in this game. It is not terrible, but they lay into it a bit hard sometimes. The lines Dante says are just so comical without intending to be, but they're mostly saved for the end of the game. Yeah, I have no issues through the rest of the game, oddly enough. The voice work could use a bit of polish, but it's not horrible either. At least I've heard worse. Yeah, it's the middle of the road. Until Dante shouts out some weird line like, "Fill your soul with light!" That sounds like he suddenly hit puberty, and it's just more notable at the end of the day. Does it sound awful? Absolutely, but I kind of love it too. Trish and Mundus just sound better overall. The demons do talk, at least the big boss fights talk, but they don't do enough to warrant talking about. Speaking of those demons, I do love Phantom's design. He's a giant lava spider with a scorpion tail hiding in his rear. That's actually really awesome. I love the lesser versions of him as well. They're basic enemies after a while, but Griffin's design is something else. I don't like Griffin in this game. His design is just all over the place. It's like they took the top of his head and spliced it into some weird mouth-looking thing where they just replicated it like 4 times. Blah. Nightmare is just a demonic machine that looks kind of cool. Mundus, however, I love his design. He starts off like a statue and then turns into a more angelic but older statue, which is somewhat symbolic. Remember, demons in origin were just traitorous angels, and this really shows with Mundus here. Obviously a very old demon with an angelic body. He also seems like he'd be perfect for like a false god motif design here as well. When you finally reach him, it's in a room that kind of looks like a church with the choir singing in the background. Trish is also designed very well. She looks like Dante's mom, but clearly doesn't dress like her, and it's obviously created by Mundus to really mess with Dante. I even love the smaller demons of the game, the puppet-like monsters, the various forms of reptiles, the Reaper-looking guys with scissors, all of which are designed awesomely. Lastly, Dante himself and his weapons. I love the look of Alistair's, since I was always using the dang thing, but Dante himself is a bit of a mixed bag. I don't hate his design here, but I just feel later games would nail this look even better. But overall, this isn't bad either. He still has a simple look overall, which is what I like in Dante. Yeah, I think this game looks perfectly fine for a PlayStation 2 game. But I don't really have a lot of experience on the PlayStation 2 either. The only other title I really know about is God of War and maybe Final Fantasy X. Which, yeah, you're not going to outcompete Final Fantasy X, let's be real here. I'd say God of War looks a little bit better, but it comes later on, so I can't really compare that either. But I don't think this game looks bad, and I think it still holds up a bit today. So when talking about the gameplay, Devil May Cry is an action game hack and slash variety. Basically, you have demonic bad guys and weapons to deal with them. Dante has Force Edge, the default sword that is really just garbage until you get Alistair, which in my opinion is just simply the best weapon in the game. It's an electric blade that allows Dante to access Devil Trigger, a somewhat broken ability that heals Dante over time while boosting his speed and strength. Hell, Dante can even fly in Devil Trigger, though I was never really good at figuring out how to do this. Oh well. Dante also gets Ifrit, a set of gauntlets and boots that allow Dante hand-to-hand combat with powerful fire moves. I don't really like this. It's a bit too close range for me personally, and I often don't use the versions of this weapon that keep popping up in the future games. Just an FYI. Still a nice option for those who want to focus more on power. If it is stronger but slower. It also has a Devil Trigger option, which is pretty cool. Lastly, Forced Edge eventually unlocks into Sparta. This sword is devastatingly powerful, but lacks Devil Trigger, so I don't use it as much as Alistair. Combos bought for Alistair transfer to Sparta, which is awesome though. Next, Dante can get guns. He starts out with Ebony and Ivory, two twin pistols which are fast and long range. Even later in the game, they're still pretty useful. Next is a shotgun, which is a powerful but close range. There's also the grenade launcher, which is stronger and further range, but also can't be used in the air. I often use the shotgun for middle ground of power and mobility, unless I need to fight at a distance, in which I switch to the pistols. You also have the needle gun for underwater combat, a gun you use about twice. Swimming isn't great in the game anyway, so I'm glad this doesn't show up very often. Lastly, there's a secret gun, a prototype of the boss fight Nightmare. This is the most powerful gun in the game, but takes Devil Trigger gauge energy to use. The rest of the guns have infinite ammo, but this gun takes away Devil Trigger, which could create issues. Still, the bullets ricochet, which is totally awesome. The more charge, the more powerful the shot. Nice. Combat can switch between guns and swords pretty seamlessly, and combos are the name of the game, really. Avoiding attacks and using the mix of guns and swords is your best way to rack up really nice combos. You get ranked on each combo you do. You'll be jumping, slashing, shooting, and devil triggering your way through the demonic army of Mundus after all. You can buy items to help you as well. You receive red orbs for killing demons and finding secrets, and you can spend these on new moves and combos, as well as items. They're standard healing or momentary enhancements. I rarely use items unless I need some health or boost on my Devil Trigger meter. However, you can find some of these items in the levels proper too. These levels are mostly open in the castle, and you can explore these areas to your heart's content. You'll find specific items to help you progress while dealing with Phantom, the giant spider. You fight him early on, and he's a tough fight at first. Yeah, I don't like the camera in this first fight. It makes things awkward to deal with when you can't see the boss, and his attacks become really difficult to dodge properly when you can't see them coming. You'll need some good timing to dodge his attacks, even if you can see them coming. But when the camera is facing a wall you happen to be close to, good luck. Hell, the Panther mini-boss isn't much better. I still can't figure out how to kill this damn thing properly without using Devil Trigger. Luckily, it only shows up twice on normal difficulty. However, after that, things are a bit smoother. Nello and Jello is a fair boss fight, and the second fight with Phantom is more open with less camera issues. That's nice! The first fight with Griffin is also in a big open area. It's the second fight that kind of sucks because you're basically on the ghost ship. But the third fight is fine once you know what you're doing. You encounter Nello and Jello's second fight around here too, but you're mostly dealing with Griffin after leaving the castle to the Colosseum. The Colosseum is a huge area, and most of the work you have to do is just getting into the Colosseum, all for one item, and then your way back into the castle. Hell of a fetch quest, I'm not going to lie. Going to the castle, though, that's where things get a little bit interesting. It's the same basic layout, but more evil energy is leaked into the castle, warping it. Yeah, it's basically the same place, but more twisted. And after some Mario 64 painting hopping, you get the last fight with Nello and Jello, aka Virgil, and then you go straight to the underworld. At this point, you've fought the Nightmare tank thing twice, and in the underworld, you have to fight it once more with Trish betraying you. You never really fight Trish directly, though. She just kind of aids Nightmare in the last fight. None of these fights are too bad, but Nightmare is a weird function that forces you to refight a previous boss in the middle of fighting Nightmare. This can be annoying, but it can also heal you, so I guess it's not all bad. The fight with Mundus, though, what the hell happened here? This is a two-phase fight. Not shocking, but phase 1 is a 3D bullet hell. What? Why? Nothing in the game even prepares you for this. Nowhere in the game do you have to play bullet hells. Anywhere. Period. Until you get here. It isn't bad. It is kind of fun, but I don't play a lot of bullet hells. And this is a tough one for someone of my skill set. as Mundus kinda hits like a truck here. He basically plays like a final boss in a bullet hell. Again, it isn't super hard to figure out how to dodge most of his attacks, but this is such a shift in gameplay that never showed up before anywhere in the game. After that, you get more of a traditional boss fight, but if you're low on yellow orbs, which act like lives by the way, or healing items, this can be really tough too. If you run out of yellow orbs, the game spits you back to where you saved last. Probably should save between every mission just in case. Totally didn't happen to me. Yeah. Still, restarting this fight because the game is punishing you for not playing a brand new game style very well kind of sucks. Outside of that though, and the plane section at the end of the game, which kind of plays somewhat similar, the rest of the game plays mostly fine. Despite how many of my friends get stuck in the same area, I don't think anything in the game is super confusing or taxing. The puzzles here are super simple. Like, these puzzles sometimes make Resident Evil look complicated, but unlike Resident Evil, the puzzles are often environmental based. You will have to figure out how to platform here and there to progress. This works, but this is overall kind of clunky. Dante can long jump and high jump when he feels like it. You often have to be at the perfect place to get this to actually happen, but the more you practice, the better you will eventually understand kind of how it works. Unfortunately, the level design takes a dip in quality. Not so much that it hurts a lot, but in between the fixed camera during boss fights really messing with you, yeah, this can be a slog at times. When the level design does work, however, it's fun for sure, but the levels seem to stem from Devil May Cry not really knowing what it's going to be, horror or action. Some of the minor enemies can be a pain in the ass too. Sometimes you almost have to use Devil Trigger to even win, but nothing in the game actually tells you that, you just kind of have to figure it out, which is probably not the greatest design ever. Now, when it comes to finding treasure and side questing, there isn't really a huge amount to do here, but what is here is pretty decent overall. You'll most likely find items and weapons to help you survive. I don't have footage of it, but there is a secret gun you can get in the mission where you kill Griffin on. Before the fight, you have to go into a room using the shield emblem, but there's actually a room on the other side of the Colosseum which you can also open with the same emblem. It's basically the same room. One has a pair of lances which is needed to progress, but the other side just has this secret gun that uses Devil Trigger energy as ammo. I don't use it very often because I really like having Devil Trigger over that much power, but it is an option. The other secrets you can find are mostly orbs. While orbs are plentiful, it isn't a bad idea to take time to grind these out. Buying combos and moves from Alistair really helps in the end. I'm sure Ifrit combos can help too, but Alistair also has the combos transferred over to Sparta when you get that, making that sword better overall. Sparta, again, lacks Devil Trigger, so I hardly use it. Anyway, you can also buy purple and blue orbs with your red orbs as currency. Purple orbs increase your Devil Trigger, which is always useful, and blue orbs are permanent health boosters, giving you more health to work with. You not only have to buy these, but you can find fragments of blue orbs around the levels. They're hidden pretty well, but collect 4 of them and you get another boost. They are worth it for sure. There's also secret missions that you can find that give you more red orbs, as well as secret areas to give even more red orbs. Hey look, money is money, and while the one healing item, the Vital Star, isn't super expensive, you can only carry one. So buying sword and health upgrades is also important. You can also unlock costumes that boost power if you beat harder difficulties. I'm not that good at the game though, so I rarely did this. Hard mode is different enemy layouts and it's fairly different overall though, so by all means give it a try if you're good enough to actually beat the main game, that is. The only real issues I have with the first Devil May Cry game is simply the level design and the sound direction. Yep, that's it. Don't get me wrong, the gameplay is a bit clunky. There isn't a super huge reason to explore, and the story is told slightly disjointed. I just don't think that overall, these issues are so bad that they affect enjoyment of the game as a whole. The sound design, though, kind of does. The music outside of the battle tracks is at best, something that doesn't really fit with the game. And at worst, something that doesn't fit with anything in general. The voice acting, while I love it, could be better overall and felt somewhat low effort, for a game that came out 22 years ago anyway. Metal Gear Solid was already a thing by this point, and it was a console generation beforehand. Yes, I love the cheese, but sadly not everyone will. Besides, I love it because it's funny, not because it brought out the seriousness of, what was supposed to be that scene. As for the level design, there's a lot of platforming in a game that doesn't have great platforming mechanics. The camera will hurt too, especially on boss fights. Some of these boss fights are not super fun because of this. Hell, Griffin is always a pain with how he flies away from you and then zeroes in on you while you're trying to dodge. You need to see his attacks to dodge them properly, and even in his first fight, this can be a bit difficult with the camera. And I actually like that fight. However, most of the fights and levels are fun, camera aside. The battle music and looks of the game are great, and the gameplay is fantastic, when I'm not required to figure out how to fly. The story keeps me invested in Dante and his adventures, and finding blue orbs is indeed rewarding, and maybe I'll play hard mode one day to unlock some of those costumes. Overall, Devil May Cry is a great game, especially for an early PlayStation 2 game. A solid 8 out of 10, and worth a look if you're curious at all. Or, you like God of War and you want to see the OG version of God of War. Yeah, Devil May Cry is OG compared to it, so any similarities can be seen as God of War, borrowing from its older brother. But that's all the time I have for this review, and I'm sorry that this year ended on such a small note. But I have become a little bit busier. This season was rough towards the end, but once we find a permanent home for the cat, and I'm done moving, and all of this is taken care of, I'm hoping to get back on track, stronger than ever. Either way, I'm hoping this year I play more PlayStation classics. And until next time, subscribe, like, comment. That stuff really does help out my channel, guys. And we'll see you in the next video, my minions. Take care. Bye-bye.